This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul and Verum Todkill, and today we're back with more amazing auto chess action. If you're just joining us, you're like, wait a second, the ESL Mobile Open, what is this all about? It's basically an opportunity for you to get involved in the world of mobile esports. If you ever wanted to take the next step, maybe you say, hey, you know what, I'm pretty good at some of these games. Maybe I want to try and compete. Well, this is definitely the tournament for you across a ton of amazing mobile games. And what's so fantastic about this as well is there are 200 million mobile gamers in the United States alone. And we have had over 1 million entrants into the program just this year alone. That is a ton of people getting involved in the world of mobile esports. But we bring it back a little bit this season for auto chess. 24 players have made it here to our playoffs, and only 8 will advance on to our finals. And a lot of pressure, a lot on the line here for these players. They've been competing for the last few weeks and months, all just to get to this point, all just for a chance to compete, not only for the prize money and the prestige, but the title of champion. But you know what? There's a lot going on. And as I said before, there's a couple different games, there's a couple different weeks and phases. So we've got this video here to break it all down for you. Let's take a look.
Welcome to the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. Gamers from across North America will compete in various mobile titles to secure their place on the world stage and for their share of over $350,000. Anyone can play online to earn points during the open qualifiers. From there, players will advance to the closed qualifiers, where top players will compete to advance into the playoffs. The playoffs will whittle down the field to our few remaining contenders, with the very best securing their place at the finals. These games will be broadcast for the community to watch, learn, and root for their favorite players. The finalists for Season 6 will win a chance to compete in a special online event, where they will compete for cash prizes and the title of champion. The ESL Mobile Open runs year-round across 3 seasons, each culminating with a finals event and more prizes for grabs. This is the ESL Mobile Open, where everybody can be somebody.
Well, you heard it there. That's really what the program is all about. It's creating opportunities for you at home to get involved in esports, all on mobile. But like I said before, today is all about auto chess. And who better to help me break down these plays than someone who's been in this position themselves, someone who's been to our finals before, none other than Zath. Welcome back, sir.
Hey, everyone. Great to be back. Excited to check out some of these games today.
I could not agree more because we touched on it last week. The groups are randomized. We're not having our players play through all 3 weeks of the playoffs in the same group. We get to see them mix it up, which in my opinion just makes it even more exciting because it makes it so much harder for players to get a read on the lobby. It means they've got to be able to adapt more on the fly. But I talk about weeks of competition. What exactly does that mean, Zath? Let's take a look at our scoring and seriously, like, talk about how important it is to stay in that top 3.
Yeah, it's ridiculously important because as you guys see the points play out, top 3, top 4, that's where the points are majority at. So you don't necessarily need to be winning every game, but you do want to score as much top 3s, top 4s as possible in order to help your chances getting into that top 8.
For sure, because these players are going to be playing 12 games over these 3 weeks. Unfortunately, just because there's so many games going on, we can't cast them all, but we are going to be jumping back and forth across all these different groups. We'll be showing you 5 different matches today, which is obviously fantastic. Trying to show off these players as much as possible, the diversity of strategy, what kind of builds they're going for, and really, that's really what this is all about. I think for a lot of these players at home watching this, because you're looking at the tippity top auto chess players here in North America. I know for a lot of the fans at home, Zath, this is a great opportunity for them to learn what these top builds are.
Yeah, absolutely. And something that is a little different this week that we did not have last week is we just got a patch yesterday. So a couple little buffs, couple little nerfs. So maybe we see some different builds that we were not able to see last week. Maybe some assassins this week. We'll have to see.
I mean, you increase that crit chance. I want somebody to take it. I actually think 6 assassins now. That was a 60% to 100%. We'll talk about it more as we get into it, but I am very excited. But let's take a look at our leaderboards. Let's remind the folks at home where we finished last week. K-Bunny right up at the top, but my goodness, 2nd through 8th? That is pretty close.
Yeah, all of these scores are super, super close. Everyone just fighting to finish on the top 8. So it's really going to come down to every single game. Every single placement matters. You want to just be doing the best you can. Can't let any of these games slide by.
I mean, you're saying this from experience. I remember Sneak, you snuck in. I think it was, what, you tied? Did it come down to tie breaks when you got in last season? It was really close.
Yeah, it came down to some kind of tiebreakers, but we barely snuck in there. So it'll probably be the same kind of situation this time around for someone.
I would not be surprised, but this is the top half of our leaderboard though. But if we head to the second half, it just goes to show how close this is. Even this entire left side of your screen is only like 10 points away. That's 1 win away from making it into that top 8. It is really just that close, and a ton of names I recognize from last season. But it's also fantastic to see that some of our new players playing this season are the ones who are also really impressing us.
Yeah, absolutely. And from this bottom half here, I'm curious to see if any of them can have a breakout day and see if they can squeeze in the top 8. I'm looking at maybe star players like Vincent, or even players well known in the community like Wills or Opstra. And last season's champion Radical, can he finally have the games that he's looking for and secure himself another finals appearance?
Yeah, I mean, that's really what it comes down to here. And if we're looking at this group to start things off, there's some players like you mentioned before. Wills is in there. God, oh man, got the work cut out for them though. Silent and Legato and Betyao in this group. This one's gonna be a war zone.
Absolutely. This is definitely a very sweaty group. A lot of known players here. Even a couple duos partners. I believe Silent and Legato used to play together in a duo, so they should be very familiar with each other's playstyles. They may be competing for specific builds if they both like to build similarly. So we'll have to see what they decide to bring out in this group 1 here.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, Pearson's there as well. Maybe see if we can give them a bit of the run for their money. But no, this one is going to be really darn intense. And I'm going to say that about every group because they're all going to be that way. They're all really good. They've made it here. These are some of the best players in North America. All right, I'm going to sound like a broken record, but every single one of these lobbies has been super competitive. I mean, we've seen players make or break one round not going their way, one streak not maintained, one piece not starred, one item not found. Is really the difference maker here at this level of competition. This is really some of the best that NA has to offer. And I'm getting word, I'm taking a look, the lobby is just about filling up now, which means it's time to go to our first game. We're gonna head to a short break. When we come back, right into the action with game number 1.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Verum, joined by Zath. We're getting into game number 1 of the day for group number 1. Game number 6 overall. We're keeping track of the tallying of that. But, Zath, you talked about this group being particularly sweaty. Yes. Just yes.
Yeah, it definitely is. Very high-level players. One of the best Canadian players that I'm aware of. If you take a look at the lobby, it's half Canadians, half Americans, so maybe you get some teaming going on. No, I'm just joking. None of these players would be teaming, but it is pretty funny that it is half and half split there.
Pure random. I think we shoved the names into a random number generator, and that's how it came out. But I still do appreciate that, of course. But we also have we're split 50-50 on the caster desk as well, so this works out well. 50% Canadian American. All right, I see how this is working. But yeah, I'm really excited to see if these players are going to adapt at all to the slight changes that were made. A lot more emphasis being put sort of towards crit, both through item changes and those slight buffs, I would say, to the assassins.
Yeah, I believe the assassins receive the buff on every single level. They've received the buff
Correct.
to 3 assassins, 6 assassins, and 9 assassins. So I definitely would not be surprised to be seeing someone trying assassins out in these lobbies today.
Yeah, and of course, we saw one of the builds that was particularly strong last week in that Insectoid build, receiving some nerfs, but not in sort of a traditional way. Instead, nerfing the damage that they do. We'll see if that's going to make a big impact at all, or if we're still going to be seeing a lot of players fighting over that late game Insectoid shift, and how they do that transition will certainly be one of those big questions here, because how you transition your early game build to your late game build, in my personal opinion, is one of the hallmarks of a strong auto battler player.
Yeah, absolutely, it's everything. And speaking of insectoids, the thing with that build, they didn't necessarily change just how effective it is. They just changed how much damage it outputs to your opponent. So it's still a very, very strong build, and I wouldn't be surprised to continue to see it. As long as the players feel comfortable running it, know exactly how they want to curve it, Insectoids, I expect to still be up there.
Oh, for sure. No, I agree wholeheartedly. I think they're definitely going to be very, very strong, because at the end of the day, taking less damage from them is one thing. You still have to be able to beat them. That's really what it does come down to. Keeping an eye on this. I think we started off on board, of course, with our lobby leader, Legato. I think was actually going to try and necessarily get a win here, going for some of these early hunters. Those 3 hunters, though, buff was nerfed in this patch, so not being quite as strong there. And did actually go down to Pure Zun there. Pure Zun was able to get an early level 2 on that Tusk, and definitely made an impact. And we're seeing a lot of players still, though, looking to try and get these hunters going.
Yeah, just like you said, it did receive a slight nerf, but these players are not changing their game plan. Legato and Betyao both starting off with 3 hunters.
Yeah, I mean, let's take a look sort of here at the very early starts. A couple of players look like they will be going for intentional loss streaks here, likely with Wills and with Betyao as well. Won't be surprised at this point, just going with that Priest. But let's take a look at what Silent's doing, of course. Legato, I'm teasing this. We have an interview with him later, and he mentioned that Silent was the one who got him into this tournament. They played duos together, and Silent said, dude, you're really good. You've got to compete in this. So excited to see what Silent can do in this lobby. Already off to a very strong start, I would say.
Yeah, and I remember competing in Phase 3 in Silence's lobby, and he put up some very strong games. I believe he won at least 2 or 3 of the lobbies I was with him, and yeah, very dominant performances. So I expect big things from Silent here today, even if he's facing off against his buddy Legato.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is fun because, when you have players that have competed this much, they probably talk strategy. They definitely, have that going. I mean, it's good to have a friend that you can talk shop with a game like this, because a lot of it comes down to theory crafting and running the numbers and probability and that kind of stuff. So having somebody, that you can talk to about it and sort of theory craft is great. But at the end of the day, it's about who can execute them on the day, who can eye roll just a little bit better, who can get the pieces that they need. So definitely keep an eye on that. But there's a ton of really strong contenders in this lobby. It's definitely not just a 2-horse race.
And speaking of high rolling, Pearson right now sitting at 100%. So is he going to be our early win streaker if he's able to maintain the streak? And curious enough, Pierzun is actually picking up early 3 assassins if we want to take a look at it right after this board here.
I absolutely do. Pierzun, of course, we were so fortunate to have him come on as an analyst for our finals last season. Getting his insight into the game was super helpful. Was really awesome to see just sort of how differently he looked at the game. Very much not at all like how you look at it from a casual standpoint. Very much looking into the small intricacies of a game like this, which again is really what it comes down to. And yeah, we're seeing got 2 abyssal crawlers already. So this is, if he finds that 3rd abyssal crawler, gets it to 2-star, I could see a committal to this assassin build.
Absolutely, and if you guys remember PZ when he used to stream pretty regularly, he loves himself assassins. That is one of his premier builds, so having assassins be back in the meta could be a big help for PZ, since it's a very comfortable build for him.
And I love that that's something that we can keep, harking back to, because players have been playing this game for a while. A lot of these players have been playing this in this iteration or not for a long time, which means that they have builds they're going to feel a lot more comfortable with. We should note that Pierzun did actually go down with that win streak there. So no early 100% win streaker in this game. I'm kind of surprised because we've seen one in a lot of our games, but it's awesome to see that these players have strategies, sort of their tried and true, their go-to. And as the meta shifts, as it moves along, those builds sort of ebb and flow with that. It's like the moon, it waxes and wanes. Sometimes they're stronger, sometimes they're not.
Yeah, and speaking of players that do have their go-to builds, I mentioned it a bit last week, but Linsane, he's a player who is known to be very comfortable with the Glacial Knight build, but since Knights haven't been too prevalent in this current meta, we haven't been seeing a lot of Glacial Knights. And I spoke with him a little bit after the tournament, and he told me, man, I really wish I ran a little more Glacial Knights. And so if we take a look at his board, I believe he's already setting up his Glacial Knights. Already 4 Knights on the board, 3 Glacials.
Yeah, he's got that early Light Blade Knight. He's starting to stack this up, and that Black Ice Lance is there as well. So we'll see. We'll see how this is going to work. No loss streak, though, which is kind of interesting. Sort of been going back and forth here. So at the same HP as Wills, but not going to necessarily be having the same economy there. So definitely be keeping an eye on this as we're taking a look. He does have the Priest in there, though, that will help out just a touch.
Yeah, I'm just looking through the scoreboard now, just looking at what the players are kind of considering at this moment during the creep round. Legato's still working with 3 Hunters, a little bit of Spirits in there with Water and Thunder. Silent also considering Hunters. Benny with a little bit of Knights in there.
Interesting. I wonder if we might see Legato make a transition into Spirit and Mage or something like that a little bit later on. Could be interesting, because we did see one of the counters to that Insectoid build was going with those Spirits. Having the Petrify on that Venomancer made a massive difference. That's one of the times that we saw that actually not have a lot of success. So I'm wondering if he's sort of preemptively going for that Insect, rather than going for the build that she knows is going to win, he's just going for its counter right off the bat. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw that here.
Yeah, that's something definitely to consider. It's a little early to start setting up counters, especially if you don't know if anyone's actually going to be running that Insectoid build. But as you said, if you know a strong build is coming, you could just start setting up the counter. But we'll have to keep an eye out, see just what he does with those Spirit units he's running right now.
I have to remember back to last week, and you're talking about, man, it'd be cool if he transitioned to this. That might be the counter there. And because we did see, I believe it might have actually been Legato, or it might have been K-Bunny. One of the players that we saw end up clutching out that game ended up doing it with the counter that they sort of had on the bench. It was ready to go. They'd clearly been looking to invest in it a little bit earlier. And I mean, now I'm taking a look at this and it's like, well, maybe that kind of foresight. You're right. This is probably a little early to call it, but it could be interesting to see. As Legato was actually really stabilized here, did lose early, but now on a 6-win streak. We're gonna say one more round here with Linsane, see how he's doing here. This time going up against JN, and then we'll jump around a little bit more. Zap, is there any other players, any other builds that are jumping out at you?
Yeah, I want to take a look at Betya. I believe he's still looking to keep his loss streak, so let's take a look at what he's considering to get out of his loss streak and hopefully get on a win streak. So let's see what he has on his bench and what he has on the board so far.
Absolutely, all the way down towards the bottom. Got to 50 already in terms of that gold. Is going to be leveling up here and just committing. Well, actually, maybe considering some knights here as well. Has that Argali knight there, which I can't believe the Argali carry we saw last week. Is that going to become a trend? I don't know. It was kind of fun though.
Yeah, he's absolutely setting up Divinity though. He has the God of War upgrade, has the Goddess of Light, so does have the 2 Divinity in there. And the big thing is he just pulled the Warped Sage 2-star, and Warped Sage with the Divinity cooldown, if he wasn't broken enough on his own, with that reduced cooldown, makes him so much more tankier. So that's a huge pull from Bet Yao, and should help him mount this comeback here.
Yeah, I mean, and we came over at the perfect time because this was the win. And he is going to be able to potentially level up this Goddess of Light here. And Bet Yao actually able to get the W. So that's the lost streak broken. Did spend a little bit, is going to be going in now. So Zaf, that gut instinct. This is the player we should check. I think he's going to be breaking his lost streak. Immediately does. And that's why you're here, to make me look. I appreciate that. I do.
Yeah, but even though Bet Yao is running Divinity, if we also take a look at Will's, I believe he's actually going the exact same build that Bet Yao is doing. So both the Lost Streakers are looking to rely on Divinity to come out of this Lost Streak. And even Will's, he has the Argali Knight in there already. So we saw it a little bit last week. The Divinity build used to be more centered around Water Spirit, but slowly more and more players are using Argali Knight as a viable carry. So maybe Will's is considering that Argali Knight Divinity.
Yeah, I mean, again, part of the reason I think why is just because it's that sustainability in the fight, but then also that pure damage to going out. So even if, players do eventually end up building some sort of MR, or we do see, like the 9 warrior stuff, more of that armor coming out, that's just going to bypass all of it. You're going to have that effect. Wills is keeping the lost streak going. Actually did end up playing up against Bet Yao then in that situation. But I got to jump back on board with Legato as well. I got to see the build that has gone undefeated this long here, as we are seeing still this committal to hunters, and they're the mages coming in as well. So maybe a transition to mage coming in and holding on to these spirits as well. So could be some planning for later on.
Yeah, very interesting build coming out for Legato here. Not necessarily something you would see in the end game, but the way Legato is playing, he's just playing straight tempo, just using viable units that'll help him gain an advantage in this mid game. You don't normally pair 3 hunters with 3 mage, but at this point in the game, why not? Why not? Just something that'll just keep you nice and healthy and hopefully go on a streak, which Legato did find himself in.
Yeah, and he's going to have the upgrade too for that dwarf sniper, which he is starting to put some items on here. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And he even has the early pirate captain. Getting that draw is huge, because that ghost ship, when it hits, that massive just AoE stun can really help out here, especially considering how a lot of these players are positioning so far, trying to take care and cushion those squishy carries in the back. So we'll keep an eye on this. We'll do one more round here with Legato. And I want to jump on board with Benny after this. Benny, not, I think, having the best start here. We are seeing the lost streak going at this point, but not, I think, intentional necessarily from him here. Or at least that's not how we started off intending it. As we're seeing the battle that we hyped up going into this, the battle between Legato and Silent, and in this round at least, Legato is going to take the W.
Yeah, and something really interesting that Legato is running alongside his mages is with that pirate captain, he actually does get 3 human, and 3 humans is just adding up these little XP books that you should be able to see in his items. He's just stacking up these XP books. There you are. XP books that he'll be able to use to help level himself up and hopefully stay ahead of the lobby in terms of levels.
And we did see a level 11 last week. I should remind the audience, we did see a player take advantage of that, get to that level 11 at the late game. So definitely keeping an eye on how this is going. Interesting build here coming out. We're seeing a little bit of glacial with some hunter, a little bit of knight. Not really a full committal to the knight though, and I'm wondering if that's because we're seeing a decent number of players sort of flexing into this knight build.
Yeah, I'm not exactly sure the build that Benny's running right now. It looks like he's stuck between a couple builds. He still has his hunters in there, but all 3 hunters are still 1 star. So it looks like he maybe wanted to start hunters, but just did not see the upgrade. So maybe he's looking for another way out, something else he can build towards. He has some Venomancers on the bench, so maybe considering swapping into insects eventually.
Yeah, I mean, looking to start that off here. Let's take a look at the leaderboard and see if any other players may be starting that. We're seeing a little bit of Beast coming out here from Jan. We did end up seeing actually a lot of Beast towards the end of last week as well. I'm kind of surprised we're not seeing a little more of that here. But again, a lot of those builds are very lobby dependent. I noticed that as we were going back and forth between the different groups, there was definitely a couple of different builds that seemed to rise to prevalence.
Yeah, every player has their preferences. There's some that just really lean on that 6B switcher. I have even seen Wills run that build quite a bit. Surprised he's not running it in this lobby. Looks like he's just leaning on the good old Divinity Water Spirit for this lobby. But I'm trying to see if there's anything crazy coming out here on the scoreboards. The one thing I am noticing is we're actually seeing 2 assassin builds right now. Not only was it Pure Zone running assassins, but even Silent. Silent has some sins on the board as well.
Yeah, and this is interesting because we saw a lot of sort of transition from that hunter into the insectoid, but now actually seeing the transition with the assassin into the insectoid, which is kind of fun. At least that's what it's looking like will be coming out here from PZ. Obviously going to be looking for that Venomancer, but picking up this Lord of Sand. It looks like that will sort of be the centerpiece, the back and forth between those. As we are seeing this being put in and committing now to 6 assassins. All right, here we go. This was the big power, in my opinion, the big power spike buff here. That first hit crit going from a 60% chance to 100%. Look at how hard these assassins are going to smack.
Let's see, going up against Linsane's Knights. Knights have Knight Shields and Assassins have the crits. Who's going to come out on top in this first engagement here?
Oh, I'm a spoiler. I'm a spoiler for it. It's assassins. It's all about the assassin. And I'm wrong. I'm a big Glacier Knight fan, but I love that transition there. PZ found the piece he was looking for, instantly able to make the swap, and I feel like that was a pretty big power spike here. The first one to be able to get to that 6 assassin on the new build. Really feeling that. But let's take a look. There's a lot of different cool builds coming out here. We are seeing the cure being activated down for Benny towards the bottom. Was able to get that rolling with the 2-star Venomancer for Benny. That, I think, is going to be a pretty solid power spike if he can get those items going.
Yeah, all he really does have is that 2-star Venomancer and Kira. I think it's just waiting on the rest of the team. He has to get rid of these hunters. Yeah, slowly starting putting in these insects, and he's going to be looking in good shape. Has 45 health to work with. Not the worst situation for him. So, yeah, if Benny is able to find the last insectoid he needs and some extra duplicates, he may be in a good spot.
Yeah, I mean, that's what we're seeing right now. He's almost there when it comes to that 4 insectoid. Keeping an eye on it. Linsane as well, though, needs to start to turn this around. Those Knights just not quite working out so well here. Going with the Glacier. I think a lot of it, too, is the fact that this Light Blade Knight hasn't gotten where it's needed to. I don't know. I feel like we've just seen... I don't think we've really seen a player get a level 2 Light Blade Knight, like, ever. Like, in these last couple of weeks. What's up with that? Here it is.
I'm not sure. The thing is, Knights for me is one of those builds that if you don't hero one of your 2-cost Knights early, it might just not be worth committing to. It's either the big signals for me when committing Knights in general is a 2-star Hell Knight, 2-star Lightblade Knight. If I'm able to hit any of those before round 10, then I'll have a pretty solid Knight game. But it looks like Linsane just still committing to it, is able to fit in 6 Knights right now into his build, so really leaning on 6 Knights Glacial.
I mean, look, it's about talk about the idea of the tried and true, and going into Petyao here actually looks like it's going to be doing okay. That Night Shield, like you mentioned before, does help out quite a bit, but the mages coming out now for Petyao are just going to be too much with that divinity as well. So Linsane, I think, is having a bit of a struggle bus here. We'll jump back on board with him. I actually want to take a closer look, though, at that build that Petyao was putting together, still maintaining the decent economy, trying to stay above 30. We see that's sort of the sweet spot we see a lot of players doing when it comes to accruing that interest. And this board, going with mages, but it's all about that divinity. happy to see. I mean, he's one of only 2 players running it. That's the thing I'm actually sort of happy with a lot in this lobby Zath. It seems like sort of 2 players. That sort of seems to be the sweet spot for all these builds, and that's honestly good, because any more than that, and getting those pieces is really tough.
Yeah, I agree. And what's really interesting coming out from Betyao is you don't normally see Divinity paired with mages anymore. When Divinity first came out, it used to be all about Divinity mages. But as things progress, the Divinity build started to become more about 4 warlocks or water spirit 3-star or even 4 shamans. Rarely these days do you see it paired with 3 mages. So the fact that he's running Divinity mage is pretty sweet to see. Haven't seen this in competitive in quite some time.
I mean, we'll see how it works out here. I mean, he's right in the middle of the pack right now. Pretty evenly split lobby. Legato's win streak did end up falling. Silent is the one to sort of pick up that win streaking title. But a lot of really close HP bars here. It's not really a lobby where you've got one player that's totally out in front and everybody's super far behind. It seems like, you know, all these players have won some and lost some, which is kind of how it should be, to be honest.
Yeah, it seems like it's going to be a super close game. And Betyao, looking at his bench, actually, he has a bunch of dragons on his bench, so maybe looking to eventually transition into a 5-dragon build. So maybe just running Divinity Mage is a bit of a transition into his 5 dragons.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a decent amount of Dragon Mage coming out last week, so definitely be sure to keep an eye on that. As I pull up the leaderboard, who do you want to take a look at? Talk to me here, Zath. What's the build you want to see?
All right, just looking at the scoreboard right now, Legato looks like he's also running some Dragon Mage, so similar to Betyao. Silent actually running a new one, not a necessarily new one, but 6 Feathered Assassin. That is a classic build. So let's take a look at Silent here. Yeah, as classic as they come, just 6 feathered, 3 assassins with Marines. So he's coming prepared for these mages with the Marine already in there.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing here is, of course, having, you know, with that Druid buff, that startup Warpwood Sage. Look at how much damage this unit is tanking. It buys so much time, creates so much space. In this case, though, it's not quite going to be enough, as JN looks like is going to be able to take him down, but it's going to be, it's going to be close, though. Did I speak a little bit too soon? Come on, Abyssal Guard. Come on, smack him. All right. I did speak too soon. That's fine.
Yeah, and JN is actually the only player in this whole lobby running Warriors. Just 1-9 Warriors players. So he should be able to find some upgrades. Maybe he's able to get that 2-star Doom very soon, since no one else contesting those Warrior pieces that he needs.
Yeah, still quite a few 1-stars, though. I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. Yeah, he's putting his items on this Abyssal Guard right now. Sort of having that act as a pseudo-carry. Berserker in the back, of course. Going to be able to try and keep that a little bit safer. But yeah, 9 Warriors. This is such a classic build. You just run them up the front. You don't have to really worry about positioning quite so much. It's all about just getting them in there. And of course, when you get that 9th Warrior, you get that Deflect, which is really cool. Just sends back that damage towards them based on that armor that you've got going. So very, very cool builds coming out here. And one I think is, if you're a new player looking to just climb up on the ladder, I would say this is one of the easiest ones to master, Zath.
Oh, definitely. There's plenty of warriors in the pool, and it's a very strong build. So as long as you're able to hit it at the right time, I usually like to think of it, if you can hit the 9 warriors by round 21, you're usually in a good spot. But I think for now, let's see if we can keep an eye on Pure Zone. He finds himself at the bottom with 18 HP left to go and has 6 assassins on the board. So we haven't seen 6 assassins perform well in these games recently. So let's see, he just hit the Abyssal Crawler 3-star, and that's pretty much one of the premier carries for these assassin builds. It's either Abyssal Crawler 3-star or Shadow Crawler 3-star. So let's see if this Abyssal Crawler 3-star is able to hold things off for PZ and keep him from getting knocked out early here.
That's the big question, and this time, was not quite able to find it there. PZ's down to only 12 HP. I mean, looking to try and, you know, make something happen. Those buffs to quite strong. I mean, 450% crit, you know, damage on that, you know, with the first attack as well. having that basically guaranteed crit coming in. So we'll keep an eye on that. Is actually going to bring in the Siren as well, just offering that little bit of additional utility with the Abyssal Gaze, just being able to lock down those opponents. Just means that you can get more attacks off with your carries. And of course, having that Claw Wand, having that magic resistance there is huge, especially when facing up against these mages. And as soon as I'm hyping up that Siren, he of course sells it. Ain't that the way?
Yeah, I believe he was trying to keep the Siren in for Marine, which actually would have been incredibly helpful against Legato here, who's running mages. So if he would have kept the Siren, maybe things would have looked different for him in this fight here.
Oof.
Oh, and maybe the Marine was exactly what he's needed, but PZ getting knocked out early here to Legato's mages.
Oof. Oof, a little bit rough. You know what's not rough, though? Finding your 2-star Dragon Knight. I mean, if you're Lindsay, you got to be feeling a little bit better. This shop is just, it has a mind of its own today, folks. So just bear with us on that one. There we go. Okay, go away, shop for now. Thank you. I appreciate you. You're great, but also shush a little bit. Yes, Lynn's saying, though, trying to make this 6th Knight work, trying to make this Glacial work, and having this additional attack speed is fantastic, but if you don't necessarily have the bulk of the damage behind it, it's not going to do quite so much.
Yeah, with Glacial Knight, you really are reliant on those 3-star Knight units to show up. And I'm not seeing Linsane be very close to 3-star Lightblade or 3-star Hell Knight. So I'm not sure how much longer Linsane has in this game. And speaking of which, Silent knocking him out here. GG to Glacial Knights there.
Yeah, I mean, look. If you've got a gimmick and you want to stick with it, I respect it. But also, that sometimes can happen. You know, that sometimes can happen too. But I definitely respect it.
So we jump back on board with Benny. We caught him a bit before. He was kind of setting up his Insectoid build. He had the early 2-star Venomancer. He still had some hunters at the time, but catching him here, he has a full Insectoid build ready to go. All 4 insects ready and many duplicates of the 4-cost units. He's sitting with 2 Veno duplicates and a Spider Queen duplicate. So guaranteed 3-star insects coming out from those duplicates there.
Oh my goodness, this is gonna be. So this can be tough to deal with that.
Streak right now.
Yeah,
the only Insectoid player.
Yeah, I mean, I'm definitely a little bit surprised by this. You know, just getting word coming into this, just how strong that Insectoid is gonna be. I mean, Water Spirit though. Oh my goodness, come back, chill out. It's fine. This is fine. It's just look at how big those are. Look at how big that is. That's just it's tough, and we'll see if anybody's really going to be in a position to deal with that. Legato did end up transitioning into the Spirits, so my very, very early game prediction, going to be honest, Zap, I feel justified.
Yeah, you called it right there. Legato already has 4 spirits ready to go, so anticipating someone was going to be running this Kira Insectoid build, and yeah, Legato's ready. So I feel like as long as he is able to maintain that 4 spirits, and I'm looking at the scoreboard now, I don't think anyone else quite has 4 spirits ready to go. So it could just come down to Benny and Legato for the game here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe a little early to call. But we'll see. I mean, I would not be surprised if it ended up coming down to that. We'll see if any players maybe are sort of catching wind of where this game is going. Because, of course, while we're looking back and forth across all these different players, they're definitely doing so as well. They're trying to keep track of what their opponents are getting themselves up to. But taking a look at this, yeah, I mean, we see this Divinity Mage build coming in here from Betyao. Of course, Benny, like we mentioned before. And then more Divinity here coming out from Wills. I kind of also see what Wills is doing. Seeing how this board is going. Of course, that big old Warpwood Sage. Wow, stacked up, of course, with the Ice Armor. This thing is going to be tough to deal with. And the 3-star Water Spirit. Watch how much damage this unit is going to output.
Yeah, and something really important to note with Will's build is he actually is running 4 Shaman right now. So he will be transforming some of these units, but going up against Legato there, Mages did not care about the Shamans at all.
Absolutely not. Like, look at how much damage he's going to do, and just gets insted by all the Mages. Oh my goodness, we lost multiple players that round as well, as Benny's win streak is just continuing. You're jump on board with JN, though, who's down to just these 11 HP left. And with this full Warrior build, I don't know if that's necessarily what's going to net him the most success here. Making top 4 would be great, though. That would be ideal.
Yeah, but I took a look at who JN could possibly face, and I believe the 9 Warriors lose to everyone in this lobby. So unless I'm wrong, I think JN may be the next to go here.
Yeah, I mean, we'll definitely keep an eye on it, but I think you're probably going to be correct just taking a look at these HP. Okay, they're already gone. All right, they're gone. Okay, well, that's JN down. Legato just looking incredibly strong right now. Oh, my goodness. Okay. Well, yeah, I think your prediction on top of my prediction of a final battle between Benny and Legato, I don't think is out of the question here.
Yeah, Legato just positioned himself extremely well in this game with the early 4 spirits. The 4 spirits not only helping him out so much against the 9 warriors, which a lot of the warriors are melee anyways, but also helping him out against the assassins, which the assassins are also primarily melee. So Legato teching in already against Silent, teched in against JN, and even PZ, who got knocked out a little earlier. So Legato came ready for nearly all builds.
Yeah, and I mean, now he's the one in the win streak. Benny's down to just 8 HP. Wills is on a loss streak as well. And Silent and Legato, 2 players who came in with some of the top scores of the day, 2 players who know each other well, 2 players, you know, I mean, Silent has that experience, actually brought Legato into the tournament. So a starting battle between the 2 of these, I mean, yeah, we'll take that.
And you called it a little earlier. Will we see a level 11? And Legato is level 11 already.
Oh my goodness. I mean, just having these humans from so early. I mean, he got that Pirate Captain level round 8? Round 9? Maybe it wasn't that early. Maybe it was around 12 or 13. It was still very early. And that 3 humans just did so much. They're just building up that XP, as Benny is actually going to be down, out, and eliminated. So that Insectoid out of the lobby, and as is Wills. Oh my goodness, it comes down to the battle that we predicted. Legato versus Silent, only 2 HP separating them to start off. This is going to be a long 1v1.
Yeah, let's go ahead and take a look at the items for the Abyssal Crawler carry. Let's see just what Silent is working with here. So yeah, has the Shadow Edge, has the Mealstorm, and the Python one. So the Python one's gonna save that Abby for the first couple seconds of the fight against the mages. But with that 4 spirit buff, the Abby's gonna have a hard time dishing out damage, as it's just gonna keep getting petrified throughout most of the fight.
Yeah, we could see it there. I mean, even that Warpwood Sage just got shut down so quickly. These spirits, I mean, here's the thing. And I love the proactive way that Legato looked at this, because all of the top builds right now, if you or the ones that maybe predicted to be top, so bringing in these assassins just given the patch changes, they were all melee centered. What deals with melee? Spirits. I mean, this is the hard counter to a lot of those hyper carry focused. But ironically enough, the build that might have actually some kind of success against this might actually have been those Glacial Knights. I mean, if you could get that light blade stacked up enough. So I don't know. You think the hunters maybe be looking to offer a little bit, but just not nearly enough here. They're really just there to help, you know, bust out this feather.
Yeah, in order to help against the 4 spirits, Silent really needs to find himself a ranged carry. Maybe considering swapping all the carry items over to the Shining Assassin. Shining Assassin is a very strong assassin, and it's not melee, so could right to the left of the Abyssal. There it is. Shining Assassin. Is a range, so
see who has. Yeah.
So maybe consider moving the items. We'll have to see what Silent can do. Even hitting this 3-star Shadow Crawler. Yeah, so 2 3-star assassins, but they're just gonna keep getting petrified to the 4 spirits. So I'm not sure just if it's gonna be enough for Silent here to overtake Legato.
Yeah. Oh man, and you can just see the impact of it. I mean, the Siren's going to be able to petrify a little bit in return, but it's just not enough. I mean, this is just going to be win after win. I mean, this game is pretty much already decided. I mean, finding some of those spirits early, committing to them was Legato. I think he started picking up those spirits, you know, in the round 6 or 7 mark. I mean, he found that Storm Spirit so early. If we head back over to his board, I mean, he's had this Thunder Spirit, since very, very early in this game, and he's committed to it this entire way through, obviously moving as he needed to, but this is just really, really impressive to watch, and we'll see it here, because this could very well be our last round.
Yeah, it looks like it most likely will if this goes the same way that they have been. Legato just dishing out so much damage back to back, and there he goes, closing out our first game of the day.
Wow, solid finish there from Legato. Looking really darn impressive in that first game. Just seemed to have a full grasp on what kind of builds he was facing up against. Got the counter to it, and frankly, at the end there, made it look easy. I don't think he lost a piece in that final round. Maybe one, but just being able to combine that with getting up to level 11 as well, it just seemed like everything was going his way in this first game. Really solid. But, we can break it down a little bit more after our break. But before we head to a break, I need to remind the folks at home, if you're not following our brand new ESL mobile Twitter account, you need to be. Home of all things ESL mobile. Not just auto chess, but all of our fantastic games here. And if you want to keep up to date with that and some of the new stuff we got coming down the pipe, I definitely recommend that you go give that a follow. And, I may have mentioned it a little bit, but we have a giveaway going on. Zap, did you hear about this giveaway?
I think so. Mentioned it last week. What is it about?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what is it about? I'm so glad you asked. It's a chance for you to win $200 worth of in-game currency. Everybody loves some tasty donuts. So exclamation point giveaway in the chat will give you the link to that. Go sign up over on the Gleam page. And I have some word that we have a secret code for you in chat to get some extra signups for that giveaway. It's Mobile Day 2 here for Auto Chess. So definitely be sure to go enter that there. Get yourself some giveaway drawings, giveaway entries. That's the word. We're drawing a winner at the end of the play. There it is. I got there at the end, Zad. I got there at the end. But you know what's not over yet? You know what's not at the end? This day, we still have 4 more matches in store for you. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, we'll break down game number 1, get into game number 2. We'll see you in a few.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul and Verum Toddkill, and oh my goodness, we are already underway. Day number 2 of the playoffs for Auto Chess started off with a bang, and I expect the rest of our matches are going to go pretty much the same way. But before we get too far into these matches, I, of course, have to give a huge shout-out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I am talking about AT&T. They've been with us in the beginning, supporting the grassroots of mobile esports, putting us in a place where we can do things like this, where we can build, this can help build this community, help create opportunities for players to showcase their skills, walk away with prize money, and again, a chance to call themselves a mobile open champion. So thank you so much to AT&T for being, a supporter, a staunch supporter from the beginning and helping us grow mobile esports here in North America. But the day is not over yet. I mentioned before, we still got 4 more matches in store. So Zath, come back in, good friend. Come back. Hello. Welcome. Game number 1. I made an early call and you went, I don't know, Paul, that might be a little much, but I feel vindicated, okay? Spirits. I'm on the spirit train.
Yeah, you called it right on the dot there. The early spirits setup from Legato really paid off at the end, was able to get the 4 spirits early, and that was kind of the story of the whole match. 4 spirits just running over build after build, and we'll have to take a look back at the highlights of this game in just a bit.
Oh, for sure. I mean, why wait? Let's do it right now. Zath, walk us through it.
All right, so here we see Legato going up against Silent here. Legato with the early hunters and the early mages just kind of tempoing it out to kind of work towards what he wants to build, keeping the water spirits on the bench for the future 4 spirits, which is what he was going to go towards. Right now, we have Pure Zoom versus Lin Sane, and this is 6 assassins coming out for PZ. We have not seen 6 sins in competitive in quite a while, so pretty sweet to see it come out here for Pure Zoom. And here we have Benny versus Silent. Looks like Silent also going assassins, but paired with 6 feathered this time. Another build that we have not seen too often. And the 6 feathered assassins making quick work of Benny's insectoids at this point in the game. Right here we have JN versus Lin Sane, and JN the only player that ended up playing 9 warriors, with 9 warriors going up against the only player playing Glacial Knight, but the warriors coming out on top over Lin Sane there. And here we have Benny versus Wills. This is Benny's a bit more upgraded insectoid build versus Will's Divinity Water Spirit build. And right now, these insects just keep on spawning, and believe the insectoids knock Wills down a bunch here. Alright, and now the 9 warriors versus Legato's mages, but at this point in the game, Legato already has 4 spirits online, so 4 spirits making quick work of the 9 warriors. Now Silent versus Wills, the feathered assassins versus Divinity Water Spirit. But it looks like the Water Spirit is stunned, and the feathered assassins are going to be taking it over Wills here and knocking Wills. But at least Wills did secure himself a nice 3rd place for this game. Alright, and the final match between Legato and Silent. And the story of this game was the 4 spirits, and the 4 spirits just really took advantage and countered most of the builds coming out from the people in this lobby.
Oh, for sure. And I just love that last round too. It was done. It was just over. That was a fast GG. That was a real quick. I mean, I felt like once it all sort of came together, you know what I mean? It was like you'd assembled all the Power Rangers. You know what I mean? It's just like everything lined up just right, and it just looked pretty much nigh unstoppable. So this always tends to happen in auto battlers when you have a player win that convincingly. The challenge then becomes either to try and run that thing yourself or to try and find the thing that counters it. So I think we're going to be seeing, once we get back down the road towards group number 1, we'll be seeing how that pattern emerges here. And if other lobbies are sort of taking that same approach, and we're seeing similar builds. But let's take a look at our overall leaderboards, though. Let's see how that first game stacked up here, as we're seeing, wow, a lot of players so close to the top. K-Bunny had a pretty solid 6-point lead coming into today, but Legato and Devless and Monty closing that out. Only 2 points separating 1st and 5th. That's nutty, Zath.
Yeah, that's actually unbelievable. These players are playing out of their minds today, and all the points are so close. The big ones there are Legato and Silent, who finished first and second on their first game of the day. So already off to a great start for those two.
Yeah, I mean, really, really solid up there in the top 8. And then the points do start to drop off a little bit. We can see Wills moving up there as well as Benny, 2 players from that last lobby, hot on the heels of Vincent. But this right side of the screen, I mean, Linsane not having a whole lot of luck with these Glacier Knights. I'm curious to see if he's going to stick it out, try and make it work, try and make some adaptations, or we are going to see him mix it up, bring in some new builds here. But I'm really excited about group number 2. So let's take a look at this. You can see K-Bunny right there up at the top, but Devless hot on his heels.
Yeah, this is another. We're gonna say this all day. Every lobby's sweaty, but just looking at these names, just such stacked lobbies. K-Bunny's our current point leader right now. Devless, previous final appearance. Obstra, Radical, Bear Nanas, very nice. All great players looking to compete in this group 2 here.
Oh yeah, no, so many great players. I mean, what's cool about this too is that this, like a lot of these groups have names that we know, names that we've seen before in previous seasons of the Mobile Open. But it's also great because we have some new faces joining us. And what's fantastic is we actually got a chance to sit down and talk to one of these new faces in K-Bunny and get his thoughts going to these matches. Let's take a look. We are here with K-Bunny, who has started off so strong in this tournament. Thank you so much for taking the time and sitting down with chatting with us. I guess to start this off, at least for us, you're a bit of a newer face coming into this, not necessarily competing in the last season. Talk to us a little bit about your history with Auto Chess and competing here in the Mobile Open.
I've always been more of a casual player. The Twitch streamers really kept me going more than anything. I started with the original game, watching Wreckful and Dog and Tides of Time and stuff like that. And then I kind of disappeared from it when it went mobile. I always played it casually. I wasn't really trying too hard, but I always kept around with all the streamers, really. I'm Mikey Mace in Twitch, so most of the people know me as that. And I was always following like Zath, Monty, Obstra, Wills, all the basic streamers. That really kept the game alive for me more than anything, because I really enjoy the community more above all, because it's a nice, small, tight community. And it's a lot of competition. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, it's incredible. How's it going, Mikey? I always see you in the chat, so it's cool to see to put a face to a name. So you've been performing really well so far in phase 3. Any like pre-game rituals you have for yourself to really get yourself ready to compete?
Well, I spend, as you guys can see in the background, this is my meditation room. I spend basically the whole day in here because now you guys got my nerves worked up. I didn't expect to be in this position because there is a lot of good competition in this, but I don't know, I just really settle my nerves and I just try to play my game, and that's pretty much it. I feel like I've got a lot of old school tactics that are still unused, and even in this game that were used in DAC, I feel way more than the mobile version. And I don't know, I kind of just play the same game through it and throughout, just changing up the synergies. And yeah, just basically just settling the mind is the main thing. I've never really played gaming competitions in the last 10 years plus. I was a very big gamer at a young age, but yeah, so this is kind of the first one I've done in a long time, kind of bringing back my old spirit more than anything.
I love it. Sort of reawakening that competitive drive a little bit is fantastic to see. And you talked about the idea of having these sort of core fundamentals down. And this is a question that I've asked quite a few different competitors, but I have a funny feeling I might get a different answer from you. But if you were talking to someone who had sort of aspirations to play a game like this more competitively, what advice would you give them?
Try to always have 10 gold on round 7, 20 on round 10, and 50 on round 15, and then play the game. Number one advice.
That is the most specific answer we've ever gotten, and I love it. Yes, thank you so much. Any last shout outs before we say goodbye and before we get back to these games?
No, just shout outs to all the streamers who always keep streaming. I love Wills. Wills is one of my buddies. I love to joke back and forth with Wills. Zath is obviously an awesome streamer. I've loved his community that he's built. And yeah, that's pretty much it. Just thanks for everyone for the community and hosting the tournament as well.
Awesome. We'd love to hear it.
And of course, to all the casters,
so
of course. And the casters, thanks for the work on the casting job as well there.
Oh, we'll take that. We'll take that. We appreciate it, man. We'll let you go meditate, relax, and best of luck in the games.
Thanks, man. You have a good day.
And what's cool about this as well is we send out surveys to the players when they make it here to the playoffs. And Zath, when asked, do you have any words for your opponents going into this? This was what K Bunny had to say. I hope my love for you is never forgotten. And from some other players, I would say maybe that's like a weird BM thing, but I truly believe it. What a chill guy. What a great guy. Member of the auto chess community. You love to see it.
Yeah, I don't know what exactly he means by it. I'm assuming he means it positively. I think he just wants the best competition coming out of it. So as long as he has like good competitors competing with him, he's happy.
I feel like it's one of those things like we're all going to play, we're all going to try our best, and we're all going to be better for it afterwards at the end of the day. That's definitely the perception that I'm getting out of that. But in any case, he's definitely one of the players to beat. And we'll see if there's no love lost between these competitors after these next few games. Ha! Amazing. Speaking of which, I'm taking a look. I'm getting word our lobby is almost ready to go, which means it's time to head to a short break. When we come back, though, right into the action with game number 2.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Verum, joined by Zath, and we are getting right on into match number 2. Here for group number 2 on day number 2. It's a lot of twos, Zath, I'm realizing as I'm saying this aloud.
Yeah, it's going to be a great game, too. We just saw the interview with K Bunny, so let's see if he's able to have calmed those nerves he was mentioning, and let's see what kind of game he pulls out on the second game here.
Yeah, I mean, he had a pretty big lead going into this, but I didn't do the quick mental math of exactly how far he moved ahead. I think he still had a decent round 1 here. But let's jump over with him here as we start this one off. Of course, in the early game, everybody's just chilling, putting the most optimal pieces on the board, but getting an early water spirit, I mean, I'm the kind of guy who takes that as a sign, and then I force things, and then I lose. So actually, you know what? Maybe don't listen to me. Maybe don't.
No, Water Spirit's actually pretty flexible at the moment. Usually most people use it in that Divinity build, but hey, we saw early 3 Assassins come out last game, so it can be flexible for an early 3 Sins as well. So not necessarily locking himself in a certain build just yet.
Oh yeah, and that's definitely the direction I'd be going in, because I saw those assassin buffs and I was like, yes please, I am all about it. But we'll see how players are going to play this out here, picking up that early Goddess of Light. So maybe could see some interesting coming out with Divinity here, or could be looking to potentially go on a bit of a loss streak. We will definitely keep an eye on that as we are seeing, just units, just strong, powerful early game units.
Yeah, and even though we did see 2 assassin builds last game, we saw Pearson with the 6 assassins and Silent with the feathered assassins. We did not see 9 assassins though, and that's the one that I feel it actually received a significant buff. So I really want to see someone whip out the 9 assassins today.
I mean, you heard it here, folks. You heard it from Zath. 9 sins. Let's go. For the 7 deadly sins. These are the 9. These are the 9 deadly assassins. All right, this is what I need. Goodbye, Water Spirit. You were well loved. So Hunter's probably going to be coming in here, despite the fact that we did see 3 Hunters take a little bit of a nerf, just reducing that bonus attack slightly. Not a huge deal, I think, though, as they're still pretty strong in the early game.
Yeah, I think when it comes down to it, the patch was just live for, I believe, a day now, or less than a day. So it's going to take some time for these players to adjust. They already come into this game with their certain habits, how they like to play the early game. And if it just so happens to be early 300s, I don't think anyone's going to change it too much off of one day. Maybe next week we'll see some changes, but for today, I want to say we're going to keep seeing these early 300s.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to take some time, to realize what's strong in this whatever new little iteration of the meta we see here. So we'll definitely be keeping our eyes on that and keeping our eyes on what players are looking. There's the open fort. Devless, I see you. And we're seeing Riona going to be going for that as well, just dropping in the single Goddess of Light. We'll laugh hysterically into our microphones if they end up facing against each other. Keeping it. Oh. Ha! Ha ha ha. I guess it's not hysterical. It was mild laughter. At least it happens now. So now they can go on their loss streak. You know what I mean? At least it happens now.
Yeah, that's fair. And what's crazy is last game, no one open forted. And right off the gate, 2 people in this lobby decided to open fort.
Yeah, no, we're seeing both of those players just going to be starting off with that. Devless is going to be, quote-unquote, winning that exchange. Winning by losing here. As Riona, of course, was going to get the W. Very Nice, though, is actually down towards the bottom of our HP totals and is still actually going to be committing to throwing in these Hunters here. So probably going to look to turn that around, flexing in maybe some of this Druid as well. I mean, this is the kitchen sink. This is everything. This is everything.
Yeah, just about. He doesn't even have Hunters in there. All he has is just Agresses and then just whatever else he's able to find. So I believe he just has all those items on the Agresses Ranger, just trying to get through this early game right now.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this early leveled up Agresses Ranger is a trap. Am I wrong? Am I crazy? I feel like it's a trap. I feel like it is. I feel like I've fallen into that trap many times.
Into what, though? Into like 600s or something?
Or just to like commit to using this, because she's not great. You know what I mean? Like, she's not stellar. So I feel like you said, like, I could just get her to level 2. Maybe I should stay on Hunters just a little bit longer than I should have. Now, obviously, Hunters is pretty strong in the early game, but I remember when I first started playing auto chess, it was like I just got bopped early. I would level her up, and I would feel good about it, and then I would, lose.
No, I think my personal opinion on Aegis' Ranger, I think it's a solid unit. It's a one-cost unit, so even if you upgraded it and end up selling it later, you lose no gold out of it, and I think it's pretty solid early, so I never feel like you get trapped anywhere with the Aegis' Ranger upgrade.
The key is to know when to sell her, though, and that I feel like is where some of the newer players may stumble, may fall short. But again, these guys obviously know exactly when they want to transition these builds. And as I'm saying, this is Kirsten, she's holding her ground. But a lot of these little trants, albeit they're snowballs, little Olafs, just going in there and smacking her in the face with popsicles, as you do.
Yeah, it just wasn't enough to run over those snowmen right there.
It's not enough.
Trying to look at the board right now. It's actually just a lot of Hunter players. I don't think I'm seeing anything else set up besides Hunters at the moment. Bananas with double Dwarf Sniper, Offstra with 3 Hunters.
I mean, this build from Banana right now is so interesting because he's not really going for like really, really strong synergies. He's just going for really, really strong pieces, just putting them on the board. I mean, 2 Dwarf Snipers at this point is just going to be outputting a ton of damage.
Yeah, that's just the name of the early game. The synergies don't matter too much. It's more about the individual power of the units there. Bananas looks like he's off to a decent start here. No one 100%ing at the beginning, so no crazy powerful starts for anyone. But if someone's able to hit the upgrades, maybe if Bananas hits his Dwarf Sniper 2-star, maybe he can actually start a solid win streak.
Yeah, I'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. We usually see one player, sometimes 2, go on a decent little win streak, assuming they don't run into each other too quickly. And then usually 1 to 2 players going for that open fort. And there's that 2-star Dwarf Sniper, like you mentioned. Can be throwing in the Doom as well. Another really strong unit in its own right. So still leaving a lot of options open here. Could flex more to the Hunters as I say that. Yeah, okay, keep going. You're there. But even has this level 2 Soul Breaker. So, I mean, I doubt we're going to see Sins coming out at this point, just taking a look at the lobby as a whole. But I like the fact that Banana just isn't limiting themselves at all. I mean, they can really go in any direction here.
Yeah, one key feature of Bananas' playstyle, he's great at improvising. He doesn't really come into these games with a set build he wants to put together or a set game plan. Just he's really all about adapting and putting together what he sees fit during that moment. So every game his builds are always a little bit different than the last.
And I mean, I personally think that's one of the best ways to approach it because it means you're hard to counter. It means that you're tough to play against. You're tough to read. I mean, players are going to go back, watch VODs, review the games, try and get a sense of like what the lobby's going to be building. But we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. I want to take a look at Obstra as well here. Another player busting out some Hunters, a lot of Hunters in this case. Already 6 Hunters on the board here for Obstra. All level 1 though, but I don't think that's going to make a ton of difference here because this is where we're past that Hunter nerf, quote unquote. 6 Hunters still looking pretty strong.
Yeah, this is one of the earliest 600 starts I've seen. You don't normally have 600 to closer to round 20, I want to say. So the fact that he has it all in there, I'm not sure how exactly 10. It's going to pan out. Yeah, very, very early 600.
I mean, he found that Siren. I mean, that was really sort of the linchpin to all this. And I mean, this is very interesting. We'll see. You know, we've seen some players dabble around with the transition into Insectoid from this, or maybe, I mean, just committing to the Hunters at this point. The only problem I see with this is the fact that we are seeing a good amount of players going into this Hunter. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. Is going to be opting to drop it just a little bit, go back down, and actually put in a DK here as well. Gonna opt to bring in this Dragon buff too. So I feel like Obstra's like, what is it? Gosh, what's the term I'm looking for? Something of riches. Just help me out here, Zath. Oh my goodness.
I know what you're talking about.
Abundance of riches. So anyway, it's a good problem to have. It's a good problem to have. You know what I mean? So many great options. Gosh, which one do I choose?
Yeah, not only was he able to have 600s early, but even has a Dragonite, which is a 4-cost unit, so it's very early for dragons as well. So yeah, just like you said, just has everything good that he wants right now. But the thing is, we did see 4 spirits perform extremely well last game. And that makes me think, are we going to start seeing a lot more range carries in these games? So things like 600 maybe are a lot more viable now if people are going to be doing 4 spirits. Or even carries such as Dragonite could be more viable against 4 spirit meta. But we'll have to see if anyone is thinking what Legato was thinking last game.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the question for sure. It's I don't want to say it's outright a rock paper scissors kind of battle, but in some situations it is. Some builds do have very strong and apparent counters, and players know it. So how they're going to be playing around it is certainly the question. We'll keep an eye on that, and I would not be surprised because we've seen a very melee-centric carry meta for a very long time. I don't really think that's going to change too soon unless, again, we start to see these spirits really rock in. And an embarrassment of riches, by the way, was the term I was looking for. Thank you to your local friendly search engine for helping me out with that. But in any case, I'm now starting to look towards the bottom here. Devlis and Riona both started out with a loss streak. Devlis has broken his now, going up to 600, bringing in some of the beast as well. So going to be having that a little bit of additional attack damage. And I think our only player, one of 2 players that's dealing with warriors, but probably the only one that's going to be going for 9 warrior.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Devlis is the only one going for 9 warriors because the other warrior player, Remy, has some insects on the board. So I would imagine Remy's thinking to transition into insectoids a little later in the game.
Yeah, I mean, Insectoids was one of those builds we were told to look out for coming into today. They did technically nerf it. They nerfed the damage that it does when to your chess player when they actually die, the amount of health damage that you take. But again, that doesn't necessarily mean that they're going to be winning any less. If you come down in a one-on-one situation with an Insectoid player, I mean, if you still lose, you still lose, and it's just sort of a slower trek towards your inexorable defeat. Your inevitable demise. Ooh, I'm looking at the board. Riona's putting in pieces. Let's see what Riona's going to be up to here. Riona, of course, an OG of the esports industry as a whole. I've worked with him on a good old game called Here's the Storm way back in the day, which was quite a lot of fun.
And Riona's, even though he's still in a loss streak, is putting units in, keeping the double precinct, so not quite confident that he's going to be winning this round. But based off the pieces that he has on the board and the bench, it looks like he's trying to come out of this loss streak with a feathered assassin build. Has the feathered pieces and the abyssal crawler. So if it's anything close to the build that Silent was able to put together last game, might be a good comeback for Riona. Silent was able to close out on 2nd place last game, so Feathered Sins could be very viable.
Yeah, I mean, obviously one of the key linchpins to this is, of course, is going to be getting up that Warpwood Sage, getting that up to level 2, level 3. Going to be hugely impactful, and of course, what items you can find on your Abyssal Crawler. We're looking to be getting that magic community, but having the Frantic Mask to start things off, definitely a good piece, a good place to start. So we'll be keeping an eye on this. Interesting, the Light Blade Knight is back here at the end. I wonder, and I'm going to go out on a limb, and feel free to reel me back in if I'm theory crafting too far, but maybe he was able to catch the end of that last game, saw how impactful Spirits was, and is thinking, look, I know this Light Blade Knight, if I put it in at level 1, maybe not going to be super impactful. Oh, wait, did he sell it already? Was I going to go on this whole diatribe about, like, the... I was going to go on this whole thing about, like, maybe he transitions into a ranged carry, and maybe he's going to hold this in the back pocket, and it still benefits from the feather buff, and it's going to be a whole thing, and then... you sold it. Okay, all right.
Yeah, I believe he was just looking for another unit to fulfill the feathered buff, so he can get 6 feathered in soon. But yeah, looks like he sold it. Just gonna rely on hitting another feather unit.
Yeah, we'll be keeping an eye on that there. Who else? Who else do you want to take a look at? We saw some potential Insectoid coming out here. It is Remy. We haven't really seen Remy yet. I call this the kitchen sink strategy. You got a lot of different stuff going on here. And we'll be seeing how this is going to be doing here. Just has this 2 insect start. Insects really comes online when you can get all 4.
Absolutely, but someone we could take a look at is Bananas. Finds himself on a 9 win streak right now, and wow. I'm looking at his board, and nothing like really stands out at me. It just looks like he's just playing very aggressively, just pushing the levels at the right time.
Devils is interesting because, yeah, everybody's level 7 now, so he's not like dramatically far ahead in terms of overall levels, but is not going to win this. So we are, your timing was flawless, Zaf. Absolutely flawless. I'm not going to say we cast or cursed him, but I'm not going to say that.
Yeah, for some reason I thought Bear was going to be able to keep that streak, but as you mentioned it, everyone in the lobby keeping up with the pressure that Banana was looking to apply, and Devla's actually taking it a step further and leveling up to level 8 on round 17. So if we jump over to Devla's, let's see what he's working on, the only player at level 8 right now.
Yeah, I mean, still going forward with these warriors. I mean, so this is part of the reason why this early level is you're committing to a build that you need to be level 9 for. You really come online when you're level 9. So the longer you take not being at level 9, the more world of hurt you're in. He's going to be looking for that pirate captain to help round out this one. Still hasn't found that yet, but going to be having this here. And I mean, Devils is able to keep himself above 30, so he's still going to be maintaining a decent economy. And we'll see how this goes. 8 warriors, though, just when you get that reflection, when you get that armor, damage bonus, it really changes the whole game for you.
Oh yeah, it's always such a great feeling. It's actually the worst when you're looking for that last warrior and you don't find it. Hopefully Devlis doesn't find himself in that place, and he's just able to find that last warrior he's missing pretty smoothly.
Yeah, I mean, that's certainly the hope here. Going to be looking to grab that. And I mean, Remy, though, I gotta jump back and more. I gotta jump back and more with Remy. Now on a 6-win streak, tied up the HP with Banana, who's lost a couple in a row now, going in with this 6 beast build. We just saw it have some success there, putting the carries on the Berserker. I do love me a carry Zerker. I'm not gonna lie, I don't hate it.
Yeah, Remy coming with a really unique build. You mentioned it a little earlier. We did not see any 6 beast build come out last game, even though we did see a lot last week. And here we are, Remy with the 6 beast build, but running it a little bit differently. Normally you see 6 beasts with a fallen Witcher carry, but this 6 beast build looks like he may be going for Glacial Beast, because he has a Berserker 2-star as his carry here.
And here's the thing. Even if the only thing this Glacial is really getting him is his plus 35% attack speed on his Berserker, that's actually going to have a pretty big impact here. I mean, look, with the Maelstrom as well, just having that additional, having that ability to proc this and having this additional attack speed, that is going to make a big difference, because once he just ramps it up with that Fervor, when those Fervor stacks start going, he just shreds tanky units.
Yeah, and Remy's not even done yet. He only has 2 Glacial in. He just has to work his way all the way to level 10, and he could squeeze in 2 more Glacial units, run 6 beasts, 4 Glacial, and his build is really online then.
Yeah, I mean, looking in a really, really interesting spot. He could opt to go that route. He could even maybe... Yeah, no, I think he's going that route. I think that's definitely going to be the way he's looking to run this year. Just having that additional attack speed with these beasts. Attack speed, attack damage. I mean, that's a great way to just chunk through an opponent's board. And one of the things that's cool about this, too, is with this Berserker carry, even if somebody should transition into those spirits, I mean, we could potentially see this being a little bit of an answer to that. Which is kind of nice.
Yeah, that is a great point. Range carries are probably going to be the answer to a lot of the mages coming out. So I'm not sure if anyone's actually opting to run mages in this lobby, at least not spirit mages.
Yeah, well, I don't believe we're seeing any players looking to run that here. I do not. I see some divinity down there towards the bottom by K-Buddy. We'll check that out in a bit. But no, I do not see any mages coming in here. But let's see what K-Bunny's up to. K-Bunny on an 8-loss streak down to 15 HP. Oh my goodness. I don't think this is what we expected from the player who looked so solid coming into this. I mean, maybe we made him nerf, like maybe the interview. Maybe I don't want to blame ourselves, but maybe it was us. Zap, maybe it was us.
Hopefully not. I would like to see K-Bunny continue to perform well. Seems like a good guy. But yeah, little find himself in a bit of a tough situation in this game. Does have 4 divinity in, but is missing a warlock for that 4 warlock buff, so has to find a way to get himself to level 9 and also roll for this 3-star water spirit with not that much gold or health to work with. So very, very tricky situation for K-Bunny.
And losing to neutrals, not probably going to help that. Sorry, buddy. Oh, boy. That one's a little bit tough. We're going to see, watch what he's rolling for, watch what he's looking for here. Is going to be able to find a couple of key levels. That's actually a pretty big deal here. Looking to try and get this water spirit up to level 3. That's really what this is a big roll down too. He is trying to find it down to 24 gold left in the pocket, only 10 HP. This could be do or die. If he faces up against a tough board, someone like Remy up there at the top, this could be really rough. And up against Opstra right now, this one's going to get interesting.
Yeah, it looks like Opstra is slowly setting up Insectoids. Not sure if he has full 4 Insectoids in there, but has the Venomancers and has a couple 4-cost duplicates. So yeah, it looks like not a full setup Insectoid board, and K-Bunny hanging on there for at least one more round.
Yeah, and of course, we mentioned this before. It's not necessarily about getting that first place victory. It's just about making it into that top 4, ideally in the top 3, time and again. There are so many random elements in a game like auto chess. It's hard to predict exactly how these things are going to go. So that's why it's not like, oh, one game, winner take all, whoever wins. No, that's never how it goes, because sometimes you just don't find the pieces you need. It's why we use this scoring system like we do, in order to make sure that we try and make this as fair as possible. As we're continuing to see the roll down, looking for it. He's so close to that level 3 water spirit.
Alright, can K-Bunny survive one more round to potentially 3-star his water spirit, going up against Devlis's 9 warriors? And this could be the end for K-Bunny here. The warriors just pushing forward. The water spirit's not ulting at all. And this could be it for K-Bunny here.
Oh, no. It is. Oh, my goodness. An unfortunate 8th place finish. That is not optimal, because there are so many players so close behind him in the leaderboards. Now with this finish, he's absolutely going to drop out of first. Oh, boy. That one's rough. Not ideal there for K-Bunny, but look, he's got himself a little bit of a win streak here. It's Radical, of course, our Season 5 champion up here, rocking the Druids with the Assassins and the Feathered. Feathered Assassin, you talked about this. This one's old school.
Yeah, very old school, and running it with Beast. Normally you see Feathered Assassins ran with either Marine or Beast, but Radical, recognizing there's no mages in the lobby, says he doesn't need Marine. So rather just give the buff to all his units with the Beast synergy, running with Sand King and Razor Claw. So very classic Feathered Sins build coming out for Radical, and it's proven to work pretty well for him. Finds himself on a streak right now. So this is the second time we've seen Feathered Assassins come out post this assassin buff. So this could be a trend that we could be seeing for the rest of the day today.
And what I really like about this too, of course, is this buff. You get this on your summons as well. So all these treants, these level 3 treants that are getting spawned by the Whisper Seer, those are going to start to stack up. That damage, it's actually going to make an impact on these games. So it's little stuff like that. I think just having is like knowing, hey, look, this is a synergy that affects my summons. I'm going to play around that, and we can see that it's definitely having an impact here. And also this positioning as well. This is not super standard. Normally you have the Warpwood Sage really far out in front, making sure you're tanking this, but talk to us a little bit about this positioning. What do you think the thought process is here?
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I see the Assassins are cornered to the left side, and the other units on the right. He is more spread out, so I would imagine he's preparing for mages just to kind of have the damage spread out a bit more. But there's no mages, so I'm not sure exactly what his reasoning is for this positioning here. Could be that the Assassins are jumping to the back, and also let's take a look at the Whisper Seer if it has any items. I believe it may have a teleport down here.
It does.
Okay, so yeah, maybe all the units that teleporting to the back line are off to this left side here.
Yeah, I think that's definitely it. Yeah, no, that's 100% it. Basically, he's just trying to spread out his force. So he's creating like a bulk, sort of trying to protect his hard carries, or his range carries, I should say, here on the right. But then the rest of them are going and jumping into the back. And he's bringing the Whisper Seer with him as well to just keep this alive a little bit longer. Because what did I talk about? What did I say was going to have an impact on this? It's the summons as well, being able to get those tree and stuff. So having the Whisper Seer go in to the back and having all those Assassins tank up in front, because they're going to be the ones getting right up into the fray, it keeps this Whisper Seer alive even longer, because even if they're getting dove on, they're going to be, you know, going up against this Razor Claw, which is fairly tanky, going into the Warpwood Sage, which is fairly tanky, and, you know, he's going to take a little bit more damage on this Shining Archer, but able to keep these range carries alive a little bit longer. Actually, I think it's a pretty solid play. But oh my goodness, Riona, 4 HP. Let's jump over here. Let's see what's happening.
And Riona running a very similar build as Radical, but instead of Beast, he's just running it with Abyssal Crawler. So a bit more similar to what Silent ran last game, but Silent was able to 3-star the Abyssal Crawler, which Riona's getting really close, just missing 3 more units. I'm not sure he'll be able to 3-star it before the game is over for him, but we'll have to see who he faces in this upcoming round.
Yeah, I mean, Riona is rolling down here. Gonna try and find it. Just get a couple more Abyssal Crawlers. The downside, of course, is as you continue to level up, of course, you can see it right here on your screen. The percentage chance that you get certain units is going to change. So as he continues to level up here, he's actually staying on level 8, which I think is very level 7, I should say, which is actually level 8, yes, which is very strategic, making sure that he increases the chances of still getting these lower cost Abyssal Crawlers.
Yeah, but interesting enough, the percentage chance of the pulling a 2-cost unit doesn't actually change from level 8 to 9. So you can actually go to 9 and still have the same chances of pulling your 2-cost. Yes.
So at this point, just gotta keep hoping you get that luck, or well, I guess needed hope a little bit sooner, because that's going to be it. Going up against sort of the mirror match build there. And Riona going down. That's Radical on the 9-win streak, and Obstra and Remy kind of going the same fate. Devless, though, is on a 6-win streak of their own. We'll be keeping an eye on this. Who do you want to jump on board with? We've got some options.
Let's jump back on board with Remy. He was running the 6 Beast Glacial, and I believe he's almost close to finalizing his build.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. We're needing to find that last glacial component here. And of course, being able to get to level 10 just makes this that much more impactful. But it seems like every single time we swap to a player, they just run into Radical, is just continuing the spree. And we can see it. Summons from both sides, but those Treants just going to town.
Yeah, and it looks like the difference thing is Remy was running 6 Beasts, but opts to remove 6 Beasts in place for 4 Glacial. But yeah, it looks like regardless, taking a huge hit from Radical, getting knocked out.
Yeah, not ideal there at all. We are seeing Obster going out as well. So multiple players getting knocked down at the end of this round. Radical looking solid up there at the top of the leaderboard. Let's jump on board with Devless, the only one I mentioned before, going to be going into that 9 Warrior. And this time, maybe looking to, is going up there to level 10 and bringing in this Dark Spirit. And I personally love this unit so much. I mean, the black, obviously, just that percentage-based HP damage is just, it's always going to be good.
Yeah, and actually, I'm looking at the scoreboard. Bananas, I mentioned it earlier, quite the improviser, is just full-on improvisation mode for Bananas. I have never seen a build like this before. Yeah,
this one's certainly unique. Oh boy. I mean, what do you do against this? What do you do against this Warpwood Sage? You just have, the answer can't be have more damage, because that's not look at that. Come on. There you go, Sacred Lancer. Stack, I believe in you.
Don't underestimate me, bro.
All right, so Radical still maintaining this streak here. Devless still on 21 HP, but Baronana Zath, who started out this game just so strong, is having a bit of a struggle bus here. Is making it into the top 4, but only 11 HP left to work with. That's not going to give him any losses.
Yeah, just a very improv build, not really going towards any specific synergies. It does manage to squeeze in 4 beasts here at the end, but this is not really a traditional build you see run. Just running Doom 2, PCAP 2 with a Sniper and Fallen Witcher. Not necessarily Warriors, not necessarily Feathered, just a little bit of both builds. Kind of combining builds together, but not really working out there for Baronana.
Ooh. Yep, is going down there, but still securing that top 4 finish. Radical, though, I believe the streak is still alive. We'll be keeping an eye on that. We haven't jumped on board with Veranice in a while here, and we're seeing another one of these big, tanky Warpwood Sage as the Druids definitely having an impact here in this game with the Feathered Hunters this time coming in. So the only player to actually maintain these Hunters all the way to the late game, and it's working out pretty well.
Yeah, and Feathered again. There's 2 Feathered players in the top 3 right now. One's running Feathered Assassins, one running Feathered Hunters. So could be back in a Feathered dominant meta, perhaps. Feathered just showing up more and more.
Yeah, I mean, well, one of the things to keep in mind, too, is that even, again, a little early stuff, but the percentage to hit chance on Hunter going down just a touch, so maybe going to be benefiting that a little bit more, but still, little things. I'm just theory crafting to the nth degree here, but all I know is that Veranice put himself in a solid position because I'm looking at the economy. Devless is level 10. Veranice is still level 8 and has been able to hold on here, looking like they'll be able to level to 9 whenever they so choose. Why do you think the decision is that they've held back on leveling so far?
I'm not sure. If he takes a look at his competitors, Radical at 1 gold, Devless at 3 gold, very nice. Should definitely get spending ASAP. You want to keep up with what your opponents are doing, or you just tend to fall behind.
Okay, I'm good on, because that's my gut instinct as well. That's my gut instinct as well. Spend some cash. Spend some cash, and maybe it's because he hasn't, suffered a really traumatic loss yet so far in this game. I think that's going to change though, as I'm slowly watching this Warpwood Sage just getting just slowly but surely it's gonna get chewed apart by Treants. Oh my goodness. Okay.
That's assuming it ever goes down.
What is it gonna say? No. What? We're gonna be here all right. I hope you all brought snacks. We'll be here for a while. They can't kill it. That's hilarious.
Just something about this does not seem right. I'm not sure if this should be a thing.
I mean,
5 units are gaining up against 1 unit, and 1 unit just refuses to even take any damage.
Look, I'm not saying if you have ice armor and then double ice plate mails. I mean, what is your evasion rate at that point? Oh my, it's a lot. It's like 40%.
And I believe the
evasion,
anti-maga cloak also gives health regeneration now, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, plus 20.
Yeah, yeah, that's a new addition to that item. So that kind of showing in what it can do there. The Warped Sage is maintaining its health.
Yeah, and just of course, the way the Leech Seed is, everything's going to group up around it. This time, though, I think it will end up going down to the Warriors of Devless. And that's where I mentioned before, if there's one unit that's great at taking down those big tanky things, of course, it is that Berserker. This one's going to come down to the wire, though. Another unit that's great at that job is, of course, that Sacred Lancer. It does so much damage if it gets going. And those spears with the Frantic Mask, having that, I mean, we saw it last week so many times. The Lancer didn't have the mask, and I heard it in your voice, Seth. You were sad every time.
Yeah, Sacred Lancer used to be the premier carry before he received a couple nerfs, kind of put him a bit out of favor. But Sacred Lancer, with the right items, still another monster. So I want to see where Devless is actually putting those items on right now. Which carry is he relying on? Is it Doom, or is it going to be the Sacred Lancers?
Oh, it's all in on the Doom train, baby. All in on that Doom. We can see it go to town there. Oh my gosh, when it smacks. Oh boy. Going up against Radical right now. We'll see how well the Warriors are going to be able to do. And I think the answer is pretty darn well. And I'm thinking to myself, this is a build that would have absolutely gotten, I'm pretty sure would have gotten pretty heartily destroyed by those spirits. But having the Sacred Lancer and the Berserker potentially as your carries, is that a way to potentially still run these Warriors and try and negate that?
Yeah, I agree. If there's no 4 spirits, just stack your Doom. If there are 4 spirits, you can stack the Zerker or the Sacred Lancer. I think the key reason Devless is finding success right now is that legendary item on that Doom, the Monkey King Kane. He's going up against Radical, who's running 6 feathered, and Very Nice, who's running 6 feathered. And this is literally the counter item to 6 feathered. 6 feathered wants to get you to miss your attacks. And with this item, it prevents you from, can't be evaded. You're hitting every single attack. And Doom chunks like a truck. So Devla's really big brain there, just coming out with the counters with his itemization.
Yeah, and I think this is so interesting too because 6 feather to this stage in the game is going to be very hard to try and transition out of. I would say impossible to try and transition out of. So, oh man, we'll see how this goes. If the Doom can keep going, if it can stay on target, if it can look at it, every time it attacks, something goes to half HP. It just absolutely wrecks. We'll see if the opposing carries can take it down here. That's really the raid boss, and if it can create space for that Lancer to do its work, it's going to have a great time. And yeah, we're just seeing the Warriors go to town. A very specific situation where 9 Warriors is excelling with the right itemization.
Yeah, and what's insane is no one decided to run that 5 Dragon Mage comp that Legato had so much success with last game. Not even a single player wanted to play mages this game. So you're really seeing the difference between the lobbies and what kind of builds they want to bring.
Yeah, and I mean, makes me so happy too, because, you know, some players want to be a little more like, oh man, you know, there's only really a couple of strong builds and X, Y, and Z, and it's going to come down to dealing with that. But I don't, you know, I think there are enough counters to enough builds that even if one build becomes pretty darn strong, I think enough of these players are smart enough to figure out a way to deal with that. The question is whether they find the pieces in time in that lobby, and whether that comes down to the point where, you know, sure, you're countering something, you're looking at towards the top and like, well, that one guy up there, he's building something strong, I'm gonna try and counter him. You then have to get to the late game enough. Your build has to be able to deal with enough other people to get you there to the point where you're having that epic one-on-one.
Yeah, exactly. Just surviving is the hard part. Because all these players playing very aggressively, playing at a very high level. So to be able to survive to a top 3 situation takes an insane amount of skill.
Oh, for sure. Oh, for sure. I mean, especially with just how good all of these players are. They are all incredibly talented. As we're taking a look at the perspective of Very Nice here, going up against Devless, and oh man, we can just see how tough it is to survive through the damage of these Warriors, and I think that's just going to be it. That's going to be Very Nice going out. And we're seeing Radical as well going up against the Copy. I think that Radical is probably a good chance that he takes the victory there. And oh no, we're doing this again. Oh, wait. I think we got enough. Maybe. Maybe. Come on. Hey. Normally I root for you, Warpwood Sage, but
yeah, it's actually why the Doom ultimate is actually pretty clutch against Radical's team, because if he can Doom the Warpwood Sage won't have the healing. Cast. So yeah, Devla should have an edge here. There are a few things Radical can do. If he was able to find his own Dark Spirit, potentially could have enough damage to get over these 9 Warriors. But as things stand right now, I think the 9 Warriors do have the edge. Radical did level to 10, throw in the Witcher to hopefully get the debuff on the Doom to take away the Demon. But I'm not sure if a single Witcher is going to be enough to take out all the 9 Warriors.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the answer here to the questions that are being posed. The Doom is continuing to go to town though, but I mean, finding a little bit more success this time. And we're seeing Radical looking like he's going to try and stabilize here. Having a little bit of success for now, but we'll see. Oh boy, if those shots can get out. I mean, hey, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like the Witcher was exactly enough. And if we jump back with Devless, I believe he had a pretty strong item on that Sacred Lancer. Not only did he have the Holy Spirit Lance, but I believe the Crystal Sword is also just recently received the buff as the recent patch. So taking advantage of the new items here.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, that Crystal Sword, you know, just having that attack on, doubled its attack, added 5% more crit chance. So definitely could be feeling the impact of this here. We're just jumping on board with Devless now to see if that last loss was just a bit of a fluke or if Radical was able to stabilize here. That is the big question. We're seeing this Warpwood stage, though. My God, it's just so tanky. It's just, get it, get the Sage. Do it, I believe in you. I believe in you, little units. Yes, go, Sacred Lancer. Sorry, that's just such a ridiculous unit. I ain't gonna lie, and there we go.
Happy birthday.
It wasn't pretty, but the job was done, at least for now, and holding on here, a back and forth battle between these two players, 17 HP to 14. Zath, we got ourselves a fight on our hands.
Yeah, absolutely. Devless won the first one. Radical came back, took a round, and then Devless came right back to win this round. But Devless was a huge upgrade here with a Dark Spirit 2-star now. I would imagine these go right back into Devless's favor.
Yeah, with this Origin Wand as well. So we'll see how this one goes. Where it gets that cast off. Look at the HP bars just all starting to get chunked. And I'm just going to keep on listening to that Sacred Lancer every single time it attacks. You can feel the impact in the lobby. And yeah, that's just going to be it. That's just going to be all she wrote. That is going to be the game here. And a solid win coming out there. Nicely done. Solid play here in our second game.
Yeah, very well done by Devless there. Doing it out of a loss streak as well. So lose streak in 9 Warriors, still very strong.
Yeah, I mean, in the right situation, in the right lobby, up against the right opponents, running the right builds, you can make a lot of things work. And we saw 9 Warrior have some success, but I wasn't going to be like, yeah, this is the one to write home about. This is the powerhouse build that you should all be running. But in this scenario, when you get the right items, I actually think that was probably one of the strongest case in point situations to say, this is why itemization is so important.
Yeah, items really determine where you finish off in a top 3 situation. It really depends whether you come out in 4th place or 1st place based off those items. And Devless having great items, not only to counter the feathers with the Doom, but also just output absurd amount of damage with that Sacred Lancer.
Yeah, I mean, the two of those combined really covering all the bases there. Having the Doom sort of being able to go up front, still being, that insane damage dealer, but then having the Sacred Lancer in the back to continue to deal that out. And once it got that Holy Spirit Lance, no lamps here, just the Lance. It did a whole lot, but still, goes to show how competitive that lobby is. And I can't wait to see what our third lobby has in store for us, because that's the match we're going to have up next. Before we head to our break, though, before we get to that match, of course, I need to remind you all at home that if you're not following the brand new ESL Mobile Twitter account, you should absolutely be doing so, and over on Instagram at ESL Mobile for some cool behind-the-scenes stuff. Stay up to date with all the things we're doing here for the Mobile Open. Definitely recommend you do that. !social in the chat. And if you're watching this and you're thinking, man, I mean, it's probably very late if you're in Europe or Middle East, North Africa. But if you're thinking, man, I would love to compete in this, I would love to get involved. Well, you can, because the Mobile Open Season 2 for EU and MENA, there's acronyms. I don't want to get it wrong. Middle East, North Africa, every single time I'm going to get it wrong, and that's fine. But you can compete right now in the Mobile Open there. So if you're across the pond, you say, man, I love mobile esports, I want to compete, this is the way to do so. We're going to head to a short break, though. When we come back, we're going to break down this intense second match, and we'll get into match number 3.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm in Varum, that's Zath, and we are 2 games in to our second day of the playoffs here for Auto Chess. And we've already seen some pretty epic battles, and I have to say, a ton of different builds.
Yeah, the variety is insane coming out. Completely different games that won game 1 and showed up in the top 3 there, then in game 2. And actually, builds that would actually be competing against each other. Like the 4 Spirits could do well against 9 Warriors, but no 4 Spirits in this lobby, and 9 Warriors actually taking it to win game 2.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure, and I think you touched on it there. I think we have seen 6 different builds in the top 3 across 2. I mean, that's just absolutely nuts. So if we take a look back at that game, I mean, walk us through it, because that one was certainly a roller coaster.
Yeah, and here at the start, round 11, Bananas did get off to a pretty strong start, just running the double Fallen Witcher with the Dwarf Sniper upgrade. He was able to get off on a strong win streak in the early game. And here we go, Optra versus Radical, round 14. Optra also had a decently strong start, starting off with 600, eventually transitioning into some Dragon Hunters at this point in the game. And he was able to continue a good streak against Radical here. Alright, here we have Riona versus Bananas. At this point in the game, I believe Bear still had his streak, but Riona, with the 6 Feathered and Assassins online, was able to take down Bananas' streak. Now we have K Bunny versus Devless. K Bunny, one of our top players going into this game, was trying to put Divinity together, but the 9 Warriors from Devless just power spiking a bit too early and taking out K Bunny on round 22, not allowing the Divinity to get online. And now this 6 Feathered mirror match, Radical versus Riona, but Radical 6 Feathered was a bit stronger at this point in the game. Could have been the 6 buff added from the Lord of Sand and the Razor Claw, putting him over the edge against Riona's 6 Feathered. And here we go towards the end. Bananas with a unique build going up against a 6 Feathered from Berenice. And it looks like the 6 Feathered with the tanky Warfruit Sage just unable to go down for Berenice is going to end up closing it out over Bear. Now we have towards the end the 9 Warriors, the Doom. The name of this game was the itemizations coming out from the Doom 2-star. The Monkey King Kane, the counter to 6 Feathered. So the awareness coming out from Devless to be prepared to combine the items to build the proper counters. And here in the very end, Devless versus Radical, Devless Warriors coming out on top against the Feathered Assassin build.
Yeah, I mean, again, just having that Doom with the right items, having the Sacred Lancer, just having that sheer damage output to just get through the evasion, get through everything that was being thrown at him. I props to Devless. That was sticking to your guns, itemizing correctly, positioning well, making it. And that was just a textbook how to play auto chess well. And that's what you love to see here at this level of play. But before we get too much further into the games, we still have 3 more in store for all you fine folks at home. I need to mention Aniki and the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge. Of course, you've heard me talk about this a lot over past seasons, over the past broadcasts, but if you have not signed up for the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge, I definitely recommend you go take a look. Put in !GLHF in the chat. Basically says that when I play online games, I am just going to try and be a nice person, try and create a positive, welcoming space in the games that I play. And, that's something I know as a streamer. It's something you actively try and do, welcoming folks into the community. I remember when I was first researching, trying to learn auto chess, and when we were going to be, when I knew I was going to be casting this, yours was actually the stream that I went into, Zath, when I was like, I want to learn about this game. I asked you some questions, got me started. I don't know if you still remember. That was months and months ago now.
I do remember that. Was
kind of, there you go. But it's those kind of welcoming environments that the Good Luck Have Fun Pledge is really all about. And you also get an exclusive badge there on Twitch if you do sign up. We've had over 800,000 people already take the pledge, so I definitely recommend that you go check it out. I actually got a chance to sit down a while back now and chat with some fine esports industry veterans to get their thoughts on the pledge too. So let's take a look at that.
My name is Jordan Gilbert, aka Nothing.
Hi, my name is Sue Lee. My handle is Smix.
I think it's important for these initiatives to happen. Empathy really, really goes a long way, and it always means so much to us, and I think that's where initiatives like this really help.
I encourage everyone in the community, anytime they see bullying, anytime they see someone getting called names, I encourage you to step up and say something.
Good luck, have fun.
Good luck, have fun.
Oh, you heard it there. GLHF. Definitely go check that at anykid.org. Like I said before, ! GLHF. If you see me typing in the chat at all, you see I've got that fancy Twitch badge there next to my name. But let's talk about we can talk about names, we can talk about games. Let's talk about Auto Chess. Let's talk about how things have shaken out after that last match. Devless has overtaken K-Bunny and crew. K-Bunny with that unfortunate start to that last game. Definitely put him at a bit of a deficit here, and Devless with that victory, 52 points. Him and Legato, man, I have to say, Zaf, they are looking really strong.
Yeah, based off these scores, looks like Legato had another great game. And someone we haven't mentioned too much in this cast, but Monty, look at that. Top 3 right now for Monty. So we'll have to keep an eye whenever his group comes up, because he came to play today.
Yeah, I think we'll be casting him next, I do believe, over there in group number 3. And yeah, Monty is just such a veteran here, not only of the tournament, but of Auto Chess as a whole. Not surprised to see him there, tied with Silent for that number 3 spot. Leroy as well, actually being able to get in there, just sitting in that top 8, but Wills and crew hot on the heels. Let's take a look at the rest of this leaderboard, though, and see how this has shaken out. Radical moving up there with that near win in that last game. Arfton there as well. And Bear Nana, Riona unfortunately dropping a little bit after that last game, but PZ with a win, or not a win, but a strong performance in that last one, able to move up. And still, Lynn saying, oh man, still trying to make those glacial lights work, I think. Okay, I gotta give him props.
Yeah, it looks like it. Not having the best set of games, but yeah, big game for Radical. He was sitting on the right side of this page, but now inching closer and closer towards that black line of the top 8 that he needs to qualify for the finals.
Yeah, I mean, it's we've got quite a few games left. Decent number. Still has an opportunity to make that happen here. And there's Monty, like we mentioned before, up there at the top. And Nova hot on the heels with Hugo there as well. These 3, I think, are going to be a lot of the names they're mentioning here. But Vince, I have to be honest, Zath, I'm a little bit surprised to see him not fighting for this top 3 right now.
Yeah, Monty and Vince are actually 2 players that competed in the Shanghai Invitational last year, so very big veterans of the game. But Vincent, I believe, has just not been playing as much as he used to, because maybe he just had a bit of a falling out. So we'll see. Still a very strong player, and definitely has the potential to win any of these games.
Oh, for sure. And I can definitely appreciate that. Sometimes you just play a game so much, you can take a little bit of a break, but I definitely appreciate him coming back in and competing here in our tournament. It's always a pleasure to watch. And that means now I'm getting word. We're looking like we're getting this lobby set up here for our 3rd match of the day. Our first time seeing group number 3. I cannot wait to see what they're going to bring to the table, what new builds we're going to see come out on top. We're going to head to a short break. When we come back, our 3rd match of the day. Don't want to miss it.
the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, welcome back everyone to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Zath once again as we're getting into game number 3. We're starting to make our way through these matches now, Zath. We're starting to come down to the point where players, if they're not in that top 8 now, they really got to start looking towards winning some games because there's only a few left.
Yeah, absolutely. If you're not winning by now, it's just not looking good for you. These are the games where it's all on the line. You got to make sure every single game counts because even 1 point could determine the difference between top 8 and being 9th.
Oh, yeah, literally. We've literally seen it come down to a single point make that difference. And at the end of the day, we'll probably be able to get a sense of what that magic number is going to be, the number to get you over the bubble and into that top 8. And that's what all these players are vying for right now. Not only for the prize money, not only for the prestige, but for the chance of being crowned our Mobile Open champion. You got a fancy trophy, get some prize money. It definitely feels good. But I want to take a look at reminding the folks at home, or informing the folks at home, about what this lobby's been looking like. Monty and Nova have each taken a win today, respectively, and given their position on the leaderboard. Zath, I can't say I'm surprised.
Yeah, both of them sitting at the top of their lobby and looking out from just round 3. We got a couple of high rollers already. We got Monty and Leroy already with a 2-star unit round 3. Very, very early 2 stars.
Yeah, I mean, getting that early God of War 2, that one's sort of deceptive and just it's a unique functioning piece. After it doesn't have an attack. You smack it, you smack it, and eventually he smacks back and it hurts. And I always think that's funny because I always just like looking at the board whenever that massive AOE splash comes out. It's like, that's something. That's something, right? It's always just so fun to watch.
Yeah, I agree. God of War, actually, he's deceptively strong in the early game. You wouldn't expect him to be dishing out so much damage, but he actually can dish out a good amount of damage as long as he does have the Divinity cooldown, which Monty does not have at the moment.
Yeah, we're keeping an eye on that. But even still, just watch. There's bars building up with building. It's good. He's going to do it. He's going to do it. Somebody stop this man. Okay, that was not very impactful. All right, never mind. Here I go hyping it up, and then that happens. Oh my gosh, this is going to be close. It was not that close. I lied.
Yeah, it was a battle of the hunters right there. One was upgraded, one's just sniper, and the sniper still came out on top.
One is upgraded, and the other is just a dwarf. He's just dwarf sniper. He's just pretty good. He's pretty good. You know, he's doing his thing. He's here in a corner. He's just having that max range and just having a time.
Could have actually been that item though. Monty choosing to do Maelstrom very early, and I've seen a couple players choose to combine that item just simply to survive the early game. Either survive the early game or really pressure the early game. So yeah, Monty thinking ahead, maybe trying to keep this streak here as long as he can.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see that here. He's got a pretty decent start. This is kind of interesting because he does have almost an identical start to the one Legato had in game number 1, bringing in that early Thunder Spirit with these Hunters. And that didn't end up transitioning into that Spirit build that we saw at the end. And it's definitely too soon for me to be drawing conclusions here, but it would be interesting to see if we saw a bit of a similar build path here coming out from Monty. Let's take a look at our leaderboards, though. Dog button going to be open forwarding. We'll see if Nova is going to be going on a little bit of a loss streak here as well. Not necessarily sure that's going to be the case, but has taken a decent amount of damage. Let's jump on board and see what Nova is doing. Of course, one of the winners of these I believe the winner of that last game. So we'll see if we're able to repeat that performance here.
Yeah, nothing too crazy going for Nova right now. Just running the classic 300 start. No 2 stars yet, so Nova's just dying to hit some of these upgrades so he can really figure out which direction he wants to take the build.
Yeah, definitely going to be in need of a little bit of direction. Oh my goodness. Okay, well that's a smack. Because this loss streak is happening kind of whether he wants it or not at this point. And at this point, I almost feel like he kind of got to lead into it. But I mean, I'm going to hold my tongue because he's committing to this. There's the Dwarf Sniper coming on in, but really just looking to try and get a 2-star on the board at this point. Going to try and tank up just a touch more That's that 50 HP difference, having that taunt as well, getting that additional armor. You just need to create space for these hunters at the back.
Yeah, and I'm not even sure Nova is necessarily trying to win. Maybe he wants to try to keep his loss streak, but not lose by too much compared to just completely open 40, since he has not been able to find the priest. So maybe he just doesn't want to commit just yet.
I think that's the play for sure. And I actually really like this call. The problem happens if he accidentally runs into Dog Bun. And that's where this could be disastrous. And Dog Bun, yes, is going to take a lot more damage earlier on. But the flip side of this is that we will absolutely be sure to maintain that loss streak, maintain that income. And we can see the difference. Nova's still rolling. Like, Nova's now starting to sell out a little bit and starting to get that gold back. But Dog Bun is literally double his piggy bank right now.
Yeah, and what's interesting is Nova is grabbing some of these mages. Grab the Flame Wizard, has a source on his bench. So you kind of mentioned it. Similar build path of Legato. Legato literally had 303 mages early. Oh, and Nova, just as you call it, yep, facing Dogbun and no longer on a loss streak. So yeah, very curious situation for Nova. Has to kind of start winning now. Or he's just kind of in a middling situation because he no longer is on that loss streak that Dogbun is on.
Yeah, that's definitely less ideal here. I don't think that's necessarily how Nova wanted that to go. However, Vincent's down here on a loss streak. Well, we'll hop over to Vincent and see what's happening here. Very similar situation, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, looks like early hunters with some mages on the bench. Even the Tortilla Elder. I wonder what kind of items Vincent has. If he has any mana items, and for sure, probably commit mages. It's a very early Tortilla.
Yeah, and we'll see. We'll keep an eye on it. I can't actually find any items. Where are you, items? Where are you?
I believe the items are still in his bag. I don't think he's committed to pulling them out just yet.
The UI doesn't want to let me look. It's fine. It's a mystery. It's a mystery for now. We don't get to know. That's okay. We'll know when the time is right. When fate has decreed that we should be the ones to know what items he's going to be running. We'll keep an eye on that for sure. And there's a lot to be said for like what early game items that you actually take. Because for a lot of players, it's like, I don't necessarily know what build I'm going to go. So like, and obviously it also dependent on what items you're given, and you've got to try to make the best of that. Is there any advice that you have for newer players who are like, what items should I take in the early game?
Yeah, there's definitely some items that stand out more. I think in general, the trend I've seen with top level players is they've all decided on all 3 items they want before round 10. Like, the more decisive you are with what items you want, you generally find those players towards the top because they have items that people aren't utilizing. Like, for example, Vince didn't use any items before round 10. He's just holding them off, really wants to decide which items he wants to combine. So as opposed to Monty, who combined a Mealstorm right out the gate, round 4.
Immediately, yeah.
Monty on a win streak, Vincent towards the bottom. So just taking different approaches to the game in terms of itemization.
And speaking of different approaches, normally we see players when they get on a loss streak, they really work to build up that economy. I don't think this was necessarily Vince's plan. He has 2 Tortola Elders already at this stage of the game, around 11. So this is going to be a committal to mage, and it's all coming out right here. This is going to be it, bringing in the human as well, so you're going to be getting those experience, and that second piece, that was the go button. He probably is still going to lose quite a few rounds here, but I love the fact that we now have a decisive plan coming out here for Vince.
Yeah, it was definitely tying up his economy a little bit, being in between builds, but now cleaning it up should put his economy in a slightly better spot. And if he's able to hit this Tortilla Elder 2-star and work his way up to 6 mages, could be a great comeback for Vince.
Yeah, we'll definitely be keeping an eye on that. We have a couple mages though. I mean, we didn't see mage in that last lobby at all, and now we're seeing 3 players potentially dabbling with it here, as Monty is going to try and completely rethink what he's putting on the board as well. I have to say, I have seen more build switching in this lobby than I think we've seen all season.
Yeah, it seems like these players are considering what their opponents are bringing to the table and making adjustments on the fly. And you mentioned it, we saw no mages last lobby, and already round 12, we're seeing at least 3 players to mages, and even 1 player in Leroy starts setting up divinity. So nearly half the lobby are going towards mage focused builds.
Yeah, and I mean, look, I'm a huge fan of these mage builds, because when they get online, when they get rolling and all the spells go out at once and you just like one shot an opponent's board, like, to me, that's spicy. You know what I mean? Like, that's the kind of thing that I want in my life. Call him spicy tortilla elder. You know what I mean? Forget that. We're going to go with the Kamehameha. We're going to make it work. I love mage builds for that reason, but getting them online is so tricky. It's so tough. So I want to jump aboard with a mage player who's having a little bit more success. Of course, up the top there, it's Rhaegar.
Yeah, and this build is quite unique. I'm not sure exactly. All he has is just the 3 mages right now, but I think the big thing is he has a mana item on the Grim Touch and just looking to combo. So Grim Touch with Flame Wizard, and not sure what else would combo with the Grim. So yeah, just maybe having a lot of success with the Grim to Flaming Wizard combo.
And I mean, the Grim Touch too, like, when you're able to just get that ability going, like, stacked up like that, it's tough to deal with. So Grim Touch is one of these units that I feel like a lot of players like don't really appreciate, but it's got some of those really cool, unique synergies that are very much unique to auto chess that I really do appreciate. So definitely be keeping an eye on that. And clearly it's working out for Rhaegar here, who's been able to build up a pretty solid economy as well, getting this win streak going, keeping a very light board going. So it looks like we're going to be seeing dragons as well, potentially coming into the mix here. Dragons are an interesting one as well. They're never really the focal point of a build, but they're always a great, or they feel like sometimes they're a really good addition.
Yeah, the thing also with hitting the early Grim is when you're going towards dragon builds or even dragon mages, you're more than likely also running it with wizards to help you hit those synergies a little earlier. So the fact that he has the early Grim is just better. And I would imagine Rhaegar is going to be going towards a 5 dragon mage build.
Yeah, and of course, Dragon Mage is a really potent combo there, especially when you get that DK up on online. It just does a ton of damage. But man, I gotta jump ship real quick. I gotta go over towards Dog Bun here down at the bottom. Dog Bun, who literally was responsible for me ordering hot dogs one night after the show. Just love you, buddy. Still so fantastic. Not having a great time here. Still on this loss streak. See if they're gonna look to turn that around here. Round 15. That's about as late as you want to get that going.
Yeah, Dog Bun sitting at 26 HP is not a good situation, especially because there's so much mages in the lobby. Normally, warriors are going to have a tough time against mages. They can hold their own once they hit level 9 and do have all the 9 mages online. Not the 9 mages, 9 warriors online. But without that, he's quite a bit away from level 9, so the mages should just be running over him, inflicting a ton of damage each round.
And I feel like, and I definitely want to get your opinion on this, I feel like if you're coming out of a loss streak, going into a build that requires you to be level 9 is probably not the play, because you need to sustain even longer. Like, I feel like once you come out of your loss streak, you need to be winning rounds. You know what I mean? So, I mean, he's level 8. He's 1 level away. He still has a decent amount, in the bank to do this. So maybe he's going to be okay here, but he's going to be just so low on HP to go into this. Like, if he loses 2 or 3 rounds, then he could theoretically be out of this game. So, but what do you think about that? The idea that of not going into a build that necessarily needs you to be level 9.
I don't think exactly. You don't just go on a loss streak and immediately come out with the build you want. It's all, you still have some kind of transition to go to. Like in last game, Devlis did open fort last game, but he was able to piece together a 9-warrior build that did end up winning the game. So in this situation, I don't think Dogbun may be curving it the same way Devlis was able to, unless this lobby is just moving much faster for Dogbun. But yeah, I think at this point, Devlis was in a better situation.
Yeah, I do tend to agree, and it's interesting to me to see the players to the highest level, the ones all the way down there at the bottom. Traditionally, we see the player who's rocking a solid win streak up there as well. But we are seeing Dogbun stabilizing here. Was able to get the win that last time. Is looking relatively solid here. Does have the Zerker up. No items there as of yet. The Doom is going to be the big carrier of those. And oh, yeah, the anti-synergy, you hate to see it. Go. Smack things, Doom. Smack things. No.
Yeah, without the Doom 2-star, just not outputting enough damage. So we'll see. He has a couple more rounds to go. Not too much health to work with. Does have to go to level 9, though. So I wonder when he's going to make that push to level 9. Is he going to wait all the way to round 21, or would he want to go there just a couple rounds earlier?
I mean, he's at 50 now. He's capitalizing on the economy. I think maybe there's a unit I can't even. I don't know. Truthfully, I don't know. Maybe at some point we'll get him an interview. We'll be able to ask him. I have one very specific question for you. When are you going to level 9? When? That's the question. We'll have to see if we're going to get ourselves... Oh, we're definitely going to get ourselves an answer here, unless it gets knocked out before that. And I don't think that would be likely, but this is going to be 2-round losses in a row. He's not taking too much damage, but down to 17 HP. The next person in the lobby is at 47. That is a 30 HP difference. That is dramatic. And I think if you're Dogbun at this point, you just got to go. You got the means, you've got the spend, but what you don't have is the unit? Wait, yeah, he does. Okay, we're good. You can drop that Abyssal Guardian. All right, we're Gucci.
Yeah, and if we want to jump over to Vince here, we saw him early with the 2 Tortilla Elders. Is able to find that third one, does have the Tortilla Elder upgraded, and a key unit that Vincent was able to find is the Dark Spirit. Very early Dark Spirit for Vincent. Finding it at level 8, a legendary unit.
I mean, that's definitely a nice grab here for sure. As we take a look at the leaderboard, at the scoreboard here, I should say, we do have spirits coming out here from Nova. We are going to see as well from Vincent, like you mentioned before, going to be able to bring that to bear with that Dark Spirit. That's going to offer a lot here moving forward. But this build is still very squishy. I mean, it's very squishy.
Yeah, and I believe he grabbed the Dark Spirit to potentially start setting up the 4 spirits, but seeing how this lobby is playing out, there are so many mages in this lobby. It's insane. It's at least Rhaegar's going mages, Nova, Monty, Vincent, and Leroy going Divinity. So over half the lobby leaning towards mage, which 4 spirits isn't going to help you against the mage mirror match. What these mage players should be looking at if they expect to have a mage mirror match is going to be Marine.
Yeah, having that Marine, of course, having that MR, that magic resistance is going to have a huge impact here. And you asked a question earlier, Zath. You said, when is Dogbun going to level? Is he going to wait all the way to level 21 after the creep rounds? And the answer, yes. That is the answer right here. Dogbun going to have to be leveling it up here. Going to have to be going now. Keeping an eye on that. Going to be the first. He's going to be at level 9. And the next, there are going to be people in the lobby at level 7. That is not super common.
Yeah, he's able to hit level 9 here, but he has to get to spending. He has 17 HP. He needs to find these upgrades, at least a Doom 2-star to help stabilize Dogbun here. But no, not even choosing to roll once on round 21. Wow, keeping 61 gold at 17 HP.
I mean, that's confidence that your build has reached the point of getting online, but he's still got so many one-cost units. I don't necessarily know if I agree with this. And facing up against Leroy, the only other player in the lobby that did go for level 9. Never mind, what do I know? He's totally fine. He's A-okay. Unless this Water Spirit just absolutely takes over this entire lobby by himself. But no, he's fine. Doom's a thing.
Yeah, I guess Dogbun knows what he's doing here, deciding to hold off the rolls, and I would imagine now would be the time to roll for Dogbun. I don't think he can wait any longer.
My father's Franken.
Yeah, I mean, he got it done there. That was a really, really solid. Wow, that voice line is incredibly loud. Oh my goodness. But that's huge because now Hugo on a 7-loss streak. We haven't jumped on board with Hugo at all yet this game. I want to see what Hugo's up to. Going for this Dragon Mage build, but looking for this last, to get this last dragon in here to get that 5 dragon synergy. Feeling really good, but obviously need that legendary to get that done. So that's going to be a bit of a tall order. But as I say that, proceeds to drop a helicopter in there.
Yeah, I think the issue that he could be facing is since so many players are going for this dragon build, could be having a tough time finding the last dragon piece that he needs.
Yeah, and that's part of the problem when too many players. And we talked about this last week. I said, Zap, what is probably the maximum number of players you want going to one build? And you gave me the answer, which is what I expected, which was 3. 3 is pretty much the max number of people that can sustain a build. We got 1, we got 2, and we got 3, and we got 4. We have 5 people incorporating mages into their builds. We have 2 of them, which are going for 6 mage. That's a lot of mages to be had. So if you're somebody like Arvton right now, who's going more into like a feathered hunter build, you've got to be feeling pretty good, I guess, all things considered in this. Because while mages are not bad against that, at the same time, they're not going to be as high star as they normally would be.
Well, the cool thing is when you find yourself in a lobby with, let's say, 5 mages, you have a clear idea of what you're most likely to see in towards the end of the game. You're probably going to face a mage comp. So if I'm a player like Arv10, I'm already working towards 4 Marine. He already has 2 Marine in there with the Siren and the Abyssal Guard. But if you know you're going to just face a lobby of mages, start preparing with the 4 Marine. Get that ready. Because then you'll really solidify yourself at definitely a top 3 situation.
For sure. But in that case, going up against the Warriors, not doing quite so much there. We are going to see, not committing to try and get that Siren to level 3. Not very surprised at that by that at all. But little stuff like the Shining Archer and the win rate, like they're only level 1, hasn't really made any effort to level these up. They're just sort of there to help round out the Feathered, but he's not really committing any resources to it. Talking about committing resources, no items on this Warpwood Sage. So very different from what we saw in this last game. It's all about this Fallen Witcher, and we're seeing a full positional shift here, completely looking to try and counter what the opponent is doing here as those assassins and insectoids jump on in.
Yeah, and I believe Leroy may be the only one running insectoids in this lobby. We did see Optra try to run insectoids in the previous game, but it did not work out too well. Just unable to get online with insects. And Leroy may be facing a similar problem this game. Does not have the Venomancer 2-star just yet, and it's going to continue to keep taking damage.
Oh, yeah, that is certainly not ideal. Yeah, Leroy in a bit of a world of hurt here. Does have the 4 insectoids, but just doesn't necessarily have the duplicate stacked up, and not having that level 2 Venomancer. Does have the items over on this one here, but still, I think a ways to go on a lot of components in this build. Level 1 Thorn Predator, level 1 Lord of Sand. I mean, this is... It's getting there, but it's not there.
Yeah, even has the Strange Egg on his bench, so he could just combine the Venomancer to a 2-star if he chooses to, but I believe he's keeping the egg on the bench. If he finds another Venomancer, he can upgrade it with the egg, and he'll have a duplicate, and it'll really power spike his Insectoid build. So really trying to gamble with the egg, just holding off the upgrade, but it could pay off in this next round for him if he's able to find the other Venomancer.
Yeah, really what he's looking for here. Only has 13 gold to work with. Like not a whole lot in the bank to try and make this happen. But it doesn't matter because there it is. There it is, the exact unit, and there's the egg. That's exactly what you're talking about, Zaz. That's the kind of play I'm looking to see. Knowing exactly what a player needs to do to get the job done, and then it happens. Bye, menu. Please leave. I want to watch the match. Okay, there we go. We're good. We're getting there. We're getting there. And being able to add the pulse staff in there as the crystal sword newly buffed as well. So I mean, with the Python wands, feeling pretty good. This Veno is going to start to hit a whole lot harder.
Yeah, the Python one's going to be extremely important in this lobby. As we keep mentioning, there's just so many mages, so you need the magic resistance. So let's see, with the Venomancer 2-star, is it going to be enough to help him on this comeback? And it's off to a good start against Hugo here.
Yeah, I mean, Hugo, to be fair, is the player that is having the largest struggle in this game. This is one of the most even distributions of HP we've seen towards the bottom. There's like all 3 players right near the top having a pretty solid game, and then all these players down towards the bottom. But let's jump on board with Hugo. Did find that dragon, like I mentioned, that Frostblaze dragon. I'm going to be honest, I kind of wish we got the other head's ability here. The Ice Wall, it's fine, I guess. But it's okay, it's not great. Could maybe use some fire. I'd take some fire.
Yeah, Frostblaze Dragon is one of those units that it definitely had its time in the moment. Oh, and Hugo going out there. Done. But when Frostblaze first came out, he was so strong. The wall that he used to summon, it actually would stay up the entire battle, and it actually would make your whole opponent's board reposition. The way Frostblaze works now is the wall only stays up for the first couple seconds of the fight, so it's just not nearly as impactful as it once was.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, it's, again, you're going to use it here because you need the dragon synergy. You're going to bring it in. Got the dragon mage going, so this is a very quintessential build here for Nova. But I feel like we're missing a piece here on the mage side. There's he's only level 1. That's not good.
Yeah, he's missing a Tortilla upgrade and the Dragon Knight upgrade, so could find himself going out here to Leroy's Insectoids if Leroy gets a good Insectoid spawns.
Yeah, really what they're looking for here. Oh, the Kamehameha not doing enough damage. Looking to try and channel the Spirit Bomb, but he's already in the Spirit World, unfortunately. Oh my goodness, they're 1 HP away. Maybe I spoke too soon. It was Vincent going out there as well. Oh, Nova hanging on by a thread, but with no more gold to spend. Not a whole lot of hope here. Gonna just gotta try and find that upgrade, but you're 2 pieces away. That's just not going to happen. That's just not feasible at this point. I think we're gonna see Nova very likely going out in this next round.
And if Nova does go out this next round, it would be insane because it would be 3 mage players in the bottom 3. I believe Hugo, Vincent, and Nova all ran this Dragon Mage comp. And it looks like just the fact that it was so heavily contested. Oh, Nova hanging on by a single thread there. The Flaming Wizard hanging on. But yeah,
that's actually
Nova
a big deal there.
Go out there,
he wouldn't have outsurvived Leroy. That's huge. That's more points. More points. Every single point counts. Zath, we've talked about that so much.
Yeah, and Leroy was the only Insectoid player, and Insects normally has a pretty favorable matchup against Mage, so I thought Leroy was going to make this comeback, but yeah, getting knocked out there is huge for Nova and Monty. The Mage is a little easier for them.
For sure, and I cut you off there, and I apologize, but I think one of the points you were going to make is this idea that if Nova does go out here, it puts all these pieces back in the pool, which means that it's just a little bit easier for other mage players in the lobby to continue to round out their builds. And that's definitely a thing to keep in mind here, of course, is that you're watching the scoreboard here. If you're Monty or Rhaegar up there near the top, you think, come on, Nova, come on, I want those pieces. I want those pieces.
Yeah, and hopefully, Nova is dying to hit either this Dragon Knight or this Tortilla Elder, but it's just not showing up for Nova. Just 1 HP trying to hang on. If he goes up against some of these stronger builds, just could be getting knocked out here. Well, let's see if Nova can hang on going up against Arvton's Feathered Marines. Let's see if the Fallen Witcher is enough to take out these mages. Fallen Witcher keeps on attacking. The Warped staying healthy. And I think this may be the end of Nova's game here.
Yeah, it is indeed. Going down to the copy of Arvton, who's up there at the top. The only player in our top 3 not running one of these mages, but actually running something pretty unique, pretty interesting here. Let's take a look at this, because this Feathered Hunter build, on paper, I think, well, shouldn't that get, blown up by a lot of this magic damage, these mages? But it's the Marines, that 30% magic resistance that is just allowing this build to thrive. And now with the Scryer joining in on the mix too, I think going to be feeling pretty happy about this.
Yeah, the Scryer is going to help him a lot against the Warriors coming out from Dogbun. Because Scryer against Warriors, it does an armor shred ability. So for those that don't know, Scryer's ability changes depending on your opponent's team comp. So against mages, it does some kind of electric charge that does mana burn. Against Warriors, it does armor shred. So very, very useful piece and very versatile piece to just implement in any build. Specifically feathered, since it is a feathered shaman.
Absolutely. Going to be adding and benefiting there, of course, from that synergy. We can continue to see the rolls coming in, looking to just try and beef up the Marine force here. Ooh, and another level 2 Fallen Witcher continuing down that path. potentially looking to be able to flex into 4 Marines should the need arise. But the reason he's not, I think, is because Dogbun is still here on a 6-win streak as well. Those Warriors, so not wanting to fully commit over to the Marines, knowing that he still needs to deal with the Warriors that Dogbun is bringing to the table. And I wouldn't be surprised here if that's the matchup that we see. No, this time going up against Monty. And once again, seeing if he can handle these mages, Zath.
Yeah, let's see. The Siren does end up going off. The Fallen Witcher's staying healthy. Fallen Witcher's on the Dragon Knight. If he's able to take him out, oh, but Fallen Witcher going down. And Monty dealing a huge shot to Arfton there.
Oh, yeah, that one was massive. I mean, Arfton, oh, man, I still had a ton of HP to work with for sure, but that's sort of more what I was expecting to see when, you know, when the mages all come online, when that really hits. That's sort of the damage that I was expecting, and I wonder if the difference there being that the Fallen Witcher was targeting one of those tankier units at the back, that the Dragon Knight, not dealing with all those squishy mages up towards the front, allowing them to get cast after cast off. I think that might have been one of the factors there.
And here we see Arfton going against Dogbun. So if Arfton is able to keep track of his matchups, since he knows he just faced the 9 Warriors, he's very likely to face one of the mages next round. So let's see if Arfton's able to squeeze in one of the 4 Marines in there, since he knows he's paired up against Mage.
Yeah, we'll see if he opts to make any changes to his board. Just continuing to look. There's another one of those Fallen Witchers trying to get that towards level 3. And Arfton is still above 50. The economy looking stellar, but the other bit of the economy that I'm looking at, we're going to see if he's making any changes here. I do not believe so, but I have to look over at Dogbun. Dogbun has 8 HP and 42 in the bank. Like, that's confidence at this point, Zath.
Yeah, we've been seeing this from Dogbun all game, staying at like 60 gold round 15 with like 18 health, I believe it was. So yeah, playing very greedy, but paying off right now. He was one of our players that open forwarded this game, but paying off for him. Finds himself in a top 4 situation and not out of it yet. Does have Marine, so could be holding off against these mages. And whoa, that Doom is stacked. Beyond stacked. Wow, that is absurd amount of legendary items on that Doom.
So let's recap. So he can never miss. He's going to be magic immune. He's got insane lifesteal and attack speed, as well as negative armor, and he's got a Mjolnir, so he's got that extra attack speed, and that additional magical damage on a very short cooldown. Yeah, this Doom, I just want to watch the damage. Oh my goodness, that is a lot. That's a lot. Okay. Oh my goodness. The problem is just that he's running out of targets to destroy, Zaf, and that's a good problem to have.
Yeah, we mentioned this last game. Items really determine placing in the top 3, top 4 situation, and those items are Doom. Could be the name of the story. I don't even know what's going to stop that thing. I don't think anything from Arfton's board can stop it. Maybe a Fallen Witcher 3-star from Arfton's side, but I believe this Doom should be able to handle the mages. The only thing either Monty or Rhaegar can do is just the 4 spirits. 4 spirits can help stun out the Doom and prevent it from doing the damage it needs to do. So we'll see if Monty or Rhaegar are able to make those adjustments.
Yeah, we did actually see the big roll down there from Dogbun, spending all that cash. But I don't think it's going to make a huge difference here as this continue to see these hard carries just going, get back! But no, it is enough. Just barely, though, actually, in that matchup against Rhaegar. But what I love about this is he's got the item to deal with the Feathered and the Evasion. He's got the item to deal with the magic, so he gets that magic immunity. It seems like the way this Doom has been itemized can deal with all comers. It's not just hyper-focused and... Oh boy, we're getting closer to that Doom 3. I'm not saying it's going to happen right now, but I'm not ruling it out.
Oh, if we get to see a Doom 3 with those items, he deleted all the Dooms. Never mind.
Aww.
I wanted to see a Doom 3 come out.
So did I. I'm getting all sad. Instead, he's going to try and level up his Tsunami Stalker. The right play. Not nearly as exciting, though. Not nearly as exciting.
Alright, going up against Feathered here. Does have Marine in with the Tsunami, but again, not going up against Mages, so shouldn't have too much of an issue. The Doom just keeps moving forward. 11, 12, 13 close to 14,000 damage from that Doom there.
I mean, the Doom just like blinked into the back line, one shot the Tortola Elder, and then walked from right to left across the street and just proceeded to demolish the back line. Was actually behind the Paralyze from the Sirens, so wasn't getting caught in that Abyssal Gaze, and just single-handedly mauled all the mages in the back. And now Arfton, who was up above 70 HP not 5-6 rounds ago, now on a 5-loss streak down to 8. I have to hop on board with Arfton because this game was looking so good, and unfortunately it just feels like it's falling apart, Zaf.
Yeah, and Arfton was able to squeeze in the 4 Marine buff that he needed, so could be keeping this Fallen Witcher carry alive through all the mage burst damage. Looks like Arfton may be safe for a round, unless the Dragon Knight has something else to say.
It's gonna come down to...
Alright, looks like he will be.
Oh my goodness, they never make it easy for us, do they? They never make it easy. This is coming down to the wire. Rhaegar on a lost streak. Arfton just broke his. Monty holding on, and Dogbon looking strong. Was able to get that level 2 Tsunami Stalker. When that Ravage goes off, it just, it hits like a truck. Has the Sacred Lancer as the backup. Starting to stack some items on the Berserker, and then probably the most fed carry I think I have ever seen in this Doom Arbiter.
Yeah, and he can only get stronger if he's able to pull a Ghost Blade from this Glacier round. He's going to be upgrading that Shadow Edge into an Axe of Fury, making 5 tier 3 items. So yeah, if he gets an Axe of Fury, then that is for sure one of the most stat carries I've ever seen. And yeah, luckily for the rest of the lobby, he does not pull a Ghost Blade. But how it looks, what this game can come down to is Arfton, he's just missing 1 Fallen Witcher for Fallen Witcher 3-star, and Monty and Rhaegar are still digging for 4 spirits to combat the 9 warriors. So the mages are looking for spirits, Arfton's looking for the Fallen Witcher.
That timing doesn't get any better than that. We have a level 3 Fallen Witcher he's stacked, who is still stacked. Don't get me wrong, still has the Claw Wand, still has the Monkey King Cane. These are the 2 key items here, though actually less necessarily key for him because he's one running feather, but still good to have. Don't miss, kid, don't miss. You got this. Let's go. Let's see what he can do.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if he does face Dogbon here. Okay, going up against the mage, so I believe the Fallen Witcher should be able to close out this match here. It's just too strong of a carry. It has a Claw Wand, got some Marine buff in there. I believe it should sustain for Arfton.
Yeah, I think the big difference there was this Warpwood Sage taking up a little bit more of that damage, and then all of those spells completely whiffing because of that magic immunity at the start. That was huge. And now Arfton looks like with that key pickup could have also stabilized here. Rhaegar is down to only 10 HP. This game, now at round 42, I thought I had an idea what way it was going to go, Zath. I thought I knew. I thought I had an inkling, but this game has been a roller coaster of emotion. Just the second I think one player stabilized, they've fallen down. The second I think another one's on a win streak, they lose. It is anybody's game at this point. I think Dogbun's in a great spot, but now with this pickup, Arfton could be as well. It all comes down to this key matchup between these 2 players. This is the big one. This could be the decider of this entire game.
Yeah, I don't think we've ever seen a situation where the HPs are this close at this point in the game. It's a very late game, round 42, and the HPs are neck and neck. And here it is, the big 2 players in the game. It was Dogbun's Doom 2 versus Arfton's Fallen Witcher, and the Fallen Witcher came out on top.
I can't believe it. And Dogbun drops. I thought he was going to win. I thought he was going to get the W, but he ends up falling. What an amazing run, considering he started this game on an insane lose streak, got down to 24 HP, stabilized, clawed all the way back to top 4, but couldn't quite clinch the victory, couldn't quite get that top 3 or top 2, but still an amazing performance for him. A player down towards the bottom of the leaderboard. Just goes to show how good these players are, Zach. Everybody, I don't care if you're in 24th place or first, every single one of these players is top tier.
Wow, and even through the Fallen Witcher 3-star, Rhaegar's team was able to overcome it. I really thought Arfton was going to win this game. He had 4 Marine in there, had Fallen Witcher 3-star with stacked items, but still coming up short against these mages. Looks like the Dark Spirit just outputting way too much damage.
I mean, if it'll let me look at the items, oh boy. Having that Origin Wand and level 2 with the Python Wand and the Lance, that's a lot of ability damage with percentage base. Oh, man. And he's 1 away, too, from a level 2 Frostblaze Dragon. I mean, look, at this point, in for a penny, in for a pound, right?
What's insane is, considering how much mages were in this lobby, the top 2 were still mages. So the bottom 2 were mages, and the top 2 were mages. So crazy to see just the different power levels of this team here. If you are able to get all the pieces, all the right upgrades, potential to just win games. But if you come up a little short, you could find yourself towards the bottom there, which happened to some of these top players in this lobby.
Yeah, I mean, it just shows that your thought process in the build may not be wrong, but the big thing, the big difference maker is really how and when you're able to find those power spikes and how you're able to get those weapons online. The timings on that, the units, a little bit of positioning and a little bit of luck goes a long way. As we're getting now to round 45. This is I think this is the longest game we've had on broadcast yet. So my goodness, we're getting there.
Yeah, definitely round 45 might be the longest we've had. And this is the story of, we saw last time on the cast with Monty, it was a story of the Dragon Knights going to battle. And this is no different. If we take a look at both the itemizations coming out from these Dragon Knights, it's going to be the Dragon Knights are the main carries for both teams. Both of them do have claw wands on the Dragon Knights.
Yeah, I mean, they're looking pretty darn solid here. Wow, double Monkey King Cane on this one. Oh boy, Zap, this one's gonna get close. This one's gonna come down to the wire when both sets of troops get off their spells. This is it. Seeing a very similar build here on the one for Monty. It's going back and forth. It comes down to the okay, we're gonna draw at this point. Because, yeah, that's the kind of game we're having. Round 47, near mirror builds, and it comes down to a draw. This game is this is probably one of the nuttiest games. We had a 1 HP to 1 HP game last week, but this one might even top that. It doesn't get any closer than this. 3 HP, 4 HP, and a dream are all that separate these two players, Zaf.
Yeah, and it looks like these teams are about equal in power levels. Both carries are equal, have the same items. It's just coming down to which Dragon Knight is able to output enough damage first. And it looks like Rhaegar's team, is going down. Monty's DK just holding on. And I couldn't believe it. A draw on round 46? I don't think I've ever seen that. This is an insanely close match.
Oh me, oh my. Now Rhaegar down to 1 single HP. Not able to find the level 3 God of Thunder. Not able to find the level 3 Frostblaze Dragon. Those were really, I think, 2 of the key. One of those. He just needed one last legendary to try and seal the deal. But this is it. It all comes down. And no matter who wins this game, we all win. Because this was an epic brawl back and forth. Difference of a couple of points. Probably won't make that much of a difference in the scheme of things. I mean, maybe it will. We'll find out. But that's going to be it. That's just going to be the game. GG's on this one. My goodness, that was a brawl, Zach.
That was insane. And Monty, another strong showing, was performing well in the past couple games. And another win really helped solidify him in the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, that's just... I need a break. I need a break, guys. That one was... I need some water. I need a refreshing, but I need to chill. All right, so we're gonna have a break. Before we do though, !social. Head on over, give us a follow there on Twitter and Instagram. Brand new social account there. Definitely want to go check that out. Make sure you're keeping up to date with all things ESL Mobile, and of course, make sure you're entered into our giveaway! Giveaway in chat. You can win up $200 worth of in-game currency. Them's a lot of donuts. We're gonna go to break. When we come back, we'll try and dissect that crazy game number 3. I don't know if we're going to be able to. That one was so close. And then we're definitely going to get into game number 4. Don't go anywhere.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul, and Varum Todd Killen. Oh, boy. The games today have been excellent. So many different builds showing how strong they can be. Players itemizing to perfection, placing their pieces with pristine precision. And I'm overall just a huge fan of how this day is going so far. I got to welcome back Zath, of course, who's been holding down the fort with me this entire time. But before I do, I need to give a huge shout out to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T. Sorry, Zath, I debated you there for a second, but you'll be back soon in just a second, because I have to give this a huge shout out, because AT&T has been with us since the very beginning, helping to support the grassroots of mobile esports, helping us to build this program to where it is today, giving all of you auto chess fans the opportunity to watch this fantastic competition and a shot for the players to win not only tens of thousands of dollars in prizing, but also the title of champion here for the Mobile Open. So thank you so much to AT&T for being with us this entire time and supporting mobile esports here in North America. Now I'm going to welcome Zath back to talk about that last game, because, oh boy, did it not go the way I expected. It was a roller coaster of emotions from start to finish, and definitely one of the closest finishes we've seen yet. Let's take a look back at the footage. But Zath, this one was wild.
Yeah, absolutely. One of the closest games we've seen today. And getting started, Rhaegar starting off with some mages, going up against Hugo here. And the name of this lobby was just mages, and more mages. In the last game, we saw no mages. In this game, we see nearly 5 players putting together mage builds. And here we see Arfton, one of the few players who did not opt to try out mages, going uncontested with the 6 feathered Witcher build and paying off extremely well for Arfton, which was ended up in the top 4 for him. And here we got Dogbun, also one of the players that did not opt for mages, did choose to go for 9 warriors. And as soon as he got 9 warriors online at round 21, making quick work of Leroy. And here we go, Monty, one of the mage players going up against Hugo, also running mages, and Monty coming out on top. And huge moment for Nova, sitting at 1 HP and just outlasting, just coming out on top against Monty. And I believe this is a moment where he was able to sustain a bit longer over some players, getting a few extra points. Now Rhaegar versus Dogbun, mages versus warriors. And the mages just a little too much for these warriors. Dogbun taking a chunk there. And Dogbun had one of the most stacked Doom carries we've seen. But even with the Doom being so stacked, it was just not enough in the end. And here we go, Warriors versus Arfton's Feather Witcher. The story was this 3-star Fallen Witcher versus the Doom, but the Doom does get taken down early. The Fallen Witcher just gets to go unchecked, just throwing it down, clearing the rest of these warriors. Arfton knocking out Dogbun here. And here we go, Arfton, he did manage to squeeze in 4 Marine in the hopes of surviving against the mages, but Rhaegar came prepared with a 2-star Dark Spirit, and it was enough to take down the Fallen Witcher 3-star, and it was enough to take down Arfton's entire team. Arfton going out there, and in the end, it's Monty versus Rhaegar, Dragon Mages versus Dragon Mages, and stacked DKs, and actually drawing on round 46, which is insane. And here, 1 HP for Rhaegar, and Monty's Dragon Knight just a little too strong. The Zeus 2 helping out there. Monty closing out this game.
I mean, just down to the wire. One spell goes a little different. One auto attack lines up in a slightly different way. We could have had a completely different game. I legitimately think that all 4 players at the top there had a shot at some point to walk away with the win on this one. Let's take a look at our leaderboard, though. That game was a banger, but we had 2 other ones going on at the same time. And oh my goodness, what a stacked top of this lobby. Devless up there, Legato and Monty, so close. But I'm looking at that thin black line. I'm looking at 41-41. Hugo and Leroy are tied for that 8th place spot. And Zath, we are really getting down to the wire.
Yeah, someone that we have not seen in the top 8 is Wills. Wills has always been right below that black line, but finds himself finally within contention to make a finals. If he's able to maintain the way these games have been going for him today, could be sitting in a good spot going into next week.
For sure. And we're seeing folks like Pure Zun up there so close. Ryoma's up there too. Radical still barely on this page, only 1 point away from making it onto that front page, our Season 5 champion. But Arton, Benny, I mean, actually, hang on a second. 36, 35, 34. Like, this is so close. There's not like one player who's like so far out ahead. They're like, oh, it's absolutely guaranteed. No, there almost nobody is safe here, Zath.
Absolutely. Like we keep mentioning, every single game matters. Every single point matters. These guys have to keep fighting every match.
Yeah, for sure. I think now we're going to get to the point where having that little bit of additional experience is going to make a big difference. And someone who's got a lot of experience, it's the player up there at the top. It's Legato. Despite not competing in this last season, he's been showing up in huge form. Him and Silent's actually the one who helped get him into this, which is pretty fun to hear, you know, players just hyping up the Mobile Open, saying, man, you got to compete in this. You got to come do this. So if you're competing in the Mobile Open and you have friends you think would like to get involved, I mean, maybe have them follow that social media account, keep stay up to date, because we're definitely going to have more fun stuff coming down the pipe. But I talk about experience, I talk about Legato, and part of the reason I know this is because we actually got a chance to sit down and chat with him earlier, get his thoughts going into today's matches. So let's take a look and hear more from him. Hey everyone, I'm here with Legato. Excited to sit down and chat with you for a little bit, learn a little bit more about you, your history with the game. First and foremost, we're going to start with this. Tell me about your history with auto chess. When did you start playing?
I started playing Dota Auto Chess a little 2 or 3 years ago, and then I started playing the mobile version when Dragon Nest made their standalone client. I started playing that near the very back end of Season 1, so I think I only got to like Rook 1 in the first season, and then played considerably more Season 2 onward.
Yeah, and obviously this is, you know, your first season for the Mobile Open, competing in the playoffs, but you came in as, like, you know, with a really stellar score. You came in as our #1 seed. Talk to us about that process, because obviously you're competing against, you know, a lot of other really experienced players. How was it, you know, qualifying for the playoffs?
To be honest, it was fine, right? Like, there's a lot of very talented players, but it's not totally different than playing ladder. There's a lot of talented players on ladder also. So just play your game, and, you know, it worked out. I actually I started playing late in the Open Cups. I didn't even really know about ESL, and then Silent, I used to play duos with Silent, and he pretty much quit the game other than to play ESL and then to practice for ESL. So he said, you know, you got to get in there. So I think I missed 3 of the 12 cups in the open phase, but had enough points to advance. And then in phase 2, I did pretty well.
I mean, just goes to show they don't need to necessarily play in every single one. If you can put up those sick numbers, walk away with a couple of wins. And so far, the playoffs have been looking pretty good. Obviously, again, we've talked about, you know, this idea that you're in a group with a lot of really talented players. They've got a good grasp on the meta, but clearly you do as well. Even talking to Zath going into this, getting his thoughts on how the meta is at right now, it seems to be quite a few strategies are viable. Is that something you're finding as well?
There are quite a few viable strategies, and I think right now the meta is not in the healthiest place, because Insect more often than not suppresses a lot of build diversity. The real challenge is, how do you balance out when to roll when other players are going for Insectoid, versus when do you conserve your mana, versus, I mean, your economy, when do you conserve your health? But, you know, that's stuff that comes with experience.
For sure. Yeah, and again, the game is constantly changing and updating, and hopefully, you know, feedback like this from the community is going to allow them to push it forward, because, again, there are quite a few builds that are good, but again, it's all about, and if Insectoid's the one right now, it's how do you look to beat that? What are the options around that? Especially if a ton of players are trying to go it all at once, then it weakens the overall strength of the build. So again, there's a lot of, you know, high level things that you obviously have to be thinking about there. It sounds like, though, you're looking at this from a very analytical standpoint. It sounds like you've given a lot of thought to it. This doesn't strike me as the first game either in this genre or sort of like that you've played before. It sounds like you spent a lot of time sort of thinking about the mechanics of a game like this.
Yeah, I played Warcraft 3 competitively from 2001 to 2008. Actually, I played in ESL probably from 2003 to 2008. ESL had the best Warcraft 3 league, an international league called WC3L, and it had the top teams from South America, North America, Europe, and Asia. So that was like a team-based format, and I played in that for 2 or 3 years, and then I coached in that until 2008. So I have a pretty extensive background with strategy games. Yeah.
Yeah, no, and that's awesome. I mean, esports has been a part of your life for, almost 2 decades now, it sounds like, which is really cool to hear that, still competing, still getting involved. What words of advice do you have for folks who are looking to take the plunge into esports and, particularly starting here with mobile?
I think for any competitive game, the best thing that you can do is play a lot and learn, right? Look at what your opponents are doing. Anytime you can get footage of top players, look at what they're doing, ask yourself why they're making the decisions that they're making, and try to think about what you would do and see what they do, and where there are differences, ask why. So especially in a game like auto chess, where you have the opportunity to observe top players playing ladder all the time, right? Just with the button in the upper right-hand corner where you log in. A lot of games in the past, the knowledge was more siloed, and people would conserve strategies and try to hide strategies for tournaments. It's not really viable in a game like this, because everyone's trying their best to rank up in ladder. It's a pretty hard environment. So it's just about refining the strategies that you do like, and making yourself more versatile and able to adapt in different situations.
Yeah, all about putting in the practice, against knowing what you're wanting to do, what other players are wanting to do, and then having enough repetition on those situations that roughly what the best outcome is. You sort of go along the maze and go down that path. No, it's fantastic to hear, and I agree 100%. But it's awesome to hear you've started competing back in 2003. That's absolutely crazy, and here again in 2020. We're obviously really excited to have you here in the tournament. And any final words and thoughts? Any shout outs before we say goodbye?
Shout out to Silent. Wouldn't be playing without him. And shout out to the other people in my Nations Cup team, K-Bunny, Obstra, Rhaegar, and Leroy. And good luck to them going forward.
Awesome. Well, thank you so much for sitting down, chatting with me, and best of luck in the games.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Well, you heard it there. A lot of experience dating back all the way to competing in esports since 2003. That's crazy. I mean, I went to my first esports event in 2007. So that's like OG way back in the day. It's fantastic to see someone with that amount of experience playing here in our tournament. But looking at this, Seth, with the amount of builds we've seen today, do you expect we're going to see another one take a victory here? Or do you think that maybe he's got a handle on things going into this next match?
We'll have to see. Legato did mention that he thought Insectoid was a problem coming into this, but Insectoid has yet to win a single game today. It's only been, I believe, 2 mages, 2 dragon mages, and a non-warrior. So is it going to be the game for Insectoid to come out on top? We'll have to see it coming up.
That's definitely true. I mean, that's what we've seen on broadcast. Maybe we'll have to ask the admins. Maybe an Insectoid build one somewhere else. But speaking of broadcast, speaking of games that you want to see, taking a look, the lobby is almost ready to go for our next matchup. So we're going to head to a short break. When we come back, our next match of the day, we're getting down to the wire. You don't want to miss it.
Shape the
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Inverum, joined by Zath. We're getting into our fourth match of the day, but this is our ninth match overall. 9 of 12 here for these players. Zath, we are starting to get to that point now where if you're not in the top 8, you better start moving. You need to start winning some games.
Absolutely. And speaking of which, there's a couple players that are very riding the line, right on the bubble. Players such as Wills, Bet Yao, and Pearson, very close to reaching that top 8 position. How will they fare this game? We'll have to see. We'll keep an eye on those 3.
Yeah, those are definitely the players we're going to be keeping an eye out for. But even those up towards the top, you know, players like Silent, players like Legato are not necessarily guaranteed. I mean, things could certainly turn on their heads. We've seen stranger things as we take a look at the winners of our previous few matches there. We have Legato winning game number 1. Wills did pick up game number 2. And yeah, the 2 players you just mentioned, that's part of the reason why they were able to jump up the leaderboard. Wills actually making it into that top 8. So interesting to see here. It just goes to show how big of a difference those 10 points can make.
Yeah, just one solid game, just one solid high roll was enough to take Wills into the top 8 position. He really needs to ride that momentum and just secure himself another top 3 if he wants to keep his chances high.
Yeah,
I
think
would
that's
not
absolutely
expect
huge
a
here.
big game for Legato and Silent, both at the top of their respective leaderboards for this group. And yeah, very strong players. You can never ignore them.
Absolutely not. I mean, we saw that interview with Legato going into this. Very much a methodical player who spent a lot of time just thinking about the game, thinking about how to make it work, how to put it all together. And we're seeing an early Goblin start here. Good old guy. I miss Goblins. Do you miss Goblins? Maybe not. I don't know.
Yeah, goblins are pretty sweet. We haven't seen any 6 goblin builds, but I want to say goblins still pretty strong. They're probably even stronger because of the fact that no one is even contesting them. I think people just don't want to go too far off from the norm these days.
Yeah, I remember looking back to the beginning of Season 5, first time casting auto chess, and Goblin Cure was the name of the game. We'd literally see 5 or 6 players in a lobby trying to make that work. The battle for the Venomancer, finding one of those was like panning for gold. I mean, good luck. I mean, if you find a piece, you're feeling rich, that's for sure. But at the end of the day, that build ended up getting phased out. I think we're in a much healthier place now overall in the meta. We're seeing Wills, I think, going to be starting off. Well, I thought maybe going to be intentionally looking to try and hang on there. Maybe looking to go on a bit of a loss streak here. We'll keep an eye on that. Pearson as well. Let's see what PZ is up to down here towards the bottom.
Yeah, just setting up a couple warriors. Did find himself a Warped Sage though. Round 5 Warped Sage, never bad. Even has the Druid on his bench. If PZ is able to find the second pair, got himself a nice 2-star Warped Sage before round 10. It's super solid. You can really, not even, you're not stuck into one build with this Warped Sage. It's really just a great early game unit. So you can transition into a lot of different builds.
I mean, it's great late game unit too, if you get the right items on it. We've seen some incredibly tanky Warp Wood Sages in the past, so keep an eye on how this build continues to round out here. If he's going to continue, if he's going to opt into this loss streak at this point, I think judging by what he's putting on his board, that is going to be the case. Spears and sort of rolling with the punches, but two of the players up towards the top who are not on any sort of loss streak, all three of them, we've got Betyao here, Legato, and Benny. Let's see what Betyao is up to.
Yeah, just more of this early 300. Even the Aegrises. Oh, and the big one, the TP Dagger on the Whisper Seer, just trying to do all the summons he can. The Teleport Dagger does actually give you mana once you teleport. So yeah, he's just trying to get the Whisper Seer to summon as much as he can, trying to inflict as much damage to his opponents in the early game.
And we've seen this have great effect before in the past, getting off as many of those treants as possible. The damage isn't massive, but it definitely adds up over time, especially if you're able to get that beast alliance going with it. So we'll definitely keep an eye on that. And we are seeing the poisonous worm going in, so who knows? Maybe that is going to be a possibility here. We'll keep an eye up. I mean, you can do it right now. Make me look real smart. Make me look really smart, Betyao. Thank you. I appreciate you. Just for the record, I appreciate you.
Yeah, as you call that, he literally throws in the beast buff in there. So those tiny little treants right there from the Whisper Seer are going to be hurting a lot more now with that beast buff.
Yeah, I mean, just able to almost solo out, you know, right down here. Look, this Soul Breaker is having to spend so much time to deal with this, and now the rest of the board is pretty much in shambles. Going to be able to continue to summon up these, but very early, you know, the Shining Assassin's doing some work, but I think that's still going to be the win. Yes, it is for Wills up against Purzon, and Purzon is now on the loss streak, but that was close. I mean, it looks like he doesn't want to lose, but at the same time, he wanted to lose, but he only took very little damage there at the end. So really solid play from PZ, but he's walking on a knife's edge. Linsane as well. Guess what he's going for?
If I had to guess, it would be some kind of glacial strategy, but knowing if it has not been working that well today, he may be inclined to switch it up at this point. It is the fourth game of the day. So if it's not working out, maybe he could try something else.
Yeah, and we're seeing two of the players down at the bottom, the two players that have the loss streaks going, now facing off against one another. Okay. Means one of these players is going to lose it here, and it is going to be Purzon. So losing that loss streak fairly early. But he's been spending a lot here. None of these players are really building up a massive bank. I'm honestly a little bit surprised by this.
Yeah, there's no one actually open 40 with Priest, just kind of loose streaking, but not a full commit as of yet. So yeah, no one has an insane amount of gold. Usually when someone is open 40, you find themselves at least 40 to 50 gold by round 10, and no one's going to be in that situation this game. So I won't expect any of these players to mount a huge comeback just based off the gold. But they are slightly healthier than a normal loss streak, so maybe they just have a bit more time to get the comeback going.
Yeah, I think in this, it's just, so you know, the way I look at it, and I know the way a lot of players look at it, I mean, health is a resource. When you go on this loss streak, you're essentially trading health for gold. That's really what it comes down to. You're spending your HP, and you're going to be going on that loss streak. You're going to be accruing more gold, then you're going to be accruing more interest, and then it stacks and stacks and stacks, and then eventually you end up with a decent amount of gold there at the end. But what I think is so interesting about this is the fact that, you know, we're seeing all these players that are not really going into the saving route. So they're not actually going to necessarily be in as bad of a position, because normally on the flip side of this, so Betyao's playing full tempo. He will eventually just start to sit on this gold that he's accumulating and get up towards that 50 mark himself, but with the win streak in the opposite direction. But because nobody's really saving, I don't actually think it's necessarily the biggest deal for Legato and Linsane, just because there are, like you mentioned before, that much healthier.
Yeah, and Betyao actually sitting at the top with 100% health. And I was taking a look at his board, and Legato may have foreshadowed it in his interview. He mentioned insectoids he felt were a bit of a problem, and Betyao right off the gate already has a Venomancer and some insects on his board. So maybe considering some insectoids this game.
I don't think he's considering it. I think he's very, very strongly back. Okay, no, he's considering it, but he's just very, very strongly. He's got the Veno as well. He's got the Insectoids going in, and he's got 4 beasts already stacked on up. So he's going to be going into these beasts. We'll see if maybe he commits all the way to the 6 as well. He's going to get those Insectoids going. That Insectoid build, though, of course, that does take a little bit longer to get online because of those 2 key higher cost units.
Yeah, it can take a bit longer to get online, but yeah, wanting to maintain the pressure, actually opting to go to level 7 on round 11. Normally when players are looking to keep their streak, you find them leveling to 7 on round 12, round 13. The fact that he went to round 11, that is really aggressive and not paying off for Betyao, actually going down to Pearson there. So looking to keep the streak, but not paying off.
Yeah, that will go down. Silent's going to be trading out in return, but Pearson there is actually able to build this up. So he wasn't able to get that full loss streak going, but he still has a decent bank. He is only level 6, but we've shown that he's able to take down the #1 player in the lobby. So despite the fact that he's not loss streaking, I wouldn't be surprised if we saw him going on a win streak fairly soon.
Yeah, Pearson does have the Swordsman 2-star. Not too many upgrades aside from that. Swordsman 2-star is very strong, but yeah, I guess 6 warriors with the Swordsman is strong enough.
It's not the best scaling unit of all time. But,
normally you don't see it really popping off till you get the 9 warriors, but 6 warriors still looking solid.
Yeah, I mean, there's the 2 win streak there for him. Sort of, again, tight in that line here. I thought it was going to be, he's going to be able to get into that win streak a little bit faster there, but no, he's still got a ways to go. Let's jump on board with Silent, though, who's right in the middle as we open up the scoreboard as well and start to get a bit of a glimpse into what these players are doing. We are seeing Knights with Glacial coming out for Lindsay. No real surprise there. Betyao, like we talked about before, is going to be looking at this Insectoid along with Wills, so we're going to be seeing a little bit of that coming out as well. Legato sitting on Mage right now, though. Be curious to see if he does opt to put the Spirits in there. He's running Goblins at the beginning as sort of his front line because the Warriors are pretty contested, but, you know, it was okay for him, I suppose.
Yeah, we know Legato is capable of putting together a very strong Mage team. He did it in our first game of the day. And I believe he's the only player in this lobby looking to set up mages. It's really interesting to see the differences between lobbies. Like from one lobby, 5 players going mages, to this lobby where only 1 player is considering mages. I just find that so interesting.
No, and it is. Even just the difference in, seeing this lobby 3 games in. We saw a lot of players looking towards Warriors, a lot of players looking towards Assassins. We saw... We got that insane, Spirit build come out, totally canceled that out. And now we're seeing a different approach here. Players are trying a bunch of different stuff. We are still seeing at least 1 Insectoid player coming in. And already Benny is building towards those Spirits himself. So looking to have that on the board going. We'll see if Legato is going to bring that in like we mentioned before. But I want to jump aboard with Linsane on this 9-win streak. Going to be looking to end that fairly soon. HP's in a decent place. Economy's in a decent place. But we're getting on round 14 plus. I think is going to start to want to bring this build online and start to win some rounds.
Yeah, it's definitely rough. He is coming to these games with the strategy of forcing Glacial Knights. He's doing it time and time again. Sometimes it can work out well, sometimes not too much. With a game like Auto Chess, it's not about forcing a specific build. Most top players can find success with just being adaptable and just building based off what the game presents you. So I feel like this could be a challenging situation for Linsane, just forcing the same build. As you can see, once again, not having a Lightblade 2-star or a Hell Knight 2-star, just the tempo for this Knight comp is an issue, it seems like, for Linsane.
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we never see Lightblade Knights. Like, I feel like she has a lower drop rate than other units. Am I crazy? I just feel like that's the case. I feel like we never see... I feel like it's been seasons since I've seen a stacked 3-star Lightblade Knight. In any case, Linsane was able to end the loss streak there, was able to get a W, so it's going to start to turn their fortunes around. We'll keep an eye on this for sure. Pretty even distribution of HP across the lobby right now. Only seeing a 30 HP differential from like 2nd to 7th place. So that's pretty good. And we're not seeing one player really coming out and dominating as the closest to that would be Wills. Now let's see what Wills is getting up to here.
Yeah, and it looks like Wills is running one of his favorite builds, just 9 warriors. Good old true 9 warriors. Very simple build, but very strong once it's upgraded.
For sure. I mean, we've seen the impact of that, and already this Doom Arbiter is starting to get the items going. We're seeing the start of what we know can be a very, very impactful unit if it is itemized correctly. We'll keep an eye on this going forward as well, see if Wills can keep this win streak alive. This is, I believe, the 2nd win streak for him so far this game. He's going up against Lindsay, now going up against those Knights we were just taking a look at.
Yeah, and Lindsay still being at level 6, just hoping to maintain that loss streak a little bit longer. Should be going down pretty easily here to Wills.
That is going to be the case. That stun bouncing back and forth. Defector just giving a little bit of a hard time, or the Desperate Doctor, I should say, with that cask as well. Okay, there we go. Come on. Come on. No, it's still going down. That was close, though. That was actually pretty darn solid there. And, I mean, we're going to see Lindsay, going back to the loss, but in any case, only taking a very small amount of damage there. But that was actually huge for Wills. Wills winning that was big because that kept the streak going.
Yeah, and just looking at the players, Legato actually opting to go to level 8 right now. I believe he went to level 8 last round, so very early level. It looks like he was able to level just to throw in the 6 mages in there. So 6 mages is a huge power spike for this team. So Legato hoping to come back with some mage.
Holding some dragons on the board here as well, so I think maybe going to leave himself the option to flex between dragons and spirits potentially here. Or maybe just ditch the spirits entirely if it doesn't look like there's going to be any top contender playing Insectoid or playing this warrior build. But I think that is going to be the case here. So I think having the spirits is going to be pretty impactful. Keep an eye on that. I like the fact that it seems like he's got multiple options here to deal with what players are throwing at him, because Pearson's going warrior, Wills is going warrior. We're going to have assassins coming in here from Jayan towards the bottom, as well as Linsanes. So definitely good to keep an eye on that. I wonder if we're going to... You gonna do it? Yeah, we're gonna upgrade that Ogre Mage, getting that in there up and involved. And I want to take a look at Jayan as well, because Jayan is on a little bit of a loss streak, has a little bit of everything going on here, including, I talked about it before, goblins.
Yeah, I was taking a look at his board earlier, and I thought he was actually going to commit to the 6 goblins. He did have quite a bit in there, but not really sure what his plan is at this point. If he's considering committing assassins, he really needs to find himself a Warped Sage for his front line for assassins. If he's considering goblins, he's still missing both wizards, so still a ways away from getting any viable build online.
And that's the point where now you're trying to adapt. You're trying to take what you're given. At some point, you've got to commit. You've got to go towards it. But if the pieces just aren't coming your way, that's actually one of the most frustrating elements, in my opinion, of this auto battler. When you're given just enough of a build that you feel like you need to commit to it, but then you're not given those final few components that you really need to take it online. That one stuff. How, as a player, when you're in that situation, do you deal with that mentally? Because that can get really frustrating.
Oh, absolutely. Tilt is a whole nother layer to this game, and something sometimes you can't even be in control of. Sometimes you feel like you're not being affected by tilt, but tilt is just sitting there clouding your judgment, not letting you make fast and clear decisions. So that could be playing a role, especially when these long days can these long rounds can go. And yeah, people might not be using their best judgment, but these are high-level competitors, so I would imagine they came prepared.
I mean, even the highest, we see it in every esport, across every game, at every level of competition. The key with tilt, though, is if it does let it affect you, A, being aware enough to know what's going on, but then also knowing that you can't take that with you to the next one. Like you said before, you're playing a lot of rounds. Holy crap, hope you like Berserkers. Oh my goodness. I imagine if Lindsay saw that, he'd have a field day. Anyway, yeah, no, I think if you are going to go out early and you're going to go on tilt, knowing how to take a deep breath, say, okay, that one's done. That one wasn't my game. I need to reset it. I need to go back in. That, to me, is really the hallmark of a really, really top-tier player. Not letting that get to them, not letting that get into their heads. So fingers crossed for these players that if they do succumb to that a little bit, they are able to shake it off. But we'll see, because like you said before, it's sometimes even hard to know that you're on tilt. You're just not making decisions. You can't understand why.
Yeah, exactly. And let's actually jump back over to Betyao's board. Remember, we thought he was gonna consider Insectoid, but looks like he deleted his Venomancer and is just gonna be committing the 6 Beast Fallen Witcher build, which we have not seen all day today.
No, we did see Feathered, the 6 Feathered coming with the Fallen Witcher. This is a different adaptation on this build, and one I almost think I like better, because we've seen 6 Beast be effective. Oh my goodness. With the summons now also been benefiting, of course, with this Razor Claw and that Spirit Bear, as well as the summons from this Werewolf. So let's see how this build goes. You have the Fallen Witcher getting into the back, going to be popping the ult, and it's going to start to Shrek. If it can get rolling in this, you can actually see a pretty solid board here from Betyao. A pretty solid run.
Yeah, but as we mentioned, that Pure Zoom rolling all the way down to 0, leveling to 9, and just trying to get his 9 warriors online, which was enough to take down Betyao here.
Yeah, still not quite able to get that going. Well, there we go. At least going to be able to level up some of these ones here with... this is a big question for me here. Are you going to try and commit to finding the 3-star Fallen Witcher? Where are you in terms of... No, you could do it here. You could still buy it. Where are we at? Where are we at?
He only has 14 gold. It's usually right to work towards it, especially because Silent is also contesting his build. Silent is working with 6 Beast Witcher. So yeah, could be correct to just grab it, kind of deny Silent from 3-star in his, and potentially 3-star on your own.
Yeah, it suits you. And he still would stay above 10. So we'll see if he does end up picking that up here, letting it go by. Having some success here on this one, though, taking the win against Legato. Legato is struggling, but speaking of struggles, JN down to only 4 HP. Betyao seems to be in a pretty solid spot. But I think the biggest thing I want to note here, Zath, nobody's win streaking. Every single one of these players is trading. Only 30 points separating 1st and 7th. That is pretty massive. JN is having a struggle. Linsane is even stabilized here. The Knights have been holding their own on this board, but you mentioned that Silent was going for this as well. I want to take a look here at this Fallen Witcher. Decent items already online. Having this early Python one is a big deal.
Yeah, even has a couple more on his bench, so a little closer to the 3-star Fallen Witcher than Betyao. And what's interesting is going up against Legato here, and with the team that won him the first game of the day, Legato already coming prepared, has 4 spirits online. Not going to be doing too much against the range carry of Fallen Witcher, which maybe the players are making some adjustments. Knowing Legato is one of the top players and likes to run 4 spirits, you see Silent and Betyao making those adjustments and going with the more range carry in Fallen Witcher.
Yeah, and this is so interesting because, I mean, we did see him also having dragons here on the board, and I wonder if it came down to, like, which one do you find more of? I think in this case, I almost would have just given, like you mentioned before, the range carries coming in. I almost think I would have preferred him going into these dragons instead, but maybe the rolls just weren't coming his way. He found the spirits, didn't find the dragons, and now with only a level 1 Tortola Elder, oh my, and even on like a level, oh, and there's the Thunder, it is level 2, but still, this is not the potential of this build we know it can be.
Yeah, I think the big reason he does have the 4 spirits early is because there are some 9 warriors in the lobby. Most of the warriors are melee, and I think that's part of the reason Wills used to be at the top of his lobby. He was win streaking for quite some time, but now Wills finds himself towards the bottom for loss streak. And Jayan and Pearson going out there.
Yeah, I mean, the Beasts having some success here. We're seeing the spirits, multiple spirits coming into play. Yeah, and against this, I can definitely see with the mages as well. I can definitely see where the warriors will be struggling a little bit. But you have this rogue guard here, and it's getting pretty stacked up. So you got that crazy dance. If you can get that going, can do some pretty solid damage.
Yeah, it looks like he's opting to run the Rogue Guard over the Doom. Usually the way I see it is if you get the Doom 2-star first before you see a single Rogue Guard, you just stick with the Doom carry. But yeah, if you find the Rogue Guard, and even better, if you find the Rogue Guard 2-star, then yeah, that is a very strong carry, much stronger than Doom 2 could be.
Oh, for sure. I mean, it's just a higher class of criminal, a higher tier of unit. And it also one of the few ones. Carry support, like, make up your mind, man. Like, what are you doing? Just saying. as we're continuing to see the roll. Oh, but there's the Doom 2 starting. He's going to take it. He's selling it. We're going in. He's committing to the Doom. And there are the items they're going to be swapping over. So there you go. Just don't forget to put it in. Just don't forget to put it in. Oh my goodness, please. What's happening? Here we go. I don't know how to get rid of it. There we go. We made it.
Yeah, and as soon as he puts it in, going up against the 4 Spirits of Legato, I'm not sure the Doom's going to be able to keep pushing on forward. Yeah, the Doom gets sniped down there. And just bad timing for Wills. Legato knocking Wills out there. 9 Warriors not enough against these 4 Spirit comp.
And I also want to note, during all that, Pure Zone went down as well. We missed it. Must have missed it a couple rounds ago, but I feel like he was doing so well to start this game. He was down towards the bottom, but couldn't get his loss streak going. Was sort of winning some, losing some. Couldn't sort of figure out what direction that was going in, and really unfortunate. But I think I found the difference this time around. I think I found the difference, Zath, of why Linsane is having more success with this build.
Why is that? Is it just the Lightblade Knight?
Yes, that's it. It's one simple thing. It's a Lightblade Knight. That's it. That's the only difference. I mean,
yeah,
he's still going to lose.
If you told me Linsane was going to be win streaking at this point in the game with the Glacial Knights, I would not have believed you. But yeah, managing to stay healthy and outlasting even the 9 Warriors. I believe Pure Zoom and Wills were both running 9 Warriors and both getting knocked out fairly early.
I mean, if Linsane can keep this up, I mean, Benny's on a loss streak here. He just needs to somewhat try and stabilize. We could potentially see a top 4 finish for Glacier Knights, which I think, Linsane, I think at this point is pretty much guaranteed not to make it into our top 8, but would still, you got to take those victories when you can get them, because that's still pretty solid.
Yeah, it'd be a great showing for Linsane if he gets the top 4 finish here, especially with some Glacial Knights. We don't get to see Glacial Knights enough.
Nah, it's a super fun build. Unfortunately, not going to have a ton of success here. The Fallen Witcher was able to just rip through that front line right into that Lightblade Knight, and despite the fact you can keep her alive a little bit longer there, utilize this Fortune Teller, but it's not going to be enough. Unfortunately, I think it's going to be 1 or 2 more rounds until Linsane is out. It all comes down to whether Betyao or Benny's there, and I think Benny's just got too much HP. But let's see what Betyao's up to. Only down to 19 himself. This is a very close lobby, Zath.
Yeah, no one having a clear lead on anybody. It just seems like it comes down to matchups. Great items on that Fallen Witcher there. And I'm trying to figure out who could potentially win this game. I guess it comes down to how the 6 Beast comp really deals with the mages. Yeah, just based off this, looking pretty solid.
I mean, that Fallen Witcher hits like a truck. And with the split shot, with that Holy Spirit Lance, like that's going to be tough to deal with. Benny's on a loss streak. Legato's on a win streak, though. It could be Legato, and you talked about it. It could be the Mage. The Mage could be the one to spell disaster. But I have to jump on board with Linsane. We have to see either one final win here or, unfortunately, that crushing defeat. Still, top 5, not bad. Would have loved to have made it to that top 4, though.
Yeah, it is creep round, so Linsane got 1 item he can still combine. Might make the difference. Can roll a little bit more for this Lightblade 3-star. Just missing 3 more units for that 3-star. But I'm looking at the teams here, and I just don't think Linsane can beat anyone's board right now. So I believe he will be going out in 5th. It's just going to come down to the 6 Beasts from Silent and Betyao versus some Mages from Legato and Benny.
Yeah, I mean, the Beasts really showing up here in a big way. Definitely feeling their impacts, and the Spirits and Mages. I mean, that's a classic pairing, classic combo if I've ever seen. We've seen the Dragon coming in from Benny, and Benny actually looks like he's making some changes here as well. He's also on a loss streak. Interesting to see that. I said I'd follow Linsane to the end, though, so that's what we're going to do. But then I definitely want to jump aboard Benny and see what he's up to.
Oh, no. And Silent was able to 3-star the Fallen Witcher.
Oh, no. That's a disaster. Does not have the split shot with the Holy Spirit. It doesn't matter. It's like a freight train. That's just ridiculous. And we are going to see Linsane going out there. Oh, me, oh, my. And Benny might be next up on the chopping block. This loss streak is still in effect, making a full committal here to this Dragon Mage. This was the build that I was saying that Legato was probably considering going as well. And I said, maybe I actually like the Dragon a little better. But I think, Benny's making a case to why Legato made the right decision going with the Spirits instead, as these Dragons aren't necessarily paying off quite as well.
Yeah, I think the name of this game may just come down to Silent's 3-star Fallen Witcher versus Legato's Mage comp. I believe those two are the strongest in the lobby.
Yeah, I wonder why. Look at that Fallen Witcher just destroyed like 6 units on its own. Oh my goodness, that just goes to show how powerful this carry unit can be in the right position. And we are just so close. We saw Legato did actually take a loss there as well. That win streak is gone. What a close game here, Zath. This is getting down to the wire.
Yeah, and Betyao's one of those players that's right on the bubble. So if he can secure himself a top 3 going into this final game, it'll be really solid for Betyao. So he's just looking to survive. He needs his Fallen Witcher to keep winning rounds for him.
Yeah, we'll see if that's going to be the case as the mage battle is happening. This time, Legato is going to drop. Oh my goodness. This is what I was talking about. I was like, maybe the Dragon's be a little more effective here. Maybe that might be the case after all. And the difference, of course, I want to point out, I want to know something Legato's doing very consistently is this. Bringing in the humans. Level 11 once again for Legato, and still not enough as Betyao is the one on that win streak. Fallen Witcher, not level 3, but still insanely powerful, especially when you combine in these additional units that are benefiting from the beast. Oh my goodness, Zath. It might be the battle of Fallen Witchers.
Yeah, like it usually is. And what's crazy about Legato is he has his game plan down pat. This is the second time he's able to reach round or level 11 with this comp. So definitely knows what he's doing when you hand him some mages.
Absolutely. Clearly, having a game plan, being able to stick with it is key. Now we're seeing the power of the Spirits going on in, but not going to be affecting this Fallen Witcher. You need to be able to take it down. Having this range carry making a world of difference. The Laguna Blade is going to be able to go in and make that difference, though, that additional bit of damage, but that's against a 2-star version, the 2-star iteration, and not necessarily going to work up against the powerhouse that Betyao is going to be able, or sorry, that Benny, Silent? Which one has the other? There it is. It's Silent. Oh my goodness. There it is. This one, the big boy, but not as well itemized.
Yeah, that is very true. If he had the Holy Spirit lands on the 3-star Fallen Witcher, then Silent would probably be on a win streak. But everyone's health is insanely close. It looks like everyone's just losing to each other. No one has a clear lead. The healths are all within 5 HP of each other. I'm not even sure who's going to win here.
At this point, it's anyone's game, and I could try and predict it, but then I'd probably be wrong. So I'm just not going to. I'm going to save myself the trouble and just say anybody can pull that W. And theoretically, like, we could see 2 players knocked out this next round if they win convincingly. We could go from 4 to 2 to 1 in 2 rounds, theoretically, and it could happen.
Yeah, that'd be insane. The thing with Legato's build is he opted to go that 4 Spirit again, but the comps in this lobby aren't really countered by 4 Spirit like they were in the past. Before, you had some Assassins, some Warriors. The only thing left is a range Fallen Witcher carries and then another Mage comp. And the other Mage comp from Benny is Dragon, so it's casting just a little bit faster than Legato's team. It looks like it's doing all the difference because every time Benny has faced Legato, it's gone in Benny's favor.
Yeah, and Legato down to 2 HP. Silent does drop, though. That absolutely massive 3-star Fallen Witcher. Not enough to get it done. And we're actually seeing Betyao up in first place there. Benny able to win this against Legato. So it's that game of rock, paper, scissors. We're down to the final round. This is for all the marbles. Let's take a look as Betyao is in I would say, one of the better positions to get this done, but it's no guarantee. Oh
yeah,
no,
we just have to keep an eye on the Fallen Witcher. If the Fallen Witcher can just stay healthy and dish out the damage, he should be able to stay in this game.
Oh, I bet Ya's playing both copies. Wait, this could be it. This could, hang on. Oh, wait, did Legato actually beat the copy? Oh, that's huge.
Yeah, he did.
So Betyao beat Benny, but Legato beat Betyao, and Benny beats Legato.
Yeah, so if Benny faces Legato next, Benny may be knocking out Legato for Betyao, and as long as Betyao can beat Benny, it may be Betyao's game. It really comes down to who Legato faces next.
And that's the board we're going to watch. That's the board we're going to watch. Player right there up at the tippity top, facing up against Betyao this time. The copy the board he just beat. Can he do it again? That's the big question mark here. And it's all going to come down to these attacks. And I don't think Lightning's going to strike twice. No God of Thunder on this board. I think this is going to be the win there, as Betyao is able to take him down. A third place finish for Legato. Still super solid, but this now looks like it's Betyao's game to win.
Yes, if Betyao does end up winning, that's incredible. We've seen so many different comms win games today. Just so diverse.
I mean, yeah, going in with this 6 beast with this incredibly stacked Fallen Witcher, just, you know, really solid to see this. I mean, he is just absolutely stacked, and you can see the damage come on through, but it's not necessarily making the big difference. Look at how much damage. It's basically soloing out this entire board, but that's a lot more damage. That's level 2 God of Thunder as well. Hang on. I think Betyao was 5-0 against Benny up until that point. He had not lost to Benny yet this game, and yet in the last round, when it mattered most, Benny stabilized. Hang on a second. He's not frozen in ice.
Benny,
He's right on in. This is nutty.
Yeah, Benny not looking to give up anytime soon. Even has the God of Thunder 2-star. I wonder if that really made the difference. Just being able to down some of these units at the start of the fight. Because
I think that the answer is yes.
Is a bit of RNG. So as long as it lands on enough units, it could really turn the tides in his favor.
Yeah, I mean, we saw just a ton of damage come out with that, and it doesn't have a lot item-wise going. But I think the biggest difference here, I'm gonna look back over at the board if it'll let me over here, of Betyao. The biggest difference, if I can take a look at these items, he does have the claw one. He's just gotta get on through this. But I mean, you can throw all the items on it at the end of the day. The rest of the board is just melting too quickly. It just can't sustain through it.
Yeah, I believe if that was a 3-star Fallen Witcher with those items, then maybe Betyao can get there. But I think this is it. It's coming down to the last final fight here.
Yeah, this one's for all the marbles. All depends where this God of Thunder all hits and if this Fallen Witcher can get the damage done. And this time, I think it absolutely can. But it's still not enough to finish it. Everything else died. Everything else died. But that gives another round, another chance for him to find that additional Fallen Witcher. He's got 2 eggs on the board, is on the bench as well. And actually, we're just seeing another Razor Claw coming in. More summons for the beast stacks. Okay, I don't know if it's gonna make that much of a difference, but we'll see. Almost kind of wish he'd just gone for a level 2 Dark Spirit. Anyway.
Not only beast stacks, but also Insectoid. Maybe looking to spawn some 3-star Insectoids on top of his 6 beast build.
Oh, that's a fantastic point as well. We'll see, and I think, yeah, that this definitely has made enough of a difference here. This Fallen Witcher is still going, and with the Spirit Bear as well, those final attacks are going to reign true, but it's still not enough damage left. We are down to only 2 HP. Man, these players do not want to go down without a fight, and even with rolling, not able to get the pieces that he needs. That is not the level 2 Dark Spirit. That's not the level 3 Fallen Witcher, but I think it might still be enough. One winning round for Benny gave him a glimpse of hope, but I think in the end, Betyao may still take the win.
Yeah, the items are just a little too much on this Fallen Witcher. It looks like it's definitely going to close out the game, but here it is. Last fight. Has to be the last fight. The HP is too close to call.
I mean, we've said this before, but maybe this will still not be the end. It's going to come down to the wire. A couple more attacks. This Fallen Witcher is going to fall, and that's actually going to be it. What? Benny, with the clutch victory at the end, actually gets it done. I can't believe it. That was one of the closest matches we've seen. The Fallen Witcher just needed to hit one more attack.
Yeah, that was so much back and forth. You really thought Betyao was going to run away with it, but Benny just slowly not giving up, just fighting back, and RNG really favoring him on that last fight, and just enough damage to go over Betyao there.
I mean, if there was ever a game to tell players like, look, it's not over till it's over. Just because you're 0-4 against this player, just because you haven't, you know what I mean? 0-5, I think by the time Benny finally won a round, he only won 2 rounds against him, I think, in that entire game. And it was the round to stabilize, and then it was the round to get the win. Oh my goodness. This is what the Mobile Open's all about. It's about moments like that. It's about games like that. We have seen so many bangers today. It is absolutely incredible. I could talk about it all night, but we have an analysis segment for this. So before we go to our break, before we break that all down, remind you once again, !social in the chat. Make sure you're following us over there on Twitter and Instagram, getting all those behind the scenes details. And of course, if you're a fan over in Europe, Middle East, North Africa, sign up BU. You want to get involved in the Mobile Open. It's going on right now. Don't have a whole lot more chances to sign up, so definitely go and get involved. It's almost early morning there at this point. Maybe you break it up. Maybe you're tuning into the broadcast. In any case, we're going to head to a break. When we come back, our 5th and final game. Oh my goodness, today has been insane. And with this last game, I don't expect it to be any different. So you certainly don't want to miss it.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T. This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm your host, Paul and Baron Todd Kill, and that's that. And, wow, that game.
Yeah, I thought they couldn't get any closer, but they keep getting closer and closer. These games are insane.
We keep saying that, and they're still like, but wait, there's more. Let's take a look back, though, because, you know, seeing is believing. Zath, walk us through that game, because at the start, it seemed a little cut and dry, but then the builds came out, the rock, paper, scissors happened, and I was blown away.
Yeah, just getting started here. It looks like Pearson started off with the early 6 warriors. PC eventually did end up going with the 9 warriors along with Wills. So yeah, 6 warriors with the swordsman 2-star doing enough to close out over JN. And here we go, Legato setting up the early 6 mages, going all the way to level 8 on round 16. And yeah, 6 mages putting in a lot of work there. Now we got Silent versus Wills. Silent, which inevitably gets the Fallen Witcher 3-star going up against Wills, who does build 9 warriors. And right here at this point in the game, the Fallen Witcher is just doing work. Now Linsane with the Glacial Knights getting a win over Benny's mages. So we don't get to see too many Glacial Knights, so pretty hyped to see them here, and not doing too bad for Linsane right here. And here we got Legato facing off against Linsane, but this time Legato has the 4 spirits, so some of these knights just getting stunned out, and Linsane taking a big shot from Legato there. Now towards the end, top 4 situation, Betyao versus Benny. It's the story of the Fallen Witcher. How hard can the Fallen Witcher carry? And Betyao getting a win over Benny there off the back of Fallen Witcher. Now it's Legato versus Betyao. I believe Legato just got a win on the clone of Betyao, but in this case, the Fallen Witcher just a little too strong, just kind of 1v4ing, unless, never mind, Legato's the Flaming Wizard, a little too strong there. But Betyao versus Legato, round 2. Legato just won with the Laguna Blade, but this time the Fallen Witcher refuses to go down, and with the carry items, just closing it out, ending Legato's game here. So final 2 situation, Benny versus Betyao. The HPs are so close. Can this Fallen Witcher close things out for Betyao? And it looks like it was not going to be able to do it. Benny closing it out off the back of that Storm Shaman there.
Even looking back at the replays, we're like, can it scoot? No, they don't win. Like, it's that close.
It was too close. It was so close.
I mean, the difference of like 1 Laguna Blade going left and right, you know what I mean, just made all the difference in the world. But wow, it just goes to show, if nothing else, how close our competitors are. Just goes to show how insanely talented they all are. And there was a point in that game where Legato had dragons on the bench, had some spirits as well, and made a call. And I would have been so, to be a fly on the wall listening to that decision, because in the end, the one with the dragons ended up, I believe, taking the W. There obviously a lot of different things changed over the course of that, and obviously it's not that, you know, binary in any situation, but still, those little situations like that make all the difference in the world. But before we get into this last game, before we take one step further and one step further deciding our top 8, I talked about this last week in Zath. We got the experience of talking over it a little bit, of course. Asphalt 9 Legends, one of our other amazing game titles here in the ESL Mobile Open. And this season, we're really happy because we have a lot of game footage we got to really get our hands on to show all you in the community about it as we take a look at our iOS player here, Hemisphere. This is from our playoffs. He's one of the top players on iOS. If you're looking at someone, wow, this is a change of pace. It certainly is. Auto chess is slow and steady and meticulous, and it's got bursts of energy and momentum. But Zath, this game is all about speed.
Yeah, not only that, but the graphics on this game is something else. Pretty impressive graphics coming out for a mobile game.
Oh, absolutely. I think this is, in my opinion, this is one of the prettiest games on mobile for sure. It just got this fast, visceral feel, and what's really cool about it too is you can literally like hold your phone like a steering wheel. You like have it back and forth. And I remember back at ESL 1 New York back in season 2 having, you know, just fans walk up and try out this game. They were able to pick it up and intuitively grasp how to play it within seconds. which was super, super cool. Obviously, auto chess has a little bit of a learning curve, but it's fun to see games like this in the mobile open that are a little bit more accessible to the community, which is really awesome because this is built right into the app itself. You can just queue up and enter into the mobile open right in the game, which is super, super neat. So obviously, we're really excited to have different games like this as part of our program, being able to showcase, talented players in other games, because we certainly have our fair share of talented players here in auto chess. As we take a look at the game here from our top Android player, of course, currently going by Baby Joe, but it's Elite Joe. He was actually our multiple time champion here at the ESL Mobile Open. What's really cool too is he's from Mexico. He's coming up here, what I think was first time ever in the United States, which was when he came in for ESL 1 New York. And it was really cool to just sort of see his experience with that. And that's really cool. And the idea of traveling for esports and esports really changing your life, Zach, that's, I think, something that maybe all of these players harbor, maybe secret or maybe not so secret dream about.
Yeah, absolutely. Being able to compete in the game that you just love and you play every day, that's a dream for a lot of players. I know we haven't had to do too many lands this year due to some circumstances, but yeah, once things get back going, we have some big LAN events. It's definitely going to be exciting going forward.
Oh, for sure, for sure. I mean, yeah, being able to be in person and experience, wow, there's something about that LAN environment that's so fantastic. So yes, absolutely. Looking forward to when we can be doing those again, but also really proud of the team here, especially. And I know I speak for a lot of folks, so I'm saying it was not easy to transition to an online broadcast like this, and I'm really, really proud of the team we have here at ESL to be able to do that. And obviously, being able to bring you in is fantastic. Still being able to connect with the community, still being able to put on these shows and hype up these players has been amazing. So, and if you're a fan of mobile gaming and you like auto chess and you want something just a little bit different, maybe check out Asphalt 9 Legends as well. But I'm getting word that the results have been tallied from those last series of games, Zath. And as we get down to the wire here, we get to see.
Wow, Monty leading the points. Another good game from Monty. Monty just came to play this today, honestly. I don't think he's had a bad game.
I mean, that's just insane. I mean, we're not seeing that on the left side of the screen a whole lot of movement, but one is up, one is down. Devilish dropping just a little bit and Monty up to the top. I'm looking towards this right side though, because there are only 2 points separating Riona and Arfton, and right in the middle is that line. We have a 3-way tie for 9th. This is going to come down to the wire. There are only 3 games left to determine our top 8, and we have a lot of players right within striking distance as well. I mean, even if you just took the left side of the screen and said everybody with 40 and above, we have like 10, 12 players who could potentially still make it into our top 8. Zach, I don't have the right adjectives. I'm out of adjectives.
It's just as close as the games have been, honestly. The points are even closer. I think even the ones that have 40 points right now, they're not completely out of it just yet. There's 3 more games to be played, depending how the games play out. Even Betyao can have a breakout game. Purezoom, Bear, Radical, Rhaegar. We'll have to see. It's just going to come down to the wire.
I mean, 6 points. That's the difference between, eighth place and, like, what was that? 14th place? Something like that? I don't actually. Yeah, I think it's 14th place. Something like that. Still, insanely close. As we're seeing this now. Group number 2, second time around. Devilish still up there at the top. Nice, solid lead there. K-Bunny, not having quite the same performance we saw on day number 1, but still looking pretty solid overall. But I'm looking towards Obstra as well. Moving up there. One of those 3 players tied for 9th place.
Yeah, he would love to close out today with a top 3 finish. So yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on Obstra. Also, K-Bunny, I'm not sure if he's won any games today, so you can never doubt him out. He had a stellar first performance in the first day.
Yeah, one of the strongest performances in an opening day we've seen yet. Really, really solid. But we're going to go to break. We don't want to keep you guys waiting any longer. We're going to get through this and into our 5th and final game of the day, the 10th game overall. We're getting so close to determining our top 8. It all comes down to these games.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.
Hello and welcome back, everyone, to the ESL Mobile Open Season 6 playoffs. I'm Inver. I'm joined by Zath as we get into our fifth and final game of the day. And Zath, more importantly, the 10th match of 12 for these players.
Yeah, we saw the scores. They're just super close, so every game matters. Players like Opstra, Baronana, even K-Bunny and Radical, why not? You want to be scoring as much points as you can on the final day of today. The final game of the day.
100%. Like, because these players are so close. I mean, Radical is only 6 points away. Radical gets a win here, and nobody else in that area does. He could potentially jump into the top 8 this game. We're seeing none of these players. That's what I said. There's so many players vying for contention at this point. I don't think we've seen nothing as close to this before. And I thought last season couldn't get any closer, but there was like 5 or 6 players last season, I think, that were vying for that top 8. That were really on the cusp. But we had like 5 or 6 that were pretty much guaranteed after the end of this day. We are not going to have that this time around, Zath. It is going to be closer than ever. And every time I say it's closer than ever, they make it closer, and then they make me a liar. But you know what? I'm okay with it.
Yeah, what I'm curious is what comp is actually going to win this game. We haven't seen Insectoid win on stream, and we've had a couple variety of builds, so I'm curious to see what everyone's bringing to the table this game.
Yeah, and speaking of wins, let's take a look and refresh our memories about who has been walking away with the W's here in this group. We saw Devless with back-to-back wins. No wonder he's looking so solid. Riona was able to pick one up too. Didn't catch that on stream. And then Opstra was able to get one as well. Oh my goodness. If I hadn't heard somebody else call it Opstra, I'm gonna be honest, I would have pronounced it OP Straw, like OP Strats, but Opstra. Good to know.
Yeah, I believe I called it that at first, but I asked him how do you want it pronounced, and he did say it was Opstra.
Easy peasy. So not easy like these games. I'm very fortunate. I just get to be a loving spectator that gets to sit back and just, talk over this. This would be stressful to play in these games at this point, especially because it's the end of the night. Like, it's getting late on the East Coast too. So some of these players may be dealing with a little bit of fatigue as well. Got to be able to keep those hands spry and nimble and keep the brains into it. What about you? Were you like a big jug of water? Were you like an extra cup of coffee? How did you do this when you were in the last season of the playoffs?
Just water, and more water. Just chug down so much water after every match. Never really was much of a coffee person, but yeah, a lot of water usually helps you stay focused. But I want to say, these players are just grinding ranked ladder for many hours. I'm pretty sure they have a sit-in where they play more than 5 games at a time. So I want to say most of these top players are familiar with these extended gameplays.
That's true, but unless they're playing at like the absolute top of the ladder, I doubt the games are quite as sweaty as these ones, to be fair. Probably not with quite as much on the line, but I agree. They definitely have the experience putting in the time with these games. The question comes down to if they can maintain the mental, if they can get the roles, if they can find the pieces and the items. Of course, they can put them together in the right order. Let's jump down towards the bottom, see what Devless is up to here. Might be going to start off a bit of a lose streak here. Opstra might be doing it as well, but Opstra has opted to early level here, and then only... Okay. I actually want to see what Opstra... I'm going to change my mind. I'm going to hop over to Opstra here. I'm curious to see what this build is all about. Seeing some goblins coming in, this is a little bit surprising.
Yeah, looks like there's some goblins in an early 2-star Whispers here. Whispers here with those summons can be strong early. The one comp that we have not seen at all today, whether winning or not, is 9 Assassins. What happened to the 9 Assassins buff? I really thought we would see some.
400 to 450% crit damage increase. That's a good amount. Maybe it's just not quite enough. Or maybe the fear is, I wonder if Legato put the fear in everybody. It's like, I'll just go spirits. What are you going to do? Maybe that was more, but I don't know. All I know is I'm also a little bit sad because I do like me some assassin plays.
Yeah, I feel like it has a potential to be a strong build, but maybe no one has really taken the reps with it, have really worked out the best way to build it. So could be explaining why we don't see it today. Maybe they're saving it for the final 2 games next week. We'll have to see.
I don't know about that, but what I do know is we already have a level 2 Water Spirit here. And on Devless, that could be solid. He's got the Assassins going, but this could be a play into some Assassin Spirit stuff with that carry Water Spirit already. Of course, having that Teleport Dagger as well, so going to be able to cast that Wave Slash even quicker. So maybe playing around with some Divinity as well, but you can see him with that on the bench. I like already what I'm seeing here from Devless.
Yeah, usually 2-star Water Spirit means Water Spirit Divinity. I believe that's why he even has that God of War on the bench. I think even the fact that he has a Teleport Dagger on the Water Spirit, this is Divinity all day. It would be very, very strong if he can get the reduced cooldown. He's just missing one more Divinity unit.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, I mean, he's going to be in a great spot when he can get that out and rolling. Yeah, there's the committal probably with the additional spirits here. So, I mean, not too often we know pretty conclusively at level 7 what a player is going to build into, but I feel like just the stars have aligned for Devless in this game, and there's a very good chance that that is what he continues with. We'll keep an eye on him for one more round, though. But taking a look at the scoreboard as well, anything sort of sticking out to you here, Zath, at all? Anything catching your eye?
If we could take a look at Bananas, he's not doing too bad at high rolling himself. He has a 2-star Werewolf already, which is pretty early to have a 2-star 3-cost unit by round 7.
I mean, that's insanely early, and it's not really helping him at all, though, because we have 4 players on a loss streak? What?
Everyone's really valuing that gold, but not everyone can keep the loss streak, though.
No, I mean, most of them. I mean, at most 2, probably 1. We're seeing a decent amount of beasts coming in here as well. Some warriors being played around with, and some assassins. A couple different takes on it. One with spirits, one with beasts. We'll see if that stays the case for K-Bunny, but we'll stay on board here with Bear Nana, who's on this loss streak, but has been able to do it while keeping 90 HP. Very much a contrast to Obstra, who's down to 76. So both, I think, are on the exact same loss streak, but one has been able to do it with 14 more HP. That's actually really impressive. And yeah, this loss streak's going to end here. Banana's like, that's fine for a little bit, but that's not how I want to live my life.
Yeah, it could be the case that in a normal lobby, the build Bananas has would probably be win streaking. But since everyone's playing such a strong early game, it just comes down to, yeah, you're just not stronger than some of these other ones. So they go on a loss streak, but don't lose a lot of health, which he's at 90 HP.
Yep.
And speaking of streaks, though, Radical and Riona streaking 100% right now. Radical with the 2-star Abyssal Crawler already. Maybe we finally see an Assassin's game come out.
Yeah, and more spirits here as well. Definitely keep an eye on that Abyssal Crawler. Once it starts getting stacked up and rolling, it can be a serious threat. But I think at this point early on, I was going to say, I think the waves, the Water Spirit's going to be coming out on top, but maybe I spoke a little bit too soon. Oh my goodness, that Shuriken comes out, and it whacks, especially early. It falls off a lot late, but boy, early, it feels impactful.
Yeah, and Radical the streak. I know him pretty well. I've played against him a lot, and he can definitely work a win streak. I would not be surprised if he levels to 7 early.
It's all about playing that tempo.
K-Bunny at the bottom. So, yeah, just going on a loss streak. RNG has not been favoring him, at least in the early games so far. So we'll see if he's able to mount a comeback here. Also leaning towards Assassins. So maybe everyone's just trying to make me happy and run some Assassin builds this game.
Yeah, I mean, I'm all for it. Yeah, make Zath happy, guys. Make Assassins happen, but also don't feel pressure because you're on game 10 and you should probably try to focus on winning the video game. If you don't think that's a very good opportunity to win, I'm just saying, maybe do you, boo. But at the same time, I can't be mad to see it here. But we'll see if K-Bunny's going to be able to stabilize, or when he does choose to. Only up to 30 gold right now towards round 11, going to be maintaining this loss streak. I imagine, judging by the looks of what's on his board, that he's going to keep this going a little while longer. But this is so interesting because he's not open forwarding. In fact, he's playing. I mean, he's going to put the pre-spec in. I was like, he's almost playing this. Okay, maybe I'm wrong. Like if he loses, he's not. If he wins, he's not going to be mad about it. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm really curious why he's not putting in the priest. Does that mean he feels confident that he's actually going to win? Because if you wanted to maintain the loss streak, you would keep the priest in there. Just to help mitigate some of that damage you're taking.
Exactly, but at the same time, yeah, I mean, he's doing some, he's destroying some pieces, which is great, but he's still going to be taking this damage. Maintaining this loss streak, yeah, I'm surprised. I think at this point he knows he's got a level 1 Abyssal Crawler, level 1 Lord of Sand, multiple level 1 Lord of Sand. I would much prefer one of this. It was the Goddess of Light. I think just taking that reduced damage here, commit to the loss streak, don't waffle on this. In my opinion, I think would be the more preferred route to go here, because he's now the last player on this loss streak. Obstra was able to break his.
Yeah, and if we take a look at Very Nice, or Very Nice, however you want to say it, he's actually running a very interesting build we saw last week. He's running Divinity, but with Argali Knight. I don't think we've seen this today.
No, we haven't, but every time that purification comes on out, it just does so much damage. That true damage, we did see it get all the way up to level 3, 650 true damage at that point. I mean, it'll probably just stay at 400, but that's still a lot. That's still going to add up, especially when you only have 1750 HP and he's fairly tanky. I mean, that would one-shot a god, almost one-shot a Goddess of Light right there. So there you are. That's going to be fun to see. I love players breaking perceptions that we have about the game and saying, no, you don't think this unit's a carry, that's fine. I'm going to show you that it can be.
Yeah, exactly. I would love to see how well this Divinity Argali Knight performs. It had some success last week, so I'm surprised this is the first time we see it today.
Yeah, I mean, we did see it run like, I want to say probably 4 or 5 times yesterday or last week. So yeah, the fact that this is the first time we're seeing it, obviously, again, unfortunately, just to the way this all works out, we can't cast every single game. But it is surprising. But watch when that purification comes down. It's just ridiculous. It just wipes. And then the additional health and survivability just allows him to cast it so many more times. I think if he gets one more off here, basically guarantees the win, and it does. Beating out against the Water Spirit of Devlis. And Devlis has had a pretty solid game, but now Veranice, or Veranice, which I think is what it actually is pronounced, is actually overcome that lead that Devlis had. Now up to 84 HP, but it's Radical who's been able to maintain that 100% so far, and is going to be able to keep doing that here. And I said a win here for Radical would put him up very much in contention for top 8, and maybe he heard me because that's what he's looking to do.
Yeah, not only was he able to get the 2-star Abyssal Crawler, but also find himself a 2-star Fallen Witcher. So yeah, just a lot of early game pressure. Setting up the Venomancer and a Thorn Predator in his build, maybe considering an Insectoid transition out of a win streak. So yeah, his build's very open. Radical still very much playing tempo.
For sure. I mean, that's what you want to do when you're up there at the top. You want to keep that streak alive as long as possible, staying above 30, not going all the way up to 50 like we've seen some players do. I would say not getting too greedy in that regard. Still keeping enough of economy that 3 extra gold per round really does make a difference. And now with that 10 win streak, got to be feeling really good. Taking an Obster with ease. And at level 14, only 32 HP. I mean, being on a loss streak, being below 50 at this point is kind of rough. But being at 32 Zath, Obster's having a bit of a struggle this game.
Yeah, if we take a look at his bench, he really does not have any game plan going at the moment. He has a little bit of feather units. He throws in 3 Hunter. He's keeping some Insectoids on the bench, but he is so far from power spiking. I'm not sure how he's going to mount this comeback. He's missing a Venomancer. He's missing 2 other Insectoids. Man, this could be a rough game for Obstra.
I kind of feel like he's trying to force this a little bit just because he has this level 2 Ogre Mage, so he's going to have the Cure buff, which did get very slightly nerfed in this last patch. That makes a huge difference. But it could have an impact here. But I almost but also the fact that all of these Hunters are still level 1. I think maybe he would try and commit maybe towards a Beast build or a Hunter build if these were more leveled, but he hasn't been able to find any of them. I just feel like everything is going wrong. I don't feel like this is necessarily, you know, a misplay, quote unquote. I just feel like he probably just hasn't been dealt the best cards and has tried to go in one direction, couldn't make it happen. So tries to go another direction and they can't make that happen. That's just, honestly, I feel like as anybody who's played an auto battler really can sympathize with the situation.
Yeah, I agree. I think just RNG is not favoring him this game, and I believe he's just trying to throw a Hail Mary and just trying to settle with Insectoids. Insectoid, very expensive build, but can be strong once it's online. So I think Ostra's just seeing Insects as his only way back into this game.
Yeah, I mean, but even just given the fact that we're seeing Spirits going to be coming in here likely. Oh, actually, we did see some transition out of that. So that's one potential counter here. So we're not going to be seeing it in this case. So maybe if we can get it going, I think there's it's an almost zero chance that we're able to see that go into effect here. We are going to see a transition into 4 Beast. I don't think this is still going to be nearly strong enough to do what it needs to do. But we'll see. I mean, just trying to make anything happen at this point. I got to give him props for perseverance, but especially going into Devless here, I think this is going to be a bit of a slaughter.
Yeah, may just be taking a bit more damage. Whenever you have to throw in a 1-star unicorn into a build, you know you're not in an ideal spot. 1-star unicorn, it's not going to be doing too much for your team. Sure, it does get you the 4 Beast bonus, but yeah. Just Astra taking another hit there.
Yeah, not ideal. We'll jump over on board as well with K-Bunny, who's on an even bigger loss streak, down to just 3 more HP than Astra here. Is able to level up to 8, though. And we'll see what that adaptation is going to garner here. It looks like it might be Insectoid as well. We're seeing the level up here with the Warpwood Sage being able to drop it in. So this, to me, feels like a much more powerful option, especially if this 3-star Doom can be achieved, but he doesn't have the goal for it, but at least being able to grab that on the next time around. There it is. Wasn't able to get it in time, though, but still looking a whole lot better in this moment now for K-Bunny to try and turn this streak around.
Yeah, and it's interesting because it looks like maybe 3 players in this lobby are going to be relying on Insects. I believe it's K-Bunny who's looking at Insects, Obstra looking at Insects, and also Radical at the top considering Insects transition.
Yeah, taking a look at the bench, taking a look at what's on the board. I agree. Seeing a little bit of this Insectoid coming out, potentially going to be flexed into here by a couple of these players. Definitely going to be keeping an eye on that. But we did see K-Bunny turn that loss streak around. He was up to a 10-loss streak at that point. My question now becomes, does he try and make the Insectoid work himself, or does he just keep them in for the Beast? If he holds on to these Thorn Predators and this Cure with the Ogre Mage, that's my decision. I think that might be the decision maker here, but he hasn't found the Venomancer, and that's such a core component to this, but it still looks like that's the direction he wants to go.
Yeah, usually you don't see yourself running Dooms and Venomancers in Insectoid. It's usually whichever one appears first, either Doom or the Veno. So, yeah, I'm not sure if he can actually pull out the Cure in this build. I think he just has to go for the Doom duplicates and rely on the 3-star Insectoids to keep him in the game.
Yeah, I wonder if he's going to just sell off this Ogre Mage when it's no longer as viable. I wouldn't be surprised if that's going to be the case here. You're right. Trying to balance 2 quote-unquote carries, not going to be ideal there, but finding 2 more Warpwood Sages is definitely going to feel good if he can get this up to level 3. Definitely feeling solid, but let's jump back on board with Obstra. We'll do so with Remy as well. As we're getting down to the wire here, I want to see how these players handle getting right down to the end. You know what I mean? And I look at this board and I think to myself, I don't see how this is going to be doing much winning here, unfortunately. It just seems a little bit too stretched thin, Zath.
Absolutely. He still does not have a Venomancer 2-star. There's no duplicate that is going to spawn a 3-star Insectoid for him. I think it's just the lobby moved a little bit too fast. He did not have enough time, enough gold to really get this Insectoid build online. I think it's going to be coming short for Astra here. I don't really think he'll be able to hold on.
I mean, he might win this one round because he's going up against the only other player that's on a loss streak in terms of Remy. But this one's still just really close. I think he's actually going to be able to get the win here, though. He is going to be able to stay alive just a touch longer. So that just goes to show the power. Even when all these pieces are still level 1, just how good this Insectoid can be if you can get it up and running. That was close, and that actually means that Remy is continuing that loss streak. Obstra holds on by a thread.
Yeah, Astra has one more round. It's the creep round right now, so Hopefully, he only has 5 gold, but if he's able to find the Venomancer 2-star, maybe things turn around. Oh, and opting to take out the Veno and just go all in on the Insectoids. So no carry, just hoping that enough 3-star Insectoid spawns to keep him alive.
And there are items. There are items on this too. So that's an interesting call. Interesting play con. We'll see how it plays off. Or darn it, I messed up the quote. We'll see how it pays off for him. There we go. All right, we got there in the end. Okay, don't judge me too hard, chat. But yeah, this is just. I'm gonna be honest. This feels desperate a little bit here. I mean, taking out your hard carry here. We'll see if he does end up putting it back in. But wow, good times all around.
Yeah, I think he's just waiting. Oh, he does have Kira available, so I'm curious. Maybe if he doesn't get the Veno 2-star, maybe he just doesn't want to run Kira.
I mean, that's certainly an adaptation. I don't think
without... Yeah, I've never seen it without Kira.
Are we going to find out? I guess we're going to find out. All right, he is going to shake this up, though, to get the Warlock bonus in at least. And, you know, we'll be able to spawn this. He does have all the items, so I like the fact that he's at least putting the Venomancer in. Little victories here, but he's fighting up against another Insectoid player in K-Bunny. Both of these players down towards the bottom. K-Bunny was able to break the streak a little bit earlier. We'll see if it's going to be the case this time for Opstra. We're going to stay alive a little bit longer, but I'm seeing the way these webs are breaking. I'm seeing where these bees are stinging, and I don't think it's going to be the win here for Opstra. I think that's going to be the end of his day. Unable to sustain through with this one. So K-Bunny is going to be able to take him down and survive a little bit longer. And that's Opstra, the first one out in this lobby. Radical still has 88 HP. There's still a lot of game left to play.
Yeah, and if we want to take a look back at Verenice, he was the one working with the Argali Divinity build. Let's catch up to see what he's working with.
Absolutely.
Okay, so he did go back. He has 4 Divinity online now. Not really working towards Argali Knight 3-star. Maybe just satisfied keeping him at 2-star. Yeah, it has a Dark Spirit. Dark Spirit pretty solid. Really depends on what he wants to add to this build, either for Warlock or for Shaman. The fact that he has Dark Spirit probably leans more towards the 4 Warlock variant. Just give your team a bit more sustain, a bit more lifesteal with the Warlock buff.
For sure. Yeah, I would not be surprised if that was the case here. Able to get 2 casts off of that black hole. Wow, okay. That's quite a game there. That just goes to show how powerful that divinity can be. Oh my goodness, and able to continue to push on through here, taking down Bear Nana with that one. So we're seeing quite a few interesting builds here. We're going to have Radical going with this interesting flex with Goblin, Assassin with the Witcher Insectoid. Then we're seeing this Divinity build coming out here from Devless, more Divinity from Verenice. I'm curious to see now this variation that Devless is putting together here too. He is also going to be running this Divinity.
Yeah, it's just a classic Water Spirit Divinity, very similar to the build that was played in the finals last season. And I believe Devless was the player who brought this Water Spirit Divinity to the finals, at least in one of the games. And yeah, you saw the early 2-star Water Spirit he was able to get, I believe, round 4, round 5, still on the board carrying his team. Just had to add a couple units around him, give him the 4 Divinity cooldown, and even hitting the 3-star Warford Sage now. Yeah, Devless is online.
This is, I mean, drops the unicorn on the board just to get the buff in, puts it up with the druid. That's just sick. Little plays like that, a little bit of tech goes a long way. And you know what else is going a long way? This Water Spirit is getting flung across the map. It's going to blink around. One more Wave Slash, though, but it's still on cooldown. Uh-oh. That's a bit of a lost streak here, and it's up against Remy, the player who was lost streaking. That is so interesting. Never count a player out. Never count a player out. So now Remy's back into this. K-Bunny's on a win streak, the player who was down towards the bottom, and Bear Nana, who's towards the top's on a loss streak. This game is topsy-turvy. I don't know what to expect, Zach. I'm scared. What's happening?
Yeah, it looks like everything's just going back and forth. In the case of that last one, it looks like the Doom ultimate actually stopped the Water Spirit from ulting again. So it's just a case of the matchups. Maybe just Remy had a good matchup specifically against Devless. So not sure how the 9 Warriors is going to hold up against the Insectoids of K-Bunny. K-Bunny is on a streak. The Doom 2 is holding on for him. Is it going to be enough to take down the 9 Warriors?
That's the question. I mean, this is one of the builds that the Insectoid does tend to do very well against. So we'll keep an eye on it. And yeah, they just keep on spawning. They just keep on spawning. You squash them. And they just keep on coming back. And I think you might have been right. I think it might have just been a nice little favorable matchup there for Remy, who's back on the struggle bus, unfortunately, up against K-Bunny, whose Insectoids have really come online. Player we haven't seen too much, though, in this game, of course, is Riona. She's just sort of in middle of the pack, just sort of surviving, trying to thrive, and is going for an interesting build here, focusing in on the Druid Feathered with a little bit of this Hunter in as well, and that's a very stacked-looking Warpwood Sage, and it still has a ways it can go.
Yeah, it's just classic 6-feathered Hunter here. I find this build to be extremely consistent, has favorable matchups, has its downfalls, but it usually can secure yourself a top 4 if you're just playing for points. As long as you're able to find your Druid's upgrade at a decent time, which he does. He has a 3-star Warpwood Sage already, so that's why Riona's still sitting in the upper half of the lobby.
Yeah, and Riona, one of those ones very much on the cusp, a few points away, potentially making it into that top 8. But I could say that for, I mean, fortunately, quite a few players in this lobby, or unfortunately if you're one of them, because that means that you're constantly having to battle it out here. We are seeing this Grim Touch coming in as well, though. So going to be getting a little bit more creative with this. Who else do you want to take a look at, though, Zath? Give me a call.
I want to take a look at K-Bunny. I really admire his improvising this game. Usually you normally see Insectoid with Kira, but right now making the adaptation, does not have the Venomancer, does not have Kira, just using the Doom 2 for now, and it's paying off. Still going on a win streak while he's working towards the Kira on his bench. So super heads up play coming out from K-Bunny, keeping him in the game.
Yeah, and there are multiple players that are sort of toying with this Insectoid build, so if they should go down, there's a chance that he might be able to snipe up some of those units, but unfortunately not going to be the case here, as he's going down to Radical, who's running sort of a variant of this build as well. And I take a look at the scoreboard there. Remy is going to end up dropping, so unfortunate there for Remy going out at this point in the game. K-Bunny also only with 19 HP. Oh me, oh my. We are getting pretty darn close here.
Speaking of unique builds, Radical's build has to be one of the more unique that I've seen. He's just running a demon-heavy build. Just a lot of demon units getting buffed up by Rogard. Nothing in specific sticking out. Like no 4 Insectoids, no Kira. Just good old demon witchers.
I mean, it's not going to be contested, that's for sure. I mean, of course, with this Crazy Dance, I mean, going to be able to continue that. I mean, just ramping up those additional demons. A little bit of Insectoid in here, but not going all the way with 4. I think when he hits 10, that could be very much an option to put in. He does have it on the bench. So we'll see. Going down to just 2 here and bringing in this Venomancer as well. Going to be having that Chemical Rage, of course. That acid is going to be able to help a lot with that negative armor. So we'll keep an eye on that. So I like this adaptation. The question is, can it overcome this Water Spirit? That's what it's going to come down to. Oh, yeah. Okay.
And I wonder if the reason some of these players are opting to keep the Doom in their comp is because of the Water Spirit coming from Devlis. Maybe they know Devlis has a strong board, and they just want to help manage that infinite Water Spirit that keeps ulting. So, because he's not the only player that has Doom. Radical and K-Bunny are utilizing Doom in their board. So maybe just heads up to try to counter the Water Spirit.
Yeah, I mean, getting that Doom Curse on it, stopping it from casting, that silence is the best way, really, to shut it down, aside from, that's actually probably just the best one, I would say. So we'll definitely keep an eye on this Radical in a great position here. I said a win for him could propel him into the top 8, and again, looks like he heard me, because he's looking really solid. The question is, who can overtake him here? We have no win streaks currently in the lobby. I think Radical is close to finding himself one here. It comes down to this battle against Bear Nana.
Yeah, and Bear Nana's, I believe, the only player in the lobby running 9 Warriors, and paying off for him, taking Radical down a notch. But I do want to take a look at Verenice. He's the only player at level 10, and I believe he managed to complete his build.
Yep, and little bit of problem here on mine. That's okay. We'll head it on over to our other screen here. There we go. This is why we have backups, kids. And really, I mean, I'm happy to see the fact that we have, again, this diversity in builds showing off that you can make it work with Iron Warriors. You can make it work with mages. You can make it work with Divinity. You can make it like, this is just so cool to me because I was very hopeful going into this that we were going to have a really positive, healthy meta. And I think this is definitely more of a strong indicator towards that.
Yeah, the game's taking better and better directions. We've definitely had some more toxic metas in the past, but I find the current game state to be extremely balanced. As long as you have a general grasp of the game and of what builds are strong, a lot of different variety of builds are capable of winning.
For sure. It all comes down to hitting the pieces at the right time, getting the items, getting the levels, and of course knowing how to execute, knowing how at the end of the day to find those counters right in the moment, because you can't tunnel vision. I think that's something that a lot of newer players to the game tend to do. They tend to tunnel vision. They get a piece early on, like Devless does, but they don't necessarily know how to commit or when to commit to it. I mean, he was round 7 when he had that level 2 water spirit, and I said it was written in the stars. The stars aligned for him, and he has rode that train all the way to the station, looking really solid right now. But that's not always the right call. That's not always the right call, and that's what's so cool about this game. And speaking of which, we're back on into it. So let's keep this hype train rolling. I'm all about it.
Yeah, and right before the break of the game, it looks like Very Nice did manage to go full build at level 10. But even though he got full build, throws in the Divinity Shaman, just not able to hold on. Does find himself on a 6 loss streak. The Argali Knight is there. The 4 Divinities there, the 4 Shaman is there. I just believe he has too many 1-stars. The Lava Shaman, Defector, all sitting at 1-stars. Even the God of War is 1-star. So it could be the case that Very Nice is just a little under upgraded.
Yeah, that's one thing that I'm noticing as well. I mean, not even having that Warp Wood, it's level 3. That's kind of something that you'd really want to have at this point, especially. So you can't look at this in a vacuum. You have to look at this in the context of what the other players in the lobby have. So that's why it's tough. I mean, this build on paper, where is that? Looking pretty solid, but just when you're comparing it to what the other players have, it's going to be a little bit tougher here to try and execute on this. But we'll see if it can be able to get it done. I'm just really happy to see that we've seen this Argali pseudo carry, but he didn't full commit to it. Not that you really can, I guess, in this regard. Just curious, where did he put the rest of his items here? He's kind of got them spread out a little bit, which I find very interesting. He doesn't really have a carry, which is so interesting to see.
Yeah, it seems like just a more overall team comp. And I love the idea of 4 Shamans coming out from Very Nice, because the 4 Shamans is going to be able to transform some of the carries, like the Venomancer or the Doom 2, into something that may not be as strong. So I love the 4 Shaman call. It's just not working out as ideal as he thought it would be.
Yeah, and the least ideal way of all is defeat, unfortunately. They're going up against Radical. Radical is going to be looking pretty darn solid as we jump back on board. Oh my goodness, that's a lot of bugs. Not the bees. Oh man.
It looks like we saved the insects all for this last game. Legato mentioned in his interview, and we did not get a chance to see the insectoids all day today on stream, and now 3 players bringing it out today in this game.
Yeah, I mean, I was, Legato said this is going to be the build, guys. I trusted him, and I was like, yeah, okay, I believe you. This is good. This is what I'm looking for. And then it hasn't won yet on the stream that we've seen. So maybe players being able to adapt a little bit from last week to this week, being an impact, having an impact on it, or maybe players kind of expecting everybody else to run it, so they're being a little bit more hesitant to do so just because they're afraid the build's going to get contested. A lot of different reasons here, but I think there's a very good chance between the players that are still up, left and alive in this lobby, that one of them does come out on top. But I'm not counting any chickens yet, because heavens knows I'd probably be wrong.
Yeah, and Riona with the 6 feather build that K Bunny's going up against, still looking solid. He hasn't lost too much health since the last time we checked up on him. His feather just looking consistent, but at this point in the game, looks like Insectoid's starting to power creep feathered. So the later the game gets, K Bunny and Radical are going to keep getting stronger and stronger. Should be able to find more duplicates to 3-star They're insects, so yeah, and that's part of the reason why Insectoid is so strong, because it just keeps scaling the later the game gets.
Yeah, it's one of those builds that, you know, if you can get it up online, if you can survive to have it up and running, it's going to do well. And wow, this is just, we're watching this. We're all still watching this. We're here. It's a draw. Okay.
Is the
My goodness.
Night still
What
as
do you
illuminated
get
as
what are you
before?
doing? Wow, that just is so tanky. Oh my goodness. That's so much evasion. Oh my gosh, that's so much evasion. Oh my gosh, that's so much
on top of the
evasion.
6 feather.
Yeah.
So much
Oh
evasion.
boy. I mean,
Ooh, and Riona making the change to 4 Shaman now. So we saw Veronice trying to play the 4 Shaman. Let's see this feathered 4 Shaman build, how it can keep up with Divinity here. And Devlis did manage to 3-star the Water Spirit, but the Water Spirit instantly gets transformed to an Abyssal Crawler 3-star now. So not quite the carry items you normally see on Abyssal Crawler, since these items were on the Water Spirit. But it may still be strong enough. At least it's an assassin to an assassin.
I mean, Abyssal Crawler's still a carry. I mean, you could have had a lot worse luck, if I'm being honest. You could have had a lot worse luck. And now, as those attack speed stacks are starting to ramp up, we're going to see that. Yeah, I mean, if this had been almost any other character in the game, I actually am not sure that it would have been a W. I think this
It could have been a Goddess of Light. It could have been a Goddess of Light 3-star, and it would not be dealing this kind of damage. So, yeah, very good lucky for Shaman there.
I mean, oh wait, are you going to do this twice? Really? Really, Riona? Are you going to do this? Oh!
Still a draw.
Well then, that's and now he's got the Barbaric Cuirass as well. Okay. You know, this is where we are now.
I believe
I'm
we
gonna keep
missed
watching this until he
Baronana's-
dies. I'm gonna keep watching the screen until he dies. I'm just saying, we're here. But this is the Riona show, and I'm all about just ensuring the inevitable demise of this Warpwood save. This is what my life has become now. You're all on this train with me. We're not getting off. This is where we are. This is where we're going. We're gonna commit. Like these players have committed to their builds, we will commit to witnessing Riona just not get another draw, maybe.
Well, if Riona is able to hold off against Radical, then it would mean Riona is in a really good spot this game. But I believe Radical's insects finally coming online. Looks like he does have the 4 insects there. Now, and speaking of insects, K Bunny's own Insectoid team getting knocked out by Devlis. So top 3 situation now.
Yeah, and Riona stays alive with 2 HP, but the big deal there is the K-Buddy went down, which means that all those Insectoids are back in the pool. So, I mean, just staying alive for Riona isn't enough. It's done enough to get him top 3, which is fantastic, but he is toe-to-toe with players like Radical trying to make it in this top 8, and now it looks like it's going to be a battle between Devlis and Radical. Riona is a breath away from going down in this game, so we'll see if this is going to be enough. Does now have the level 3 Whisper Seer, sold the rest of everything else on the bench, and that is a big penguin.
Yeah, that is a huge penguin there. But I don't know how Riona, I think unless he gets a really good Shaman transformation coming out of that Water Spirit, then maybe Riona's able to stay alive here. But if Riona faces off against Radical's insects again, I think that may be the end for Riona. And it just comes down to a head-to-head against Divinity Water Spirit from Dev versus insects from Radical.
Yeah, we're seeing the final roll down here from Riona. Not able to find anything that he needs. Maybe it would be nice to get this Grim Touch up to level 2, or this Warpwood Sage up to level 2. That's really, or sorry, this Lava Shaman up to level 2, or the Scryer, or the Defect. There's still a lot of level 1s in this build, actually. Oh my goodness, the more I'm looking at it, going up against Devlis now. Will he have the HP to survive on through? This is all about sustain. Sustain is the name of the game.
And the Water Spirit actually got transformed into a Hell Knight 3-star. So Hell Knight staying alive, actually going down there. So Riona maybe staying alive. I said if he got a good Shaman proc there, and it looks like he did.
That is such a flimsy line to walk, though. Oh my goodness. Relying on a good Shaman proc. Okay. All right. Look, War's been one with less.
It's just how 4 Shaman works sometimes. But I still think he may not be strong enough to deal with Radical, though.
No. I think probably that is unlikely. But we'll see. I can't count him out yet. Made it this far. But now going up against Radical, this is the test. Does he have the answer?
Yeah, if he can pass his test, then it's looking really good for Riona since he's beating both players. But Radical is the leader of the lobby right now. Someone needs to stop him.
Somebody stop this man. And I think this might actually be it.
Whoa,
I wish we had where's my damage tank? Yeah, seriously. Where's my damage tank stat? You know what I mean? I want to see how much damage this Warpwood Sage has endured. Look at these items now. This is a hard carry Warpwood Sage. I'm about it. Let's go.
Yeah, and it's working. It's just sustaining. As long as it doesn't go down, the team is winning. So it's all about keeping that Warpwood Sage alive, letting Squire continue to ult, letting Sniper keep outputting some damage. So just keep an eye on the Warpwood Sage.
Oh, we did get an immediate polymorph there onto that Doom. So and it got transformed. Hang on a second. We're keeping an eye on that, but that's a Venomancer. That's, oh boy.
It got transformed to a Venomancer 3-star. I'm not sure what's stronger, Doom 3 or Venomancer 3. Both are
I believe
insanely
that's the order of
strong.
operations. Yeah, I mean, not strong enough as Riona with 2 HP and a Dream. Surviving. And now we've got the Storm Shaman in as well. Takes out the Defector, so going to be a little bit stronger with the Static Storm as well. So that's huge. The Silence there, going to be comboing as well with this Lava Swirl. So that's cool. Just a lot more silences going on. So going into Devless, I mean, going into this Water Spirit, do you think that might actually play a bit of a factor here, Zath?
Like I said, I think it just comes down to what that Water Spirit is transforming into. As long as it can avoid transforming too early, and maybe Devless has a chance. But there it goes. He gets transformed into an Abyssal Guard 3-star. And Abyssal Guard's ultimate not nearly as potent as a Water Spirit ult. So I believe Riona may just keep holding on here. Just 2 HP and a Dream, beating both the players back to back.
I believe that is going to be the case here, assuming that enough damage goes through to take out the opposite. Yes, it does. I can't, and we're just watching the HP bars of the other 2 players just slowly whittle down. And these players are so close to the top 8. This is a big deal. This is insane. This is the last game of the day. This is match 10 that we are talking about here. And a slight reposition, a slight reshuffle here from Riona. This is such an interesting strategy. It's not about dealing a ton of damage. It's not about having a hyper carry. It's just about keeping your squishy damage dealers alive long enough to slowly whittle down your opponent. This is the definition of death by 1,000 cuts.
Yeah, if anything was his carry, it would be that Warpwood Sage, because it's definitely doing all the carrying for his team here. I believe most of the items are on that Warpwood Sage, but definitely not a traditional carry. More of like a tank carry. Just carrying the team as in staying alive, basically. Not so much as in outputting the most damage.
Yeah, and oh my, yeah, I mean, you just gotta get it done at this point. Just gotta get it done, whatever means possible. We're not, you know what I mean? It's not one of the situations where we have pride about it. No, we'll do it. It sure looks flashy to have a really insanely powerful Water Spirit or a super tanky Doom Arbiter. No, how we're gonna do it with a big boy with a club. She's a tree friend. We're doing it.
Yep, the tankiest unit known to man, Warpwood Sage, 3-star, just refuses to go down.
Yeah, I mean, we're gonna come down to the wire here again. 2 HP on Riona, 13 for Radical, 17 for Devless. It all comes down to these final few rounds. Who can stay alive just a little bit longer? And the transformation into the Whisper Seer, I mean, maybe it's going to be enough. I don't know. Summoning all those additional treants, that damage is actually going to start to stack up. We'll see. It's all about surviving here, and it looks like that slight reposition from Riona there might be his downfall. I think there's enough damage, but I've said this before. But this time there might actually be enough to take him down and out. Devlis might be have enough to get it done, and he does.
And Radical actually went down there as well. So it was Devlis taking it in one swoop. I believe it was Devlis who won there.
That's insane. Devlis with one go gets the victory. Oh my goodness. I shouldn't be speechless because it's my job to talk, but I also kind of am. So here we are, Zap.
Yeah, I did not expect that, and we kind of foreshadowed it from the beginning. You said the RNG gods were blessing Devlis with that early Water Spirit 2-star, and the Water Spirit 3-star ended up winning the game for Devlis.
Yeah, I mean, literally round 7. Literally round 7. I'm sure we may see it here as we take a look back at that last match. Let's go over it, Zath. My voice, I'm tired. I'll let you take this.
All right, so it looks like K Bunny did not get off to the strongest start here. Does go up against Bananas, and eventually K Bunny does transition into some insectoids. We did see at least 3 insectoid players this game. It was K Bunny, Radical, and I believe Optra were all looking to run insectoid. And here we got Bananas versus Veronice, and Veronice actually with the super unique Divinity Argali build had a very strong early to mid game, just not able to close it out in the end. And here we have Riona versus Remy. Riona putting up such a strong 6-feather build. Right now just running 6-feathered Hunter, but eventually does transition it into 4 Shamans, which we saw in the end game play such a role in surviving. Unfortunately not surviving long enough to take down Radical or Devlis, but still a great showing from Riona. And here we go, K Bunny versus Radical, Insectoid versus Insectoid. One with the Doom 2, one with a whole bunch of demons and Rogue Guard. And at this point in the game, the demons came out on top. The Rogue Guard plus the army of Fallen Witchers and some Dooms just taking down K Bunny. And here we go, Riona versus Radical. I'm not sure if this point in the game he does not have 4 Shaman at this point, so still running the Hunters. So I believe Radical still winning at this point in the game. The Insectoids and the Doom just a little too strong. Round 32. Alright, here we go. Devlis versus K Bunny. The Water Spirit that was destined to be his. Water Spirit 3-star just going over, ulting again and again. Just K Bunny just cannot stop this Water Spirit, and eventually will be going down to Devlis' Water Spirit. And here we go, Devlis versus Radical, top 2 situation. But Radical, even with the Doom Arbiter 3-star, gets taken down there by the Water Spirit. The Doom ult completely missed on the Water Spirit. Water Spirit just free to keep ulting, and it's gonna be taking down Radical here. Alright, top 3, Riona with the 2 HP. Does have the 4 Shaman in here, and every single time the 4 Shaman transformed something, it made a difference. But this time it transformed into a Whisper Seer 3-star, and look at those items. He's just gonna keep spawning treants. And we did see the Warped Sage survive in this situation, but I believe it was a little bit too many spawns, and does get Hex here. And the Warped Sage does get taken down, and Riona does get taken down by Devlis here.
And that was the final round. That was it. And funny, of all the troops that got transformed into, the Whisper Seer was not the one I was expecting was going to be able to output enough damage to take down that Warpwood Sage. Because we saw like Abyssal Crawlers and stuff. I'm like, yeah, that's like a Berserker. Like, wow, that's what I'm scared of. But now it's the Whisper Seer that gets it done at the end.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at our final leaderboard, though, at the end. Who would have thought? Not me. Not me. Oh, but oh my goodness. This is so close. Riona is actually able to make it up into our top 8 with that play there at the end as well. Oh my goodness. This is such a close series of games. What a close group. There are six players within 2 points of being in the top 8.
Yeah, and with only 2 games left to go, oof, I would be sweating these next 2 games because you just want to finish at, well, who's to say? Even top 3 might not guarantee you top 8, but regardless, you got to go full try-hard mode in the next 2 games.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there's going to be a lot of VOD review, I'm sure, going into this. And yeah, look at how close it is. I believe, 51 points? 52 points was that cutoff mark there. All these players, pretty much, I would say Radical and above, have a legitimate shot of making it still to this. There are, I would say, at least 10 players that are on sort of that cusp. Wow. Just wow.
Yeah, these series have been so tight, so close. It's going to be insane just how it wraps up next week.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it just be like that. Sometimes it just comes down to the wire. With a game like Auto Chess, I can't honestly say that I'm all that surprised. In any case, man, thank you so much for helping me break this down. I could not have done it without you. These games have just been absolutely insane. I know it's getting late. Go enjoy the rest of your evening. If you guys aren't following Zath over on Twitter, definitely be sure to go do that. Take it easy, man. Have a good night. But for all of you at home, wow, what a day of games. I have to give a huge shout out, though, to the presenting partner of the ESL Mobile Open. Of course, I'm talking about AT&T, because none of this action would be possible. These crazy comebacks, these epic victories, these, almost there moments, those bitter defeats, all these amazing experiences would not be possible without the support of AT&T. So I have to give them a huge shout out there. They are a presenting partner. They've been with us since the beginning. 6 seasons of action, 6 seasons of developing the mobile esports ecosystem here in North America. So thank you so much to them. And of course, if you're still here at the end of the stream, give us the follow over on Twitter and Instagram, because you probably are curious about what we're up to, whether you're a fan of Auto Chess or mobile esports as a whole. !social in the chat is the place to do that. And of course, also join the giveaway. !giveaway, because who doesn't want to win $200 worth of free in-game currency that can buy a lot of fancy skins, a lot of cool chess pieces, like cool chess players, chess boards, all of that good stuff. Definitely good things to spend your donuts on. Just saying, get yourself some donuts there. !giveaway in the chat. Well, that's a crazy day. It's getting late. My voice is dead. We got to stop it there. Wow, what an insane day of games. It's only just going to keep going. And make sure you're following the channel here on Twitch, on YouTube, all that good stuff. You do not want to miss the action from all of us here at the Mobile Open. Have a good night. See you next time.
This is the ESL Mobile Open, presented by AT&T.